This damn thing has changed a lot. Hey, Ducky Petrie, how you doing? How's your day going? They changed the format on this thing so long. They changed the format on it. As you can tell, I pretty much quit YouTube. Oh yeah, so far so good. A little cloudy here today. Got some cool weather down here. I got down to 26 the other night. Daytime's good, but the night's been getting cold. Last night it didn't get that cold, but you got to leave the faucets dripping. Yeah, YouTube. I'll tell you, I just realized I just wasted too much time doing it. I mean, I like doing videos and stuff. It's hard to quit, actually. I mean, I do. For some reason, I like recording things. And I still will do things that don't affect other things that I'm trying to get done, like videoing the birds, the sunrise, the sunset, that kind of. But this driving all over the place and doing these videos, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm in Georgia, Crawfordville, Georgia, between Augusta and Atlanta. And I've just gotten, I mean, honestly, YouTube to me, I realized, oh, you lucky dog. Oh, okay. All right. Bringing back memories for you. But I'm getting so much more done. I bought a piano and I'm learning how to play the piano. And I went to a classical piano concert here about 6 weeks ago. And it just so happened that I got to talk to the guy that was performing, Orion Weiss, and just a bright guy. And I met some people while I was there, and it was just fantastic. I really liked it. And I've been like so immersed in classical music, actually, for about the last 6 months, but that was the first classical pianist I had ever saw in person. So I realized in being there and talking to them and watching this guy play, that there is no way in hell I'm ever going to learn how to play a piano or read all these books that I have if I keep screwing around on YouTube all the time. So that's why I just quit doing it. And I'm thankful for YouTube. I had a good time doing it. It was fun for a while. It's like all things in life, all facets, relationships, jobs, where you live. That ship has sailed. Christopher Cross sailing. And I've got a lot more done, I'll tell you that, big time. But today I just went on here because it's kind of like a broken day of taking a little rest. I know that after about 6 weeks of reading all day long, studying classical music and listening to CDs, it does catch up with you. As much as I enjoy it, it's a discipline. It's not like a day off where you just screw around and like do whatever you want. And I'm glad that I did, to tell you the truth. Probably should have done it sooner. But you won't get anything done if you're on YouTube all the time. I can prove it to you. YouTube stuff, a weird company anyway. I realize that it's all false. At least in my case, it was. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind. I mean, I will come on once in a while. I was a private detective my whole life. Yeah, I wish I had got introduced to music early on, but I got an idea as a young guy. I don't think there was much you were going to do to me in getting me interested in that at a young age. It's just these world-class piano players, man, I'm telling you. There's only about like maybe 40 of them that like make a good living at it in the whole world. And it's very cultural. Like I said, it's a discipline. And all these conductors and all these concert pianists, they all live in their 90s. Not that I want to do that either, but it's just a kind of choice that you make. Yeah. Well, what happened is I was always kind of wanted to be a cop, policeman. And I knew cops. My mother was on the council, and I just thought I wasn't a very good student. I thought, man, I can't believe you'd be getting paid for this, just driving around, like chasing people. It seemed interesting to me. So I got a job as a guard at a place. It was a good job, though. It paid a lot. I didn't go to college right out of school. Then I started at a junior college, and I had really cool professors. They were really good guys. And, I did a lot better than I did in high school. Not great, though. And then I racked up almost enough credits for an associate's degree. And all the cops I knew said, you really need to get a 4-year degree, man. You'll have it so made. So I transferred to a 4-year college and ended up getting a degree in criminal justice. I mean, I barely got in and barely got out. And when I graduated, I had a girlfriend up at Michigan State. In Michigan, at that time, you were licensed by the state police as private detectives. And I ran into him, and I hadn't seen him in a long time. We got talking. He was in the private detective division. He said, what are you doing now? It's like, well, I just graduated. I'm thinking about being a policeman. You know, the economy was bad. Nobody was hiring. He said, you ought to be a PI. Well, I qualified to be a PI because I had a degree in Mickey Mouse degree in criminal justice. So he sent me an application. I didn't fill it out. He ended up calling me up and said, fill this out. He said, believe me, if I knew about this when I was younger, I'd have done it. So I got a PI license and really didn't know too much about it. And shortly after I got that, I got hired by GM as a security guard. It was a good job, though. I started out at $36,000 a year in 1980, almost 81. Full benefits, didn't do shit, just read magazines and stuff. I worked the midnight shift. And in the daytime, I would go out and just try and get PI work, even though I didn't know what I was doing. I got lucky. I had an insurance company kind of take me under their wing from day one, you know, learn about writing reports, that kind of thing. And in 6 months, I had made $50,000 part-time. And I thought, man, I'm not going to work here much longer. It was getting in the way of me making way more money. So I quit, and it was off to the races, man. I'm not kidding you. I printed money for about 11 years. Then I sold my first detective agency for $1,300,000 to some guys that worked for me. Financed it over 10 years. That's how it happened. Now, I say I've been a PI my whole life. I mean, I have been licensed my whole life. But once I did that, I moved to Florida, bred tropical birds and dromedary camels, opened a bed and breakfast. But I really didn't do much PI work after that one good shot. And then I opened another agency in Chicago, did pretty well, sold it to a guy. He defaulted on the loan. I don't have a PI license now. I mean, I think of getting back into it, but it's like all things, you know, that piece of pie has gotten so small. Oh, LAPD, good for you. It is a dangerous job, yeah. Yeah, it's not like it used to be. I mean, when I was a kid, I grew up in a small town, Flat Rock, near Detroit. And, you know, the cops didn't do shit. I mean, no, there was never any shooting. But nowadays, being a cop, my God, you get yourself killed because you're afraid to pull the trigger in some place like Minneapolis. I mean, I can give you all sorts of examples. I'm not saying there aren't bad cops and that cops shouldn't be held accountable for what they do, but most of the cops are good. You need law enforcement. I'm not into this defunding police departments or any of this crap. But this day and age, you will get killed because you're reluctant to do what you could have done or should have done 40 years ago because you don't want to lose your job. I can give you examples of cops who are in prison now that shouldn't be. You know, get one of these crazy liberal juries out there that just make up all this bullshit and twist everything around. You get the biggest druggie on horse tranquilizer in the world that tries to slit your throat, and you cap him, and all of a sudden you find out he has asthma, and just one line of bullshit after another. Hey, Pug, how you doing? Yeah, I mean, you know, you'd have to be crazy to be a cop now. Everybody, I talk to cops down here all the time, which are really great, especially the state troopers. Don't pay anything. No, doesn't pay any money. And they all can't wait to retire because you're on pins and needles. I mean, either way, it's hard to enforce the law within the back of your mind, wondering what day you're going to lose your job. You know, now in most jobs, you have to do something egregious to lose it. Not being a police department. On a police department, you don't. It could be anything. I wouldn't want to do it. Oh, thanks. Yeah, Michigan got creamed with snow. They're still getting snow up there. At least it's a typical winter. I mean, it's supposed to snow in the winter. Yeah. It's like 50 degrees out right now. Got cold here the other night, 26. Yeah, I miss a good snowstorm. But, you know, honestly, we hadn't had good snowstorms when I left Michigan for quite a while. They're getting bombed up in the UP and stuff. That's exactly what's supposed to happen. Snowstorms, it's normal. It's winter. You need the water for the spring. You see all those fires and stuff like that they were getting. Yeah, nothing better and more exciting than a good snowstorm. So fun. Up in the UP up there in Michigan, they were getting like 20 inches in certain places. Marquette, I look at there's a lot of good webcams out there. You want to look at a pretty cool webcam, Mackinac Island, Michigan. There's about 6 of them. I don't know if you've ever been there. It's a great place to visit in the summer, although it's kind of gotten too commercialized for me. There's a lot of places now, that I used to go. Glacier National Park is an example. Now they want a reservation. I mean, the cops are just writing these bullshit tickets all the time. Traffic jams, screw that. And Deadwood, South Dakota, used to go out there a lot too. That's all commercialized now. Yeah, I mean, national parks are like, I don't think I'll ever go to another one again. I caught them in the good old days. And I've traveled all over Alaska, which I'm thankful for. Everywhere, really, up through Barrow, down through the Aleutian Islands, all in the interior. Different trips I took. Alaska is truly the last frontier. And that's a place that I'd recommend a cruise. Glacier Bay and stuff like that. It's not like you drive along the coast of Alaska the whole way. You just couldn't do it. There's just too many places you have to access by boat. But it was a good time, a lot of fun. I still check it. You want to check out an interesting place, Barrow, Alaska. They've changed the name to now the Native Peoples Nomenclature, Utiquak or something like that. But if you look up Barrow, Alaska, look at their webcams. They get a sea ice webcam. Up there, like a high today is probably -5. I mean, I wouldn't want to live there, no way. But it sure is beautiful to see, I'll tell you that. Everything up there is huge. Animals, they have a short growing season. Get up inside the Arctic Circle. You want to take a nice trip. Yeah. Home of the midnight sun. Yeah. Yeah. Dark for 6, no sunlight. Yeah. And cold. I mean, major cold. There's some places in Russia too that get like -60 Fahrenheit. It's insane. Animals like frozen standing up. Barrow, Alaska is interesting though, but if I like that like offbeat stuff. I mean, there's not a lot to do there, but just to experience. I mean, you're on the top of the world. A lot of it certainly isn't like going to Key West. You see a lot of like poverty, just people kind of like lost. Yeah, I feel bad for them. I mean, there's just like nothing to do. What they do have, though, is really nice high schools the government pays for. Yeah, I like that. I've been but I like it down here actually. But I do miss a good snowstorm for sure. I really do. We got snow here last year. They got 8 inches in Panama City Beach. Crazy. But not too much. And they do get it in the Smoky Mountains. I think the elevations aren't that high, but it's enough in the wintertime to get, I think they probably get 60 inches of snow in those peaks. It's pretty interesting, really. Birds been really super hungry. Vultures are like all over the place. I gave him a ton of chicken yesterday. Bald eagle showed up. I don't know if you saw that video or not. I've seen that bald eagle before, but not much. It is a huge bald eagle. Those were all over in where I lived up in Michigan. But I don't see them too much down here. Red-tailed hawk showed up. I'll tell you, it was weird. I was sitting here waiting for that bald eagle to land, and he landed up on a tree. I could see him sitting on a tree out in my front yard, and 3 crows went up there, 2 on the same branch. 2 sat next to him, and 1 sat on the other side. You'd think crows, it's like stay away from a bird. So evidently, along the way, they're cool with one another. But it was just surprising that that would be that way. I can't say this for sure, but it seemed to me that when the bald eagle showed up, the vultures got the hell out of Dodge. But I can remember one time seeing the bald eagle land and the vultures there, and they didn't do anything. So I don't really know what their relationship. It's a mixed bag. I think it was just coincidental. Hey, Hank, how you doing? I think it was just coincidental. A lot of deer hunting seasons going on here, which I'm not a big fan of. And it's really disrupted the deer. I feed the hell out of them. They've hardly eaten anything in the last 6 weeks. They're putting a huge solar farm about 3 miles from here, which honestly, I don't understand. I can't figure it out. If you look at solar, any way you cut it, if it wasn't for grants, tax incentives, you wouldn't see it at all anywhere. Super inefficient. Same with the windmills. I mean, it's a nice idea. I wish it worked. But in a practical sense. Luckily, I'll be dead by the time this fossil fuel runs out. I'm telling you, all you got to do is look and see how many airplanes are flying around. All these trucks and cars and all this stuff. And this fuel runs out. I'm glad I'm not going to be around. Because you're not going to do it with batteries. You're not going to do it with wind. You're not going to do it with water. I don't know what the hell they're going to do. But there will be a day, not that far off in the future, where you are going to see a much different complexion with regard to travel. Need to be a damn millionaire. Aviation's already getting like that over here. It's been like that in Europe forever. It's getting like that now. Now you got to be rich to own your own airplane. Where, when I first got into it, you could be a painter or something and own a 172. Not now. Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, you talk to young people now. I talked to one in a coffee shop yesterday, man. They don't know what the hell to do. I mean, everything is so expensive, and when I came out of high school, even if you were a bad student, you could make good money doing something. And that seems to kind of dried up. And not only with just people that don't go to college, people that don't, and people that do. I mean, these people are out there struggling. It's just a weird time in the United States compared to when I came into this world. Nuts, man. Yeah, I've had that happen before too. They got a fix-it thing you can get for bike tires. Did you get it flat because you ran over something or you overinflated it? I've done that too. You got to watch for overinflating bike tires. You can get away with it until you hit a bump. Yeah, 7 miles. That would be 20 miles a minute. So that should have taken you about 2 hours. 2 hours and 15 minutes. Oh, you ran over something, yeah. Yeah, they've got these kits, but you just hope that it doesn't happen because there's just not that much room to store that stuff on a bike. See, that's the problem with riding a bike. I mean, it's not a big problem. There's not much to worry about it, but riding on the shoulder of the roads and cutting in and out, like on the shoulder over to the sidewalk and whatever, that's where all that shit's laying on the side. It's like you'll see truck drivers sometimes will just pull out after being on the side of the road, and you think, you dumbass, why didn't you just merge on? That's why, because they don't want to run over that, 200-yard area of all that crap laying on the side of an expressway, nails and glass and all sorts of shit. They want to get that thing on the regular highway as soon as possible. Yeah, I've gotten flat tires and bikes out in the middle of nowhere before. And let me tell you, changing a bike tire is a pain in the ass. They make these racks that you put them on. If you have one of those, it's not bad. But when you're trying to like stand a bike tire up straight on a bike and nobody's on it, it's just all over the place. Oh, God, yeah, what a pain in the ass. It's too bad somebody wouldn't have picked you up in a pickup. I've picked up bicyclists before in a pickup. Yeah, but I know what they're going through. Daisy's been good. Bee's been good. Cloudy today. Last night, something not my camera. I don't really care that much because it wasn't that great of a night anyway. Yeah, she's sleeping. How's that bike worked out for you otherwise? I think these guys, these like guys that wear these like racing bikes, ride these racing bikes. I think you got to be nuts to ride on the side of the highway. It's just going to be a matter of time. When I lived in Chicago, I'd see them. They were getting killed all the time. Everywhere you go, you see these spray painted bikes that are chained to a sign where somebody got run over. It happens down here too. I mean, there's no way in hell in this day and age, especially with people texting and doing all sorts of shit, I'd be riding a bike hoping that they weren't going to hit me. No way. I have that recumbent bike, which is hard to look backwards on. A 10-speed isn't because you can look down and back, but a recumbent bike is because you're kind of leaning back. You can't lean out that far to the side. Oh, okay. No, I don't want any more animals. No. I got a cat right now. He's out sleeping on the front porch. A cat around here. He's been here for a long time. He comes inside now. He sleeps on my bed sometimes. No thanks. I'm not a big cat guy. This is a cool cat, though, I'll tell you that. Super smart. No, I don't want any more animals. I just don't. I don't want any birds, dogs, cats, nothing. I want no responsibility. I don't enjoy that stuff like I used to either when I was younger. Yeah, well, you'll find a home for it. This cat around here, though, is like the sweetest damn cat you'd ever meet in your life. This cat will drive you nuts wanting you to pet him. I mean, seriously, I never saw a cat like that. He'll follow you around, always rubbing against you. It's a sweet cat. I would have never guessed in a million years you could even touch him. I mean, for like 3 years, he'd see a mile away and take off running. Already tamed him down. Yeah, cat, that's a problem. Mankind's created that problem. Feral cats. I know there was a statistic out there one time that 1 in 10 wild birds' lives would probably end with a feral cat. I mean, they'll decimate a bird population. I've seen this one catch birds. He jumps and all four paws are like spread out, the bottom feet and the top, and those claws, when they're trying to catch something, they're like out far. They're way more than you'd expect. And man, they just need to get one of those nails in something a little bit and it's screwed. Oh, you'd love this. You would love this cat. Yeah, it's the most affectionate cat I've ever met. It's a sweet cat. He'll come in here. He'll jump up my lap, fall asleep. But he'll drive you nuts. He'll track your ass down to pet him. Yeah, he's a good cat. He really is. Guy's a survivor, man. I'm beginning to think, though, that, I think like with these vultures, when I first started doing it and with these like cats, you think, oh, how do they make it with these coyotes and all this stuff? I don't think coyotes mess around with cats and vultures. They just don't. I don't, the little vultures, they're born with their eyes open. They make this like scary noise even one day out of the egg. Maybe that has something to do with it because they're so vulnerable. But even cats, I've talked to a ton of people, DNR people, hunters. Nobody's ever finding a cat collar or a dog collar in the middle of a coyote turd. I'm not saying they've never killed any of this, but I don't think it's like you think it is. Everybody assumes that when, they can't find a stray animal, that the coyotes ate it. And I kind of tend to believe, just from empirical observation, that's not true. I think these cats and stuff hear them coming. And I think it's a different smell and it scares them. Like, I've lived down here 3.5 years now, and I've only like had eye-to-eye contact with coyotes like twice. Their hearing's good, and it's a different smell. No, people don't spay and neuter. I paid for a bunch of cats to get spayed and neutered up where I lived in Michigan. They come around, which I didn't mind doing, honestly, because I like birds. And after all, we don't need any more cats. But it was only like $10 a cat. I think I did 30 of them. $300 to me, that was a good deal. They clip a little thing out of their ear so you can like see the ones that you've done that to before. But that just goes to show you the irresponsibility of mankind. That's why I do it too. Like, humans created this problem. Cats are about 10,000 years behind dogs with regard to domestication, which is why a cat can live in the wild and a dog can't. All his survival instincts have been bred out of him. You're going to get ones that hang in there through, eating garbage and stuff like that, but they're not going to live in the wild like this cat did because they've just lost all their tools for that. Yeah, free program, and they still don't do it absolutely right. Yeah, you're right. Honest to God, man. Yeah, I know. Unbelievable. Well, if you ever know a physician personally and you talk to him, you're young, you're growing up. At least when I was young, there was a lot of prestige to being a physician. Everybody thought they were smart. They made good money. They were kind of like pillars in the community. That's for the crime shows, and you found out they were murdering their wives. And now it's not really like that. But the thing that I think would make it a crappy job is, it's turned into a bean counting game now. They'll be on your ass full time. All this shit's charted up with computers. They don't want to get sued, so you got to chart all this bullshit. And if you're an older physician that can't type, dictations kind of went by the wayside. It still goes on some places, but the last couple generations of doctors, all type. They type their own notes, and it's not going anywhere. It's not going to be ready in the morning. You're not going to have to proofread it. Yeah, so new technology has forced out a lot of the old guys. I mean, it's weird too, because you'll have some really bright guys that are surgeons, cardiac surgeons, orthopedic surgeons, colorectal surgeons. And if they're in their 60s and they're not into computers, you can forget it. It's weird. It's just like teaching a baby or a young child a language or a musical instrument. Once you get past that stage, I taught an adult illiteracy class in Florida for a while. How you doing? Just chilling. And there were some successful business guys in there that would just done pretty well in life, that couldn't read or write, just bullshitted their way through. And man, once you're an adult and you can't read and write, let me tell you, learning how to do that stuff is impossible. You can do it, you can get better. But I ran into a couple guys that were millionaires that, I mean, they wanted to cry after they could spell cat. I'm not shitting you. Seriously, it was sad. Yeah, that's a scribe. Yeah, scribe. Yeah, they have scribe, but a lot of places they don't, because you don't have a scribe for every single patient usually. Hey, Edward, how you doing? I was thinking of you the other day. How's it going out there? But being a doctor now is like a shitty job. But what I was going to say is, like, all those things that I mentioned, and now on top of it, you get patients, their cholesterol sky high. They don't do anything you tell them to. They don't take their medications or smoking marijuana left and right. They've had some pretty good studies on marijuana lately. It's looking like it's not so good for you long term, which I kind of always suspected for memory. Yeah. But, you got all these people coming in, you're a doctor. They come in when it bothers them. I mean, the preventative care advice they take is like frustrating. They're 150 pounds overweight, sugar's high, blood pressure's high. They don't do a fucking thing you tell them to. And that would just burn me out after a while. Just all these people that you're there to help and nobody's taking your advice. And all in the back of your mind, you're spending 10% of your life as a doctor charting everything so you don't get sued. Fuck yeah, they're in Dearborn big time. Yeah, they are. Dearborn's an interesting deal. I lived in Dearborn for 6-7 years. I loved it there. Now, honestly, at the time I lived in Dearborn was known as the West Side, just regular people. And the East Side were Muslims. Not a problem at all. You never heard of problems. Well, Dearborn for like eternity has had the most concentration of Muslims in the United States for like years. That's because of technology, labor, you name it, all sorts of different ways. And it was always a great experience over there, but that has kind of changed now. If you look back at the old history of Hubbard, the mayor, there was a lot of like racial tension. And now basically, if you look up anything in Dearborn, it's a Arab police chief, Arab fire chief, Arab mayor. I mean, look, people are voted in. I mean, if this is the way it goes, that's the way it goes. But it's not quite the peace and tranquility it used to be. I think they just took one of those big roads that were named after Hubbard and changed it to some Arabic name. People had a fit. I mean, I still think Dearborn's a good place to live, but yeah, I think ICE is there big time. Yeah. But I'll tell you this, I can remember before I left Michigan, before I even, this was like years ago. I can remember, let me give you an example. I know the FBI and the CIA, they've always been really interested in Dearborn. And I remember being down at Greektown one time. I'm a pilot. I haven't flown in a long time, but, I noticed these things because I like that stuff. And I was down in Greektown and I could hear an airplane cruising, down on Monroe Street there. I could hear an airplane, maybe 4,000 feet, a white Cessna 182. And just flying all over. It had a really cool nav light on it and a really cool strobe. And I'd see it all the time, going back and forth. And I thought, I know this has got to be some kind of DEA. I didn't know what it was at the time. Well, some way along the way, that had come up in some kind of discovery or in a newspaper article. And as it turns out, it was the CIA doing surveillance for like Arabic conspiracies in Detroit and Dearborn. No shit. So, and that's old news. Yeah. Yeah, they've taken over. But, you know, I'll be honest with you, man. I mean, I try and tell you like it is. Let me give you an example. I mean, like, if say I'm up in Detroit, I'm down in Michigan Avenue, I run out of gas. It's 2 a.m, and a bunch of blacks pull over. I'm scared. Yeah, I am. Now, you can call it whatever you want, but I would be. Down here in Georgia, it's not like that. If I ran out of gas out in the middle of nowhere and blacks pulled over, I'd think, great, somebody's here to help me. Wouldn't think a thing of it. It is so much different. It's unbelievable. Down here, we don't have any racial problems down here. Now, Atlanta is a different story. But you get out into places like where I live, nothing, man. The people are great. This sounds terrible, but it's a way of explaining what I've observed down here. So I'll give you an example. Like I got Daisy a hamburger at McDonald's yesterday. I went and got a bunch of chicken for the vultures. I knew they were hungry. It's been really cold. And I run into places all the time where there's young black girls working. Gas stations, restaurants, whatever. Maybe like 16, 17, 18, into their early 20s. And if you shut your eyes, this is all the time down here. If you shut your eyes, you would think you were overhearing a bunch of girls like on a TV show, like All in the Family or Happy Days. Well-spoken, super polite, none of that like lingo and rap songs, none of that shit. Now, I'm not saying because they're that way, they're better African Americans. I'm just telling you the cultural significance is super noticeable down here. I talk to them all the time. They're getting full ride scholarships, places. It's not that. I'll tell you what else is like that. And I'm comparing this to Detroit. Cleveland. Cleveland's like that too. It's none of this crazy Detroit crap or Atlanta crap. I mean, these people are just as sweet and nice. If you shut your eyes, you would think you were just talking to like the old 60s TV show, like one of those young, cute girls in the TV show. You wouldn't be able to tell. And I run into that all the time here. I haven't one time even picked up a slightest. I haven't seen any racism down here. I'm sure it's around. I don't. Everybody goes to bat for each other. Now, I'll give you another example of that too, is the Section 8 housing. Section 8 housing. It all looks brand new. I don't care how old it is. I can take you to Section 8 housing, 75 miles in each direction, and it looks like the day they built it. None of this shit laying all over the yard, broken windows, cars without tires, none of that shit. It's a different culture down here all the time. You know, I've said all along, Detroit's got a lot of crime, and they happen to be black. It's not because they're black. It's that they happen to be black. It's part of that culture in that particular economic environment. Yeah, it's a big difference because you're black or you happen to be black. Yeah, they really are. I mean, this Southern hospitality is like legit. And I run into people all the time, and they're still doing deals down here on a handshake. Yeah, I know. It's unbelievable. I know. Hard to believe. You know, I live in if you look at all the counties, I forget how many there are. I think like 163 or something like that. And the number one would be the richest, and number 163 would be the poorest. I'm 161. I live in like the third from the bottom, brokest county in the state of Georgia, where there is like tons of poverty. We don't have a liquor store. We don't have a hospital. We have just a small sheriff's department, volunteer fire department. You got to take your own trash to the place. Now, mine's a little different down here. I mean, I know this sounds really terrible, and I do try to make an extra effort. And the reason I do that is because I like it down here like this. Go do this. I live in Crawfordville, Georgia. Now, I actually am 3 miles from town. I live out in the middle of nowhere, 240 acres. There's a handful of us guys. I'm sure they're all over down around here. We're all kind of like, my next door neighbor looks like the Unabomber. I bought him a catfish dinner about a week ago. Great guy, retired electrician. His wife just died about a year ago. And I bought him a catfish dinner. And every time I take somebody here, like if I go to the Valdalia Onion Festival, I give it to him and I say, this is for never visiting. And everybody I know down here is like that. I'm not a guy I don't want people dropping in. And I don't do it to other people either. And the guys, I'm kind of like that. I'm definitely not a picture of perfect mental health, that's for sure. But I notice the guys that I run to that are kind of like me are like they find places like this to live in. Yeah, I don't hear any noise at all. No sirens. Once in a while, a train in the distance. Occasionally, I'm an aviation nut. I still read about it a lot, and I follow a lot of the apps. And, we're 90 miles east of Atlanta, Hartsfield. And on a quiet night, a lot of planes going to Europe or down South America, Brazil. They're at about 25,000 feet. They're in a cruise climb, full of fuel of bags, climbing 25,000 feet, probably going up to 36, 40, whatever. And I can hear them barely. But usually I see them more than I hear them, which I really kind of enjoy. I got a flight app. Look, it's free, FlightAware. It's a great thing to see when rain's coming in too, FlightAware. There's a little tab on there. You can click airplanes near me. And it's just, I find it kind of fun to be laying in bed and I hear a plane louder than normal. And sure enough, it's a big Airbus filled going to Italy or Buenos Aires. It's just interesting to me. They're doing about 400 knots climbing. It's just, man, technology's nuts. A lot of planes go over my house that are 12, 16-hour flights. That's insane, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, we don't have any drugs down here. In around where I'm not saying nobody does drugs, but what I will say is there's nothing down here. There's not even anything to steal. Look up Crawfordville, Georgia, where I live. It's in Wikipedia. That's how it is now. And you know what? I know this sounds bad, but I want it to stay like this. I like living just like this. Hopefully I'll die here. I'm hoping for it. I say to myself every night is my prayer, don't fuck this up. Don't do something stupid. Just be down here. I hope they just find me dead in the front yard someday, that I am able to skip. And I hope the vultures eat me too. I hope I'm be able to skip assisted living care facility. My plan is to get better at the piano. Let me give an example. In the last 6 weeks, I've listened to over 200 hours of recorded classical piano, learning music theory, the difference, that kind of thing. And I want to be one. I'm never going to be able to play a piano worth of shit. I know that, but I already know so much more about music than I did 6 weeks ago. Listening for things. There's a guy that I met and buying some CDs. It's out in the East Coast. It's like 92. I've been buying a lot of his CDs on Famous Pianist, and we communicate back and forth. He's like a really sharp, cultured guy. He lives right down from the Bushes out in Kennebunkport, Maine. And I watch a lot of videos, and that's the kind of crowd that I want to be a part of. I want to know something, not be just a bullshitter putting up videos, you know. And if you go to a symphony, do this to yourself, man. Really, if you get a chance, wherever you live, try to make it to go see a world-class concert pianist. Yeah, I mean, you're just going to sit there with your mouth open the whole time in like awe. How these people do this is unbelievable to me. Look up Kate Lou, sweet girl. Yol Sun, S-O-N. I mean, these people are just the freaks of freaks. It's a discipline. Yeah, a bunch of movies, yeah. But it's like now at this stage of life, this is perfect for me. No girlfriend, no wife, no friends, no problems. I've only left my house 3 times in 6 weeks, and that was to go to Walmart. I find that I can shop for about 10 days. And occasionally I will go up to the gas station 3 miles away and buy lottery tickets. By the way, I don't know if anybody hit that Powerball last night. I'll have to check. Yeah, I don't remember really. I mean, I'm so immersed in this. Like, let me tell you, music is complex. Let me fill up my coffee. There's a lot to learn. I mean, it's crazy. So yeah, that's my plan. I've read a lot of my books, and believe me, man, I talk to people depending on what you read. I just read 2 really good books on procrastination too. It's interesting, really. When you look at the science behind the studies in procrastination, I mean, why are people so bad at things they know that are going to help them? It's interesting. Well, as it turns out, there's a lot of reasons for that. I mean, you could have low or high blood sugar. You could have a heart issue. You could have a kidney or a liver problem. I mean, it's not all just being lazy all the time. There's a lot of facets. As it turns out, the bottom line on a lot of procrastination, believe it or not, circles back to anxiety, a form of anxiety. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? I read a lot of stuff like that, man. I'll tell you, these old composers, these guys, man, Mozart, Beethoven, Bach, it's like, wow. It's like unbelievable. That's why they still play them today, like they died yesterday, because of how fantastic it was considering the time they did it. And you look at like old artists, like Rembrandt, it's like, man, that stuff is just, God, how they did that back then. Just doesn't even seem possible a human could do it. And really with me, it's humans, that's a big difference between humans and all other forms of life. And that is that they write the music, they print the music through machinery, they manufacture the instruments, they learn how they play it. It's uploaded. Now we can watch it on a laptop from the other side of the world. It's just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, monkeys, yeah, they do this different shit. You'll get a bird that knows how to pick his favorite color out or some shit like that, or a killer whale that knows his name, or Coco the monkey that knows how to sign fuck you to you. But there's no apes or monkeys anywhere, never has been, never will be, that are writing poetry. Big difference. Which poetry I like, but man, I find poetry difficult too. That's another thing. It's like it's like a learned taste for coffee. I mean, who likes coffee when the first sip you ever take of it's weird? But you know it's a stimulant. You know it's going to drag your ass out of the house. So you drink it, and after a while you like it. You know, it's a taste you have to acquire. I think beer's like that too. Wine, all that shit. I mean, I tell people all the time, if you don't believe me, just how many people are getting all their favorite drinks minus the alcohol? Yeah. Once in a while, you'll be someplace and there's an alcoholic with his non-alcoholic friend. He's getting an O'Doul's, but by and large, a case of O'Doul's will last a bar forever. Why? Because you drink to get a buzz. And the higher IQ and your cultural level goes up, the worse it gets. You know, when you're a hillbilly and you're unemployed, and you have no teeth, you can get drunk and nobody seems to give a fuck. But if you're an alcoholic for one, or you're just a person that likes to drink, I do agree fully that alcohol enhances things. You're with somebody you like, it's like really enhances things. And I'll tell you this too. I really don't drink hardly too much anymore. But the other day, I went and got some Johnny Walker Double Black, which is that real peaty stuff. And I noticed after about 3 shots, I'm singing along to YouTube songs, looking up old girlfriends on Facebook and all sorts of shit that I wouldn't do, minus the alcohol content. Now, if you said to me, hey, we got your favorite Dragon's Milk, a non-alcoholic version, you can keep it. Honestly, I've been this way my whole life. I can take it or leave it. I can take it or leave it. Yeah, there's some pretty interesting theories on the different sweeteners they use with regard to Diet Pop, the coloring. Yeah. I didn't. Have you guys been going on Mark's thing? I check on there once in a while. I see he hasn't been going on that much. And I got on the StreamYard today for the first time in a long time. And man, they changed a lot of things. I mean, I'll probably do one of these every couple months or so. I mean, I've read tons of stuff too. And alcohol, I can tell you this too. I mean, I drink it. Like if I drink like that 1/5 of Double Black, that'll last me 5 or 6 days, just sipping it, listening to music and shit. There's 17.5 shots in a 1/5. So that's about right. Yeah, it's about my limit. Now I'll finish this one and may not do it again for 2 or 3 months. Yeah, but I do think it enhances things. And I think a lot of venues realize this, particularly concert halls. Shit, yeah, you look at the liquor sales anywhere, whether it's concert pianists, concert booze sales are high. People realize you feel better, you're having a better time. I'm not saying you got to get rip roaring drunk, but it enhances that part of your brain for a good feeling for sure. Old people back in the day used to call it truth serum. Get somebody drunk, they'll tell you what they really think you. I mean, the cliche is you lose your inhibitions. Yeah, just partying. I haven't been to a bookstore in 6 weeks. Can you believe that? I still order them online, though. Don't you worry. Hey, Murph, how you doing? Yeah, I've been doing this. I've been like studying my music and reading a lot more. I just got on here today because I'm getting a little burned out with reading like every day, all day. I'll tell you what, I was walking like a lot, which I like doing. But I'll tell you what I did. I'd go in a mess around my garage for 2 or 3 hours. And then I'd take a 4.2-mile walk, and my knees started bothering me. And today, I think it's the 10th day I haven't done either one, and they're really not getting that much better. I've taken these damn anti-inflammatories, and they really don't seem to help that much. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, other than these sore knees, yeah, which aren't like crazy sore, but enough to where I want to like. Hopefully, it goes away. I don't know why, but Tylenol, ibuprofen. I used to take one of those when I was young, and it worked just as they said it would. Seems like I've gotten older. It doesn't matter what I take; it doesn't help. Yeah. But things have been pretty good. I never did go up to Michigan. Nope. I got a great view here, I'll tell you that. Really do. And I really don't go on YouTube too much anymore at all, even to watch videos. That's just as bad. It's like the biggest time waster in the world. Hey, Jeannie, how you doing? How's it going? Yeah, I've been pretty much sticking to my music, believe it or not. I mean, thus far, a cat walking across the keys, that sounds better than my playing. Once in a while, not too much. Yeah, maybe every couple weeks. Yeah. Yeah, she's doing okay. Or I'll get a text or we'll send each other something. I sent her a big 12-inch dildo for the holidays. Oh, Toledo, love Toledo. Spent a lot of time in Toledo. Yeah, Toledo, rich history, Frogtown. Red Wells, roast beef. I don't think there's any of those left, are there? I love all Rust Belt cities. Toledo has a fantastic zoo, world-class zoo. Why? Because it's run by a private entity, even though it's in Toledo. They've kept politicians out of it. Yeah, those were good. I remember Red Wells as a kid. You know, I went to that junior college in Monroe. We go down there to that movie theater. I think it was on Alexis. They were the first place to come out with that reclining chairs. We thought that was just like the biggest ass thing that ever happened. Yeah, I like Toledo. I mean, even though Lake Erie is kind of dungy compared to the other ones, I still like that area. Beef carver, yeah, there's still some of those around. There's still some of those beef carvers around, believe it or not. There used to be another one called MCL Cafeteria. Remember those in Michigan? Well, you know, if you look, man, red meat is like so ridiculously expensive. I mean, it's insane what beef has cost. I see Trump's got all the cattle guys pissed off for allowing more imports from Brazil. Yeah, Showcase Cinema. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. You know, I dropped out of school one year and worked for Hart's Mountain Pet Company. I love that job, actually. I just, my dumb ass at the time thought, you know, I'll do better. Anyway, I deliver like parakeets, hamsters, plus all the food, cages, all that shit. We had a dry area and then a live area. And one of my stops was at the Kmart's up in Southfield, Michigan. 12 mile and 12 mile, 10 mile and 12 mile and Telegraph. This shows you the difference between then and day. There was a gay guy that ran the pet department. His name was Tom. I mean, just a flamboyant guy. Nice guy. And back then, he was like a fun guy. I mean, it was a lot of like joking around. And anyway, you know, we'd always go to the back and you'd be by yourself and you had to unload. And I'd be back there, and every fucking time he'd come back there and he'd say, "Hey, why don't you let me blow you back here, back in the fucking thing?" It's like, Tom, no, I'm not into that. I told you I like girls, that kind of thing. This one happened like all the time. And he was like known for this shit. And I can remember I had a boss named Dave Cerneals, but you weren't really threatened by it. You just told him, nah, I don't want to do that, but it was just part of the fucking job. And I can remember my boss, Dave Cerneals, said to me one time, because, he had worked there forever before I got hired for that route. And he said, hey, has Tom tried to blow you? It's like, yeah, as a matter of fact, he has. He says, yeah, he's just like that. He doesn't mean any harm. But anyway, my point is, we used to have to not have, well, you kind of did have to. We had a Spence account and you basically bought them whatever they wanted. And this guy liked to go to that MCL cafeteria. It was in the Tel 12 Mall. I mean, I'm not telling you the story. It was bad. It was just kind of it didn't bother me. He was kind of a cool guy, but I mean, you talk about fucking sexual harassment. God damn, man, this guy would have got the death penalty. And we go over to the MCL cafeteria. I mean, there's no way you were not taking this fucker to lunch when you were up there. And that's how I know about it. But their food was always so good. They had the best stuff you could get. Yeah, he did. He was like that, man. He was like a known guy. But even my boss said to me, I mean, this was well known. Nobody did anything about it. You just knew this, and that was part of that route, and life went on. Now it's shit. He would be fired before he made it back to the door. I could probably sue Hart's Mountain for not doing anything. I mean, the world is so changed by this shit. Yeah, Kroger's good. They're big union busters, Yeah, they're expensive, too. There's no deals at Kroger. Publix is like that, too. I guess there's a day when you get 2 for 1 or some shit like that. But what I like about those places, let's say you feel like some green grapes. You don't need to go in there and fuck around with them for a half hour and pick out the rotten ones like you do at Walmart. So in that, I'd rather pay $1 more a pound or whatever. It's just like I go in sweet corn. Fucking sweet corn. It's 10 cents an ear around here. You're in the store. They got a big thing about it. And people are pulling it down, looking at it. It's fuck. I grab 15, hoping that I'm going to get 10 good ones. I'm not fucking around inspecting fruit and vegetables with a microscope. Yeah, Myers is all right, I guess. I mean, I used to do a lot of work for them, actually. Is it the Fred Meyer, or the other one? There's a couple of them. Is it the Michigan-based one? I can't imagine running one of those things. What a fucking nightmare. Just dependent on 50 people showing up a day. Oh my God. I read a good book. It's called about unemployment, people that get laid off. What the hell's the name of that fucking book? The Tolls of Uncertainty. It's really a good book, though. Tolls of Uncertainty. I mean, that people their whole life, working class people, lower working class people, like Waffle House, Walmart. It's the difference in them and educated people that have headhunters looking for them with regard to lengths of unemployment, that kind of thing. It's really a good book. Oh, the Michigan one. Okay. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, how about Aldi's? I find Aldi's just a bunch of shit. Oh, I bet they did. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, you're right about that. Pretty good turkey plate. Yeah, I bet they did. And I can remember when I was living in Dearborn, they opened one of those Boston market-ups. It was nothing to wait in line an hour to get that stuff. It was good. And when I was in Florida, Kenny Rogers Roasters chicken was good. I knew of an incident. I didn't know the guy or anything, but some guy bought all the rights for Boston Market in Florida, 200 franchises. And now they're all out of business. Yeah, Food Lion, yeah. Yeah, Aldi's. I didn't really care for it. I mean, all that cheap shit. It's just like Walmart's Great Value brand. You want to get some shitty soup? Go to anything, I avoid that great value stuff like the plague. They say to do that with generic medicines too. Like if you got a headache and you want Tylenol, get the name brand. If you want ibuprofen, get the name brand. I'm telling you, it's tempting to get the cheap shit. But I've read studies on this stuff. It's not the same. I mean, you are going to get, whoever's making this knockoff Tylenol, they're getting the same colored bottle, and you look at it, it's the same amount of pills, the same red top and white base and all this shit. And you're thinking, oh, this is just Tylenol, making a cheaper version. Hey, that bald eagle's out here walking around. Yeah, bald eagle's sitting out there. Yeah, I wish I could show it to you. That's a big ass bald eagle. Oh, is that instant potatoes? Is it? I'll tell you this, Rick, though. I had a sister that she just died a couple of years ago. I don't miss her either. What a bitch. But anyway, she thought she was a fucking expert on instant potatoes. And half the time she was wrong. But I wish this big ass bald eagle. I'll probably put some other chicken out there in a smaller camera today. Oh, Suboxone, good luck with that, by the way. No, not the same. Yeah, that's exactly it. Good luck with you on that. I know somebody on that, believe it or not, for Kratom down here. And it's worked wonders, saved her marriage. No, it's really strange. Good luck with that, Rick. Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Yeah, that's I tell people this all the time, man. I honestly believe this. I'm sure you can, it's subjective, right? It's my observations from empirical experience, just seeing things, being out. I don't think I'm an expert on prostitutes or interviewing or I'm not an expert on everything. Maybe jacking off. I could give you some good advice. But other than that, not really. But anyway, my experience, and I read quite a few books on addiction, trying to get a handle on it. When I was doing the interviews, which is why you guys are watching. If it wasn't for those, we probably wouldn't be talking. And I can't think of anything. I'm sure there are things out there worse than being a drug-addicted prostitute on heroin. I really can't, man. It just takes away. That eagle just took off. It just takes away their femininity, their hygiene. It breaks them down. It ruins relationships with their kids. They're out sucking dicks for $10 to these like scummy, dirty people that treat them like crap. It's just like, I can't imagine there's a lower level of self-esteem. It sucks. No sleep, no nutrition, and you're just living for this fucking drug that's killing your ass. I think a lot of them, in my opinion, realize it, which is why they don't mind rolling the dice on a big shot of Chinese knockoff fentanyl, because death is right along the lines of the same level of life with them. And here's another thing, too. I really think that when you're just keeping it real, like Rick James says, I think that, when you're down there, you're 35 years old, you lost all your teeth, you're HIV positive, you got fucking hepatitis C, you got herpes, you got syphilis, you got chlamydia, you got HPV, you got every fucking thing you could get by being around this group of people you could get. You're on 35, your kids don't talk to you, your parents have disowned you, you got a criminal record, you're 35 years old, cops fucking with you all the time, you're dirty, your life is just fucking wrecked. And all of a sudden somebody shows up with a little Bible. Abscesses. Somebody shows up with a little Bible And they're the only people, I've said this all along, that's your one shot, get out of jail free card. You're not going to do it as a Jew. You're not going to do it as a Muslim. But Christianity offers even the lowest of the low a bite at the big block of cheese to just find God. I mean, they're going to take you in, feed you. You're going to get somebody maybe to let you stay at their house. I'm not complaining about it. And I say all the time, I'm not a Christian. But if everybody that said they were a Christian lived a Christian life, the world would be a great place. It really would. It just doesn't really work that way in the real world. But anyway, so somebody comes down with the Bible. They talk about Jesus, and you all of a sudden find Jesus. And you get off drugs, and you're on Suboxone, and you're doing well, and you're into this shit about a year, and you're looking better, and you're taking all this medicine for all this stuff, and now you're sober. And you're sober, and not a lot of people really give a fuck like you thought they would. In other words, Chippendale models aren't falling out of the skies. Employers aren't coming, giving you a big hug, saying you did well. And now you're sober, you're not on drugs. And you're out into this world where there really isn't a good spot for you. The only jobs that you're applying for that are going to give you a shot are these low-end jobs, like starting out at a Dollar General. You get into some subsidized housing, and you find that after years, 5 years of being so-called sober, once the hugs go by and you don't have any money, but you're working full-time like a slave, and you're not on drugs, you realize, is sobriety what you thought it was going to be? You're struggling, but in kind of a different, cleaning jobs, thank you. You're struggling, but in a different kind of way. So when you look at this objectively, and you got just being high all the time, sucking dicks and not giving a fuck about anything, or working 65 hours a week at a Dollar General, and they're talking about promoting you for an extra 25 cents an hour, which is worse? Now I think you can understand why I'm not working at a rehab, but I'm just keeping it real, like Rick James does. I mean, and I didn't figure this out on my own so much. I figured it out with talking to people like Becky. And Becky said that she is going to go down swinging, sucking dicks and getting high until it's lights out. And in a fucked up way. Certainly not a very popular way. I kind of give her some respect for that. Yeah. Yeah, no taxes on a BJ. Yeah. Oh, yeah. See, Rick knows this. So, but, Rick and I both are going to turn on the TV tonight, and we're going to see some slanted version through 60 Minutes or some other documentary, and they're going to take us down to that fucked up place in Philadelphia, or they're going to go out where those zombies are on some crank or alligator or some shit somewhere else. And they're going to walk up and down. We're going to sit here eating our popcorn in our heated house and our pet that costs more to feed than prostitutes would ever think about spending in food in a month. And we're going to look at this and we're going to say, wow, that is fucked up. God damn, man, look at these people. They look like a statue. They're like fucking bent over, and they're just like stiff. And I guess they're mixing fucking crank with crocodile and alligator and all this fucking shit. This is really fucked up. And you're like, it gets your emotions. It's like, fucking tying fucking touchdown in a football game. You get roped into this fucking shit. But once you let the dust settle, is sobriety really all that? I mean, there's a big business in sobriety too. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, I mean, believe me, there isn't a fucking massage parlor, strip joint, escort ring, porno movie channel I haven't watched. But I know what that fucking life brings you. And in good conscience, I've had women ask me before, it's like, hey, I'm thinking about just like going out to LA and stripping for the summer. I'm thinking about making some porn that's not going to be released here. Because like Rick says, one shot, you're good. And I do my best to talk them out of it. Not in a holier than thou way. But I know what that fucking comes along with that. And if you really have somebody's best interest in mind, just do what you can to talk them out of it. There were 2 times in my life where I had escorts. I was some fucking place staying in a nice hotel. Order up an escort. Now, this is how I'm not justifying anything to anybody, but there's a big difference between a $500 an hour and a $200 an hour. This is back in the 80s or 90s. They show up and they come in. You get this place. You're pretty safe in a hotel. Not one we're there at, though. Don't ever go to one of those. There's fucking cameras in the wall. But if they're coming to yours, the courts have traditionally been very reluctant to fuck with people other than drugs, but just straight out prostitution in their own room. It's just where you're at is your castle doctrine, fucking horseshit. Point here is it's much safer. And these girls which had shown up, and they were just young and didn't know fucking shit. And I just paid them and didn't do anything. My conscience got to me. It's like, man, hey, look. And I'd like to think that on both those occasions, I talked him out of it. I think that I did. One, I know I did. I kept in touch with her for a while. And the other one, I don't know. So it was $500 for me to give them my 2 cents worth because I just did not want to be a part of that fucking bullshit. These were just people that were about ready to take a fork in the road that you knew was not going to be good for them. It's just the way it is. And you look at like old sex workers, they find them fucking dead, and the suicide rate in porno actresses, even actors, the guys, is like fucking through the roof. Yeah, it's just not good. And you don't see anybody getting a key to the city after being in porn for 30 years. And knowing this, how in good conscience in a young life would you want to be responsible for giving them advice that you think it's the way to go? For the same reason you don't get up and do 200 sit-ups every morning is the same reason they maybe don't want to say no to that kind of shit, but you just know better, Percocet. Yeah, Marty just had Percocet for 10 days. He had a kidney stone that went south, and he said he doesn't know what he would have done about it. And he was worried about the same shit. I will tell you this, though. I'm saying you can get anybody you want. Like, that's why they only give you like 6 or 8 and have pill counts and that kind of shit. Because you swallow one of those motherfuckers, then your problems go away temporarily. And who wouldn't want that kind of feeling? But you can take a rocket scientist, college professor, concert pianist, and when they give 8 Percocets and all their pain goes away, let's say with 6 Percocets, nobody throws those 2 remaining Percocets out. They save them. And these are people that are non-druggies. That shows you what that shit does to your mind. You feel like shit, you just take a Percocet. Same with Xanax. Fuck, they wonder why people let me tell you another thing. I don't know if you guys know about this or not. But, they're blaming these fucking drug companies and these goddamn doctors on opioid. Here's this bald eagle's coming in again. Yep, he landed again. Looking for scraps. And they're blaming these doctors and these opioid companies. It's fucking bullshit, man. Let me tell you why. You talk to any doctor. You can research this yourself. Around the late 80s, early 90s, the insurance lobbyists went to the government. And they said, hey, look, all these fucking juries in places like Atlanta and Detroit and LA and Seattle, these crazy, they all hate fucking insurance companies. They all have been denied claims. They're just bending our ass over on pain and suffering. and we're not going to be in business very long. The government actually accused the medical community after getting lobbied by the insurance companies that they were not effectively treating pain properly. This is the government going to the medical community, the AMA, and say you're not treating pain, and they had pressure by the insurance companies. The government said you are going to need to treat pain better. You're doing a shitty fucking job. And what happened? They developed pain medications. And even though you'll hear horror story after horror story about people getting addicted to pain medications, there's plenty of people that took them, didn't have pain while they did, and didn't become addicts. So all of a sudden, this shit gets out of fucking control. The government pops up its head again and says, hey, look, you motherfuckers caused this. What are you doing just doling out this shit? We got all these people on the... Wrong. The government's the one that caused it. It wasn't the physicians. They got on the physicians' ass for not treating pain properly because of these ridiculous pain and suffering awards in these crazy liberal fucking jurisdictions. And now they're getting on their ass and blaming doctors for being the cause of coming up with opioids and the drug companies for making them, even though there was a demand mandated by the government. It's fucking bullshit. It's the truth. Yeah, absolutely right, truth teller. Probably true. Yeah, in a different kind of way. I would agree with that. Yeah. No, it takes two to tango. You're right. Exactly right. It's not like, it's like suicide as an example. It's not rational, really. I mean, I could argue against, I don't think every person that kills himself is crazy. So is there a rational argument for it? I think sometimes there can be. I do. Are you going to get that from a psychiatrist? Fuck no. Absolutely not. But you're right about that. But it also depends, truth teller, on what kind of standard that you're using. I mean, if you're looking at happiness, I think we'd all agree it's a moving target. So you're trying to find, happiness, right? How do you get there? Well, it's not that easy sometimes. Bald eagle's still out there. It's not that easy sometimes. So I don't know that you can say with complete validity that every single guy that hires a sex worker has a mental problem. You know what I mean? It's like dicey. Probably sometimes, yeah. Probably sometimes, no. But by and large, I think I would defer and agree with you that there are better ways for happiness than doing that. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly right, Rick. They sure did. There are all sorts of people out there that had legitimate chronic pain, got cut off, and ruined their fucking careers by getting caught buying heroin off a guy like Gerald down in Detroit. You're exactly right. But you know what? There's nobody to tell the story to. When you get charged with a crime, you're not going in there and telling the judge, hey, Your Honor, let me tell you what happened. I've had chronic pain. Nobody doubts that I have chronic pain. I got a wife and kids. I just found myself not being able to go to work because of chronic pain. And it's true. I got addicted to these fucking opioids because they made my chronic pain go away. Therefore, I could go to this job that I fucking hated. And the doctor cut me off. And because of that, I was caught buying heroin from Gerald on Michigan Avenue. The judge, he's heard this fucking bullshit a million times. And even though if it's 100% true, his hands are tied. You've been charged with possession. Now you got a felony. God forbid if you get another one. You're fucked. Nobody's going to just give you the opioids you got cut off from. You really don't want to quit using heroin because that allowed you to hang in there and work this shit job you hated. It's just the ultimate conundrum. And these are things that you don't really see documentaries. It's one or the other. Some teary, crying story of someone that's overcome drug addiction. And some other motherfucker's going away for 20 years, and all he was trying to do was alleviate his pain. You're not going to find documentaries on that. It's one or the other. Heroin is cheaper. Absolutely right. Fuck yeah, heroin is cheaper. That's exactly right. I know somebody down here that just went through that thing with Vicodin. Yeah. And I won't give you all the details on it, but it's just a bad scene. If you know somebody and you care for them and you want the best for them and you believe in their pain, they'll have you out getting that fucking shit, meeting people in parking lots because you don't want to see them in pain. And even though it's bad and they're fucked up and they're addicted to this shit, it's better than seeing them in pain because you've seen them. It's a fucking bitch, man. It is. Yeah. Yeah, they are. Yeah, you're right about that, Rick. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. Yep, that's exactly it. Rick, so have you found any silver lining in being off drugs? I mean, have your expectations been met or challenged? I mean, how has this worked out for you? I mean, has Suboxone allowed you? You know, what Suboxone does, as you know, it takes the middleman out of it. Now you're going to a health clinic, cars parked in a lot without bald tires. There are people trying to fit into this rat race as opposed to giving up and buying it off Gerald. Has it been what you thought it would be? Is it a continuous struggle? You're welcome to come up too if you want. I mean, I'm interested in like the real life stories of being sober. I mean, is it as better as you thought it would be? Gotcha. Oh, gotcha. Oh, it's not. Oh, really? You don't need a StreamYard account, I don't think. You don't need a StreamYard account. You just need to like click on that link. Click on that link, and if you have a phone, and you can like block your where I don't see your face, you can just hear audio. You can like, or I can like, I think I can do it on my end, like where you don't need to show your face. So you can just like point your face, your camera away from your face, but you can do it on a cell phone. You don't need a StreamYard account. I mean, this show is on YouTube and StreamYard. But I mean, I think that I've, eventually found out the real world of sobriety, and it isn't all like, Oh, congratulations, Edward. Yeah. Yeah. 93. Good for you. Yeah, I never had any drug or booze addiction. I think it's just lucky brain chemistry, I guess. But believe me, it certainly has nothing to do with any kind of discipline. I do think I was addicted to like sex addict. I don't think that would have ever really got off like it. I mean, I'm guessing maybe it would have. But that shit was kind of encouraged. Boys will be boys, and you just really realize. I mean, believe me, you really realize that I'm not blaming on anybody else. But you look back on that. I blame these fucking disc jockeys on these radio stations for a lot of this damn shit. It's all those motherfuckers did in the 70s was talk about getting high and shit and playing your favorite songs. They didn't do anybody any good, I'll tell you that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, probably are, yeah. I tell people all the time, man, I want to be a Jew or an Asian. I tell you, I'll take these people addicted to drugs. I'll take them to go see a classical pianist play, a world-class pianist. It's like, see this shit? They don't have time for drugs. See how everybody's nice, and nobody's talking during the performance. Cell phones aren't going off. Nobody brought a bag of Lay's chips and they're eating during the beginning of the song. Hey, Edward. How you
Can you hear
doing?
me? Good, man. How are you?
Good. Yeah, I appreciate your info, actually.
No, not a problem. I love watching your channel. Been watching for a long time, and
Yeah, I kind of
I
quit doing it.
yeah, I noticed that with all the old content you did and stuff like that.
Well, what happened on that, honestly, is like a lot of things. It's like, you decide to pull the trigger on whatever, right? What really happened on that is, first of all, I was always kind of into photography, fucking around. I like that, like, hood look, abandoned buildings. I don't know why. So
I
I
think
was
it's
down
cool.
there. Yeah, I like that stuff, like Delray in Detroit and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
And I'd
like
be,
super obscure
yeah,
film and stuff like that.
graffiti.
Like
Yeah,
you're not taking pictures of models. You're finding the most, you know,
yeah,
dirty, and you're making the picture, the video, like pretty out of that. I think it's cool.
yeah. So I would be down there doing that, and I'd see these prostitutes all the time. There was a BP gas station where back then, when I first started, I would get a coffee and I'd buy the Detroit News and Detroit Free Press, and then I'd go down and drink my coffee near the river, and I'd run into those prostitutes all the time, and I'd see them buy like lunch meat and throw it out to stray cats, and buy them like loaves of bread and throw it out for the birds. And here they are, like rock bottom, but
Of
yet they
course.
still have the wherewithal to do that. And I thought, one of these days I'm just going to interview them. I mean, I was see if they'll do an interview. I'd like be genuinely interested in how'd you get here? What's your dope habit? What's it like being with these guys? And that's how it happened.
Yep.
And actually, those videos sat around like forever. Nobody watched them, which I was fine with. I mean, I never ever planned on like building some channel. Well, what ended up happening is, first of all, I got lucky with maybe the first 10 people that I interviewed. Just like, if you look back on those, the early ones were the best. And then some kid took some of those videos and posted them on Reddit.
Yep. Of
Of course,
course.
those were much younger people than me. And
Yep.
that's when those videos took off. And then back then, YouTube, it wasn't like it is now. And they promoted the hell out of that. So, I mean, it's a bunch of undeserved subscribers.
Well, you never know what's gonna pop either.
No, you
I
never know
mean,
what's going to come. But they're not like that at all now. I'm the last kind of guy they wanted. So between the change and realizing that you weren't going to do much to help anybody get out of there. Plus, I was starting to get threatened a lot, and people recognized
you
me.
said that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
at the beginning, it was nobody knew me, but it just got to where, all things considered, then COVID hit, and it changed the area. Then they built that new bridge, and all those places where I did a lot of those interviews was all like, all the businesses were closed. They closed. It just, for all those reasons, I just quit doing it. And then I moved.
Yeah.
And then, but looking back on that, you realize, and a lot of them died. It's like, shit,
A
man.
lot.
You're hoping they're getting better, and then I just said, fuck this.
And I hate to say it, but like then they start to see you and expect you to give them something. I mean, that's kind of like another thing. I could understand that getting old too. Like, even if you're just trying to go say
Well, what
hello
got
and not
old
do a
is, a
video.
lot of other people sent that stuff, and after a while, you're finding what you gave them. And somebody said, that, ham sandwich or whatever it is you gave Sally. Well, go look at back there. The rats were eating it last night. Shit like that.
Yeah.
I just got unmotivated, and it was just
Yeah.
and YouTube's a weird company, man. I mean,
Very. Especially like when you're doing that kind of raw
oh yeah,
content.
you can
They don't
forget
like
doing
it.
that. No, back in the day they promoted it. Well, it's not like that
Oh, yeah.
anymore, and then they started, like, I got a strike as an example for showing how to save a mouse that got caught in a sticky trap.
Yep.
I got a strike for that. What the fuck? And
Well,
then
it's
they
not
say
fun
when
to
you
see,
appeal it,
but nice to know how to do it.
yeah, when you appeal it, you can, a human looks at it. So a human looked at it and thought, yeah, this is fucked up. The strike stays. And you do a few things like that. And like, then I bought like copyrighted music, so I didn't get hassled over that. And now, like, even if you pay for music that you purchased to attach to a song, you'll still get it like you didn't. So for
Wow.
those reasons and others, you got to fill out all this shit. I just got tired of fucking with YouTube. But really, what really did it was, I went to a classical pianist concert here about 6 weeks ago.
Yep.
And it just so happened I got to talk to the guy for about 20 minutes at like the break. and just the people around there. And I always kind of wanted to learn how to play a musical instrument. And my interaction with those people, talking to this guy, and it's like, you know what, this YouTube stuff's a waste of time. I need to start reading more. I need to, if you want to learn to play the piano, you got to play the piano, not be fucking around on YouTube all the time.
Yeah, watching people play.
Yeah, like, no, it's a waste of time, man.
Do it.
You get around, I tell people all the time, you go around, you look at successful Jews and Asians.
Yeah.
They're not on YouTube.
No, they're doing it. They're
doing it. Yeah, they're out there. They're in the school. Nobody down there in that whole concert venue that time, including the pianist himself, is fucking around YouTube.
No. If you probably asked him about it, he'd probably either not even know or say he didn't have time for that.
Didn't have time. Didn't have time. And like this bullshit that I was putting up, you know, I get 186,000 subscribers, and you got some neurosurgeon that separated two Siamese twins, and they both lived, and they're doing well, and he's got fucking 9 views. Right. He was 37 years old before he got his first paycheck, and I just didn't want to be part of that bullshit. I mean, I know all this subscriber stuff's a bunch of shit, and I never really thought I was going to do that. Never once did I ever say subscribe, like, send you some fucking stupid corny T-shirt with Chosen One on it. It's like, fuck all that stuff, man. This whole thing is pure bullshit. It is.
It really is, and most people are just trying to make a buck. They don't even care about the content they're putting up.
No, and I feel sorry for these people because, like, some of these classical music's dead in the United States, but it's not in other countries like Japan and Germany and Austria. And you look at these classical music, I mean, these fucking guys, man, you talk about discipline, you know, and
well, actually, I worked for a guy, and that's what he listened to, but he was also a audiophile and, like, was super into, like, speakers and the need, like, everything you need to be into sound. And he had these things like tubes. I don't even know, I don't really want to talk about it because I don't know about it and I'll sound stupid. But my point is that no, it's not dead, but it's not as big as it used to be. I mean, when I was growing up, my mom, like, used to play Andre Bocelli and stuff like that, and just a bunch of, like, classical music just for fun.
That's great. Did you come from, like, a middle class background?
No, lower middle class, I would say.
How did you were on heroin for a while, weren't you?
Yes.
How'd that happen?
Okay, well, actually, I was messing around with, like, the Vicodins and stuff like that, just stealing them out of my parents' closet. And then I had a buddy at high school in a like a trade school.
Yeah.
And he just came over one day, him and another buddy, and my mom was also sick with cancer at the time, and, like, life was really bad. I was probably in a vulnerable spot, I could say, but I don't know. I was still curious. I did it. And then I tried it, and it only took one time, and it was done.
Really?
Yep, only one time, and it was done. And then I didn't even really want people around. Like, I wanted to go get it myself. I wanted to do, it was crazy. I got, like, possessed. I believe it possesses.
I believe it. Yeah, I think you're right.
And yeah, it's very strange. And then
how long did that last?
Oh God, probably like 7-8 years, I would say. And then I just got sick and tired, and I just went to rehab. That didn't work out. I actually quit, like, once I got out, and just was sick of living that way, and got on Suboxone. But like I said to you, now my doctor is kind of my, dealer, because I rely on this medicine, and now I'm getting off of this medicine, and it's not easy. But
no, I've had people tell me that it's harder to get off Suboxone than it is heroin. Do you believe any of that?
100%, because it's a synthetic. When I kicked heroin, yes, it was bad, but it was not. This is your bone. It gets in your bones so badly, and your bones just hurt so bad.
It's interesting you say that. I got a book. I haven't read it yet. I saw it about a month ago and I bought it. But basically, is the difference in the chemical reactions you can take. As an example, Suboxone, right? Like you've experienced.
Or methadone.
You can do this with a lot of things. There's a lot of chemicals you can do this. The synthetic version will be molecularly the exact same formula of everything.
Correct.
with different manifestations, and they don't know why.
It's very strange, and it's very like also person to person kind of thing, because
Yeah.
there's people that it doesn't affect them as bad, and then there's other people that, you
Yeah.
know, and it also depends on, you know, where you're at in your Suboxone. I mean, there's people that, you know, take a lot of like 3 strips a day. There's people that take a half strip. It's all like dependent on that too. But
Yeah.
coming off of it, yeah, I would say it is
Oh,
hard.
yeah. But would you say it's an upgrade?
100%.
Okay.
Life is way more manageable. I mean, because like for instance, I can have an appointment and know what my life's gonna look like.
Yeah.
You know, if I have to be at work at 8 o'clock and my guy's not answering his phone till 9:30, I can't get to work. I'm
Yeah.
shitting and puking in my car, begging this
Really?
guy. Yes, I'm begging just to be able to be a normal person. And you show up to work and you're fucked up, you're late, and that doesn't last with people. So Suboxone, I can get up, have my dose, do my day, and live my life. It's it still sucks because yeah, I have to go to the doctors and do all that, but it's not the same. And like I say, heroin like possesses you, where you fuck people over, and then you have people mad at
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
for and that stuff. I
No,
know
I mean,
people say they don't care when they're on drugs, but that stuff messes with you and everyone when you know that you've done bad.
no, and you know this too. You know, as being there, that for women, sucking a dick is nothing.
Oh, that's ice cream. That's a walk in the
Yeah.
park. That is
Yeah.
nothing.
Right. That's
I
it.
mean,
Now, did you rack up any kind of criminal record during those days?
yep, of course. It's almost impossible not to unless you're. I mean, if you're out there doing it like that, they don't have to catch you once. You have to be good every day. And I
Yeah,
wasn't,
you're right. You're
you
right.
know,
What'd you get caught buying?
uh, no, not buying, but possession of it. So, yeah.
Traffic stop?
Yep. I was in a CVS parking lot in Detroit, and a narcotics officer pulled up right behind me. I think that there was an informant that,
Yeah, I bet you're right. They call it a
because
whisper stop.
they told the other people to kick rocks and start walking, and they were just focused on me, and I don't know, that was not good. So
How did they have a right to search that car though without your consent?
I have no idea. These guys were in plain clothes. I actually thought we were getting robbed at first, and they ran up to the car with their guns pointed at us and pulled me out of the car. And they like first thing they did was like grab my shorts and just pull them forward. Looked at my um area down there. Probably I
Yeah,
don't know what I can say on here, but
yeah,
yeah. And I was actually like thinking that these guys were robbing us until they showed us their badges and handcuffed me and put me in their car. And I was even still like, is this a real, like, what is really going on here? And then
yeah.
it happened so fast, and they knew. That's why I said, like, I think they had a tip or something. They knew where everything was. And I actually like they just told me to go for that. Like, I didn't get in trouble for that or anything. They made me call my mom. I was like 17 at that time. I was really young. So, and these guys were not playing around. Like, I could tell that I didn't get a charge for that, but I got charges for other things like uh, stealing money from work and stuff like that, which really
Yeah,
sucked. So, not
yeah,
a direct consequence from a drug,
yeah.
thankfully. That's not on my record, but other stuff is, and
Now,
DUIs and stuff like that.
do you get painted into a corner to where just eventually you're going to get caught because, like you
Oh, I
say,
got very lucky because I don't know what really was going on with that investigation or whatnot, but yeah, I mean, think about it. I would have been 17 years old with a felony, and I didn't even start my life yet. I wasn't even like, I was still living at home, and yeah, it'll mess you up.
were you able to work at all?
Well, I mean, I would get jobs, and then I just wouldn't care. I would, like I said, be late or be sick at work, and they would just think something's up, or I could never keep a job until I got on the Suboxone and actually like have a good job and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and
Do
actually,
you think there are people out there that are active heroin addicts that it doesn't affect their work?
150%. You would be very surprised to know the people that actually use that drug and are 100% functional. They just, figure out a way to be a disciplined drug addict, which is hard because, like, most people will get stuff, the night before, and they can't leave a little bit till the morning. They have to do it all. They're pigs. I understand because I'm that person. And then there's the other kind of people that discipline themselves with their money, or they have someone else, like a partner, doling it out to them. And yeah, they can do it, or just by themselves. And it's actually surprising when you find out how many people do it. It's like drinking.
Yeah. And how would you describe the feeling of taking that shit?
Imagine being cold your entire life, and then you finally got a blanket put on you.
Really?
Yes.
Huh.
And you got
And then
warm.
how long does that last?
Well, when you first start doing it, it lasts all day. But then once you get a tolerance to it, I would say uh, 3, 4 hours, maybe a little bit longer, depending also on the quality. That's really dependent on it.
Now, did you need that so bad that you just rolled the dice on the fentanyl?
See, I was very blessed when I was in running around. There was none of that on the streets, at least where I was, that I was aware of. But there, it could have been, and I wouldn't have known, and I wouldn't have cared. I really
Yeah,
wouldn't
that's
have
what I
cared
think.
if
Yeah. I
if
know
it.
girls, prostitutes, their roommate died and they were trying to track down the dealer to buy some for themselves.
Oh, it's sick because when someone dies off of something, they're like, "Oh, that's the good stuff.
Yeah.
That's what will kill you." Like, I'm not even joking. It's a sick. Like I say,
No, I
it's a
know.
mental struggle as well
Yeah.
with, like, trying to deal with all that stuff. It makes you very sick.
And what was your relationship with your heroin dealers? Were they assholes? Some were decent people. Were they all their fault, not yours? How do
Um,
you feel about those people?
I I had many different ones and many different relationships. I had one that worked at, like, some kind of medical office that it was kind of just a hi bye thing, and then I had one that I, like, went over to Thanksgiving with, and it was weird, but that's how close. I mean, we saw each other every single day. It was kind of weird.
Do you blame the drug dealer?
Oh, he did nothing. He was just. I mean, I would have, if he wasn't there. I would have went somewhere else. No,
You
it
don't.
has nothing. Nope, I don't, because I mean, I for one time he had some cocaine, and I was like, oh, I want to mix it, and he's like, oh, I'm not gonna let you do that, and I was like, what? Like, you're selling me, but you're telling me how to use it and stuff like that, and um but I would have done it regardless if it was him or somebody else. So no, I don't blame the dealers, and most of the time they're trying to make, I mean, just to get by. Let's be real. Not many
Yeah.
people are selling drugs and living great lives.
Oh, they're not.
I would say the majority of them are not, like, living good lives and stuff like that. Like, you might have, like, a cool car and, whatever, but
Yeah.
it can all be gone in just a second.
Yeah.
It's a volatile life.
Yeah. Did any of your dealers ever get caught?
Yes. The one that I went to Thanksgiving with.
And do you know how that happened?
Um, because he used to have a bunch of crackheads at his house, and there was a school nearby, and they broke into the school and robbed it, and then the house got raided, and just, like, dumb stuff, something dumb like that, and he got caught and went to prison.
He did.
Yes. Yep.
Is he still there, you think?
I actually think he is. It's been, like, quite a while. I don't even really look people up like that anymore, but yeah,
Yeah.
I think he is. Because he
Did you
had
get
other stuff too going on that he was, like, wanted for and stuff. He was wild.
Yeah, did you ever were you ever paranoid buying from people?
Oh yeah, definitely. Because I mean, more of the people I didn't know that I would be like, paranoid off of, but the paranoia was not getting the drug, not it being laced or anything. I honestly didn't care. I was just like, I think they're gonna rob me. Or I mean, God forbid, I don't know, try to steal my car. You never know about like when you're going to someone you don't know
Yeah.
and someone it's like, oh, you can trust this person. It's like, but can I? Like, I don't know. So yes, I did.
And what's your opinion on needle exchange?
I think it's one of the best things because, like I said, these people are going to do it regardless. And if it can stop them from sharing and using old, dirty ones,
Yeah.
I think that's a good thing because it's inevitable.
Yeah. And like, could you have been high on heroin and still drove a car?
Oh, yeah, yeah. But I mean, then I can also be way too messed up and not. So, yeah, it just depends on the level. I think of it like, I don't know. I heard this thing one time about like, it's like a cup of, it's like a cup in your brain and like it fills up with water. And this cup, like you're trying to keep it constantly full of, so you're like okay, well, and high, but like you can get too high if that makes sense when you're just on a nod and stuff. And so many people crash their cars being high on heroin.
Yeah. If you were high on heroin, could you bullshit your way out of a traffic stop?
I have. Oh yeah, yeah. I blew a
Really?
red light one time, and I was literally one turn away from home, and I was so messed up that I was like gearing up as he was walking up to the car for me to go to jail. Like I was smoking a cigarette, like it was going out of style.
Interesting.
Yeah, but he was just like, "Oh, you ran a red light," and he like looked at me and everything, and just like, "Make sure you make it home okay." Like I had a lot of lucky things happen, but
Yeah.
still, it was, yeah, not good.
Now, how about the women you cross paths with? Did you just think these are bad news or?
Well, you just always know what's up. You just like these chicks are gonna do what they gotta do, and they're not willing to work. They're gonna go get it from a guy. Like, so if you're gonna get like attached or something, if you're talking about that kind of thing, like a
Yeah. Yeah.
relationship,
Yeah.
that just comes with the territory. So,
Gotcha.
and like I said, I just believe that when men do it, it's one thing, but when women do it, it's just
Yeah.
so
I
different
agree.
for them.
I agree. Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, I feel
Men are,
bad.
yeah. Did you, looking back and other heroin addicted acquaintances, were some of them like super cool people?
Yes, yes, super cool people that, I mean, I guess in a way that they were good people just doing the wrong thing. And yeah, like I said, a lot of it happened in high school, so it was like weird because everyone was so young, and it was, I'd like show up to the house and there'd be somebody from like the football team starting to do it, and I'm like, whoa, okay, like I didn't even know. But then you get to know that person and they're a good person and stuff like that to a degree, because you always think that they'll do anything to get what they need.
Yeah. Nowadays, how old are you now, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm in my like later 30s.
Okay. So an 18-year-old comes up to you because they heard your experience.
Yes.
What are you going to say to them to get them to not try heroin?
Okay, so they haven't tried it. I would, I mean, I would just tell them that nothing good is going to come out of it. And once you do it, you can never forget it. It's not like you can get it out of your brain, that feeling. And um, it's a whole lifestyle and path that is nothing but trouble, death, and pretty much just struggling just to get that one substance that, you can have so many other things in life, but when you're on that, yeah, that is all that matters. Love doesn't matter, friends, family, food, like nothing matters to you besides that one thing. And if you're going to decide to try it, just know that your life can change for the rest of your life just from one time. And that's if you live nowadays. Nowadays, with all the fentanyl mixed in there, it's almost guaranteed you're going to get a bad bag. It's almost guaranteed at this point because of how much is out there and how cheap it is. So
Yeah.
you're really rolling the dice with your life. There's people out there that care about you, that love you. And yeah, it's bad and you don't want to feel this way right now, but heroin's going to make you feel way, way worse than you feel at this moment. And life can change in an instant.
Now, with that said, do you ever miss getting high?
Absolutely. Because it makes every problem, every stress, every worry just vanish, melt away. But what comes with it it's not worth it. It's not worth the price I have to pay in
What do
my
you
life.
think of some of the programs I've tried in Denmark and Holland where they just give you as much as you want?
I mean, it's just going to keep them going, but at least they know that it's not a bad bag. Like I said, it's kind of like the needle exchange. Like you know what you're getting, or you're not risking buying it on the street and the guy taking half of it and putting fentanyl in it to make it right. Like it's just you can go to a place and know what you're getting. So I think it's a good thing. I mean, but it's not going to make people wake up and say, "Well, I'm not going to go there today." It's not because they know they can go there. So it's up to when they're done doing that or living that lifestyle, then they're done. But if they're providing it for them, it's making it easier for them, but it's safer for them. It's safer.
And it does take the criminal element out of it, right?
Absolutely, because I'm okay, think about this. A single woman, she wakes up, she's sick, and she doesn't have a place like that. What does she have to do? She has to go out and make money somehow. Well, in Quebec or wherever you said, they know that they can go to the clinic, get well, and go home and be safe, or wherever. It's just safer, and it takes a lot of the crime out of it and the danger for men too.
Did you ever suspect with your experience that the government's involved, and if they really wanted to end it, they could?
If the government, are you
With
asking if the
regard to
government?
the availability of heroin,
Ooh, that's a good
did you ever
question.
suspect it was just part of an economy? You got probation.
Absolutely.
You think so?
Yeah, because like for instance, I mean, the amount of things that you have to do while you're on these programs and the amount of money you have to spend on to the courts. If you don't have a support system, you're screwed. And I believe even just I think the government allows it to a certain degree because they keep the jails full, they keep the rehabs full, they keep the jails full, and it's I don't know if they really wanted to stop it. Ugh, it would be hard, but I feel like they are more allowing it than trying to stop it. They just tell everybody that, oh, it's bad, we're trying to stop this, we got this huge bust, but how many times in America have they been caught using heroin for war like money and stuff? You don't think they just use that in America for control? I bet they do.
Really?
It's
Did
super
you ever
addictive.
did you
And
ever suspect or know of instances where you think the cops planted drugs?
oh, not personally. No, not personally. I mean, of course, I've watched stuff on the internet, but I definitely, I believe it happens.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think you're right.
I
I've
mean,
had prostitutes tell me that we're truthful about everything. Why are they going to lie about that?
yeah, I mean, they're telling you the most, I guess, they're
Yeah, yeah,
being as,
crazy as shit, like a thousand
yeah,
times worse.
why would they lie about something as petty?
Yeah,
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 I
yeah.
believe it. And, sometimes the cops, they have it out for them, because they're jealous or they want them women or you never know, and cops can be dirty for sure. Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, and during your interaction with cops, were they super rude?
I would actually say more calm than rude more of the time, but then again, I'm one of those people that I'm just compliant because I know that if I'm being an asshole or trying to be a jerk, it's not going to go my way and I'm already in the wrong. I know I'm trying to get away with something rather than cause more problems. But yes, I have had cops who are just jerks because they're jerks and nothing you can do about it. You can be all yes officer, no
Yeah.
officer, hands visible, everything. And they're pissed from 3 stops ago where that guy gave them a problem. That's just how
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you ever think about, like, when you consider the origins of heroin,
Yep.
where it comes from?
Hmm.
Isn't it just like interesting how it ends up and you're
It's one of the
buying it?
most interesting things ever. It's all the way over in Afghanistan
Yeah.
and it comes all the way over here and
Yeah.
lands in a neighborhood near you.
Right.
It's insane. That's why when you ask me the government question, it's like, how does that happen? Like, and I've like listened to stories about these like Delta guys, and they were over there protecting those fields at one point, and
Yeah,
it's
they
like,
were.
why are we paying Americans to protect heroin fields? What do you think that's for?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, I don't know. Hopefully that answered your question. I'm sorry if I interrupted you.
No, no, no. You're right. And I know wealthy women in the 1920s had a big problem with heroin addiction.
Yeah, I mean, and look at even ecstasy with, housewives back in the day. They used to prescribe that because, they were bored or, sad at home and they're like, "Here, just take some of this MDMA." And
Yeah.
it's crazy how back in the day things were way different than they are now, and I'm sure that there's a lot of wealthy men as well that struggle with it. I mean, look at rock stars.
Yeah. Do you think marijuana is a gateway drug?
It can be.
And is that because of the people you associate with?
Well, put it this way. I mean, it's trying a drug and you're opening yourself up to trying a drug. And if you're one day smoking and then the guy next to you pulls out a tab of acid and everyone does it like it's taking a sip of water, you might be tempted to do it because you've already tried weed. Yeah, I think it can be for some people. And then there's other people that they try it and they're like, you know what? I'm good on like scaring myself with drugs. Like they get scared from it. My mom always told me that. Like I was scared of getting high or getting too messed up, but she's like tried pot.
Yeah.
So,
Did your mom ever, I'm sure that you had discussions about with your mom where she voiced her disappointment?
oh God, shit, yeah, yeah, definitely. And till this day, it's like I feel like I'm trying to make up for it. I feel like it's just I'm not a parent, but I can't imagine watching your kid go through something like that. And like she just looked at me once and she's like, the scariest part is like there's nothing I can do. Like when it comes to the courts or the addiction, like it's just out of my hands and it's so scary. And
Yeah.
I felt terrible.
Do
I
you
feel
think there's
terrible.
do you think there's a genetic component?
Oh yeah, because my family's all alcoholics, and it's very similar to alcoholism.
Yeah.
It's the
If a
same thing.
young kid asked you about marijuana use, what would you say to that?
Honestly, like I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. I don't. I really don't. But it like I would just tell them about how it can be a gateway drug. It can do those things, but honestly, I don't think marijuana is the worst thing in the world. And I think most people who use marijuana don't go out and then start smoking crack or using heroin or doing hard drugs, the majority. But it can happen to a certain fraction of people.
Gotcha. So you've been sober how long?
I've been sober now, let's see, since 2017. So, or wait, yeah, 17. So that would be like almost 9 years now.
And it feels good?
It does feel good. And like you said, when you hit that 5 year mark and life is beating you up and you're like, is this really worth it? That is a war in your head. You have to
I
fight
bet it
every
is.
day
I bet it is.
because when you're having the worst day ever and life's pooping on you all day and you don't feel like dealing with it anymore, and you know there is something out there that can make this all just go away for a little bit, and to make yourself strong enough not to go out and use it's tough.
Do you think say no to drugs is kind of a joke?
Absolutely. I think
It
I
is.
I think I because like I think those people actually like they're saying that, but that's not what they're really doing.
Yeah, right. Could you think of an alternative program that may get better results? Or we're always just going to have a faction of people that are going to try it no matter what anybody says?
Yeah, that's kind of a weird line because I feel like yeah, there's always going to be people that are going to do what they do, but as far as like trying to educate, having more people that have actually been through stuff go and talk to these people instead of a dare officer or just someone that's actually been through it that can maybe get through to some of these kids that I that might help more, but it's hard to make these young people listen. I just know when you're that young, it's like you think you know everything in the world and you're going to figure it out on your own and all that, but it's better to educate them with people that have been through it. Because I was in therapy once and she's like, I have an addiction to Starbucks. This was the girl running the class, and she's like, I'll do anything to get my Starbucks in the morning. And I was like, so you'll suck a dick in the morning to get that stuff? Like,
Yeah.
you know what that's like? Like, you know what
Yeah, I bet.
it's.
I think she was full of shit.
She was, and I didn't respect the class after. I was like,
No,
this
it turned you
person,
off.
yeah, I mean, this person's
Yeah.
like telling me about the, and
Yeah.
she was trying to relate. I understand that, but I was like, I just can't listen to this person. Like they have no idea. And
Yeah.
yeah,
I was watching a couple comedians one night. They were both heroin addicts, cocaine, all that fucking shit. And the guy says, he's talking about his drug addiction. And the guy says, well, I was worse than you. And he said, oh, really? How's that? He said, have you ever snorted cocaine off a 10-inch black dick? He said, no. He said, well, then you weren't worse than me.
see, yes, exactly. I should have asked Starbucks chick that.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. No, you say to that lady, she'd say, oh, hell no, I wouldn't suck a dick for a Starbucks. As a matter of fact, get out of here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what a great class. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I guess, I
Yeah, I'm
think that would
addicted
be a,
to fucking Starbucks. We had somebody on here doing that fucking shit too one night. We're talking about all this shit you can get addicted to.
yeah.
And she's fucking telling us that fucking quitting coffee's harder to get off that than quitting heroin. It's like, fuck you. Yeah,
Well,
it's fucking nuts.
you can go to Kroger right now and there's shelves of it for you to grab. You don't have to go to
Yeah,
any
no, exactly right. You're not
sketchy
fucking
ass
robbing
neighborhood.
anybody if you're
Yeah,
fucking French roast.
no,
It's
no.
fucking
And if
crazy.
you are, you have more mental problems than coffee.
Fuck yeah. Yeah, you're actually worse than a fucking heroin addict because you've lost your
Absolutely.
fucking sense.
Yeah,
Yep,
absolutely.
exactly right. Did you ever cross paths with people that were in positions that you just wouldn't have believed that were active heroin
Oh
addicts?
yeah, yes, yes, and yeah, absolutely, and especially in rehabs because there's like people there trying to save their jobs. There's people there that are um, have really good careers and jobs that they're like they're about to lose it all, and their work's making them go there, and they're still sitting there saying like, I don't even know if this is gonna come close to working. Like I have to go back to life, and life. They have a good life. They have a good, nice house. They have a
Yeah.
wife. They have cars. They have children. They have maybe a vacation. All that, and they're still like, this drug is my. It has a hold of me, and it's sad. So
Yeah.
yeah, I've seen people in positions that are like, whoa, and then I've also seen people like, in like the AA communities or NA communities that have been sober a long time, and then they go back off, and it's like, whoa, whoa, like they were a pillar like at this place, and I
Oh
like,
yeah, no, I
I
yeah.
never thought they would go back out, and yeah, it's yeah.
In a weird way, do you understand how a guy with a nice wife, nice kid, nice house, nice career just flips that switch one day?
Well, I'm gonna give an example. How we were talking about the pain medication earlier.
Yeah.
Let's say he has a bad back from hurting his back at work and goes to the doctor and they tell him, nope, no more. And like you said, he wakes up the next day and he's really hurt. And then he goes to work and this guy walks up to him and says, hey, just sniff this little line like right here and don't worry about paying me. And you do that and you're fine. And like, it's easy for someone in that position. Now, people that are just living a normal life and then decide like to do something like that, I guess it could be just like interested in it, and then they try it like when they're, think that they can't be sucked in by it, and it does suck you in. I think that happens with a lot of rich people in cocaine because they like to party, they have a lot of money, and they're like, oh, I'll just try this once, and then it can be a bad problem for a lot of rich people because it's one of the most expensive drugs because there's never enough, and they have the money to do it.
And could you tell after using heroin whether it was any good or not?
Oh, absolutely. I could almost like by like the smell, I can tell like on the look of the like the powder, like how it's powder, like you can tell sometimes like just by that.
Yeah, I
But
remember
yeah,
Becky
when
telling me
using
that.
it,
Yeah.
that's the 100% test. Like that's when you're not like, because you might think it's crappy and it might not be, or you might think it's really good and it not be. So until you actually use it, then you know instantly, and you know if you got ripped off instantly.
You
You'll
do.
know. Yeah, you'll be more mad than um satisfied. You'll be like, oh, I have to go back out. Like that was a waste. I mean, it was
Yeah.
something, but it was nothing.
Did you always get it in that little like tinfoil?
A lot of the times it was in lottery cards, like the things that you fill the little bubbles in with, and you
Yeah.
fold it up into that one. Or if it was more than that, it would just be like in a bag.
Did you ever fuck up and dump it?
Oh yeah, for sure. I had the air conditioning on one time in the passenger seat and opened one, and it just, and I was like, oh my, oh my god! Like I had like a crisis. Like
Yeah.
it was ridiculous. It was ridiculous. Yeah, but yeah, I definitely done that.
And when you would get it and you'd look at it, could you ever tell by the amount of powder that was there whether it was bullshit or good?
Well, I mean, if it's way too much, like if you spend $10 and it looks like a $30 bag, like you're like, what the heck? Like
Yeah. Yeah.
that's not right. But yeah, you can't really tell until you use it because, like I said, there's a lot of tricks to it. And I'm on the East Coast, and we have a lot of China White out here. On the West Coast, that's all black tar. So there's that too, where you can get two different kinds of heroin, and then there's people that are just selling broken up oxycontins as heroin, and now the fentanyl. So
Gotcha. What is the difference between the different coasts?
why is it that way?
Yeah.
Because China ships it to the East Coast, and in Mexico they make it and bring it up to. That's what I'm guessing. Do I know that for sure? I have no idea, but it's just my opinion. Through Miami and all those ports down there where they're running all those drugs, I believe that's where China's sending it through, or at least the people that are making the powdered stuff, or in Canada coming down also. But I know Mexico being connected right there to California slash the whole border right there. That's
Yeah.
where a lot of the
Baja.
black
Yeah.
tar is. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you see these big busts where they pull over these semi trucks full of shit, do you think that's just like an advertising attempt it's one out of 1,000, and the other
Well,
999 trucks are on their way to delivery.
absolutely, because I believe there's people that are so poor that if you go up to them and say, "Are you willing to do this amount of time in prison? We'll take care of your family." You're just going to get busted because we're going to send 1,000 trucks by while you get busted. I believe that 100% that there's
Do you
people
really?
that are that broken and that want to help their family out. They're willing to go do prison time over it. They're that poor.
Really?
I do believe that 100% that there's people out there being busted on their own call. Like, this is a
Yeah.
job of getting busted. So, like you
Yeah.
said, 1,000 other ones can just blow right by and look what we got over here. Meanwhile, I mean, when you're
Yeah.
doing that amount, that is nothing. I mean, that's nothing to lose that to them. They're getting more through with them being distracted. It's actually they're making more money by them busting them.
Doesn't it seem insane to you to try to smuggle heroin through an airport?
Absolutely insane nowadays, but I see why people do it is because you start mentally thinking about not being able to do it. And like, let's say I don't know, have a 3-hour flight. You're already feeling dope sick and you're not even dope sick because you're mentally going into an anxiety attack. And then you get, like I say, the possession takes over and you're like, you know what? I'll just stick it between my nuts or tie it onto my string and let it hang like between my legs or put it in your ass. And then
Yeah.
they have an x-ray. And it's like, sir, that's not looking normal. You see a lot of these come through here a day and you're looks like you got something right there. So I think
Oh.
it's ridiculous to do, but it happens for sure. I mean, people do it all different ways.
You ever come
I
up with a dollar amount you think you blew on heroin?
Oh God, I don't know. I have not added it up like that. I really haven't. I mean, let's say the least amount I would spend in a day would be $20. The most amount of the most I would spend is the most amount of money I had. So that could be $500, could be
Oh,
nine
that's
hundred
really
bucks.
true.
Oh yeah, because like it's always up and down. I mean,
No, it's funny you should
sometimes
say that, because I can remember talking to a couple of prostitutes, and they said they'd spend 20 if they had it and 500 if they had it.
it did not matter. And like buying food, that didn't matter. Buying cigarettes was like painful. Like, oh, it's just taking away from like everything. Like it rules you. So yeah, but you will spend if you found a winning scratch off ticket for 10 grand, you'd probably spend 9,500 on drugs and 500 on whatever, rooms or
Really?
something. Yeah.
Do you think when somebody sees a drug addict on the street and they give them $10, hoping they buy a Big Mac, that's any form of enabling?
Are the people that are giving the money enabling the person to use drugs by giving them money?
Yeah, when in
I
their
guess it
mind,
depends how you
they're
look
giving
at
them
it.
drugs for a Happy Meal.
Right. Right. I mean, I don't think it's really enabling because like you should do that for yourself. Like if you want to give someone some money, you shouldn't worry if they spend it on drugs. It's I guess no, I don't think it's enabling. No, and
Yeah,
it's on
they
that
used to
person.
say to me all the time when I was out there doing it,
Of
I had
course.
my fair share of enemies, that how I even had some drug addicts ask me this during interviews.
Yeah.
Like, how would I feel if that $10 I gave them, they overdosed? I told them I'd sleep like a fucking baby,
That
because
wasn't
that's
up to
not
you.
why I gave them the $10.
You didn't hold a gun to their head and say
No,
you
I
better
did.
go
That's not
do
why I gave
this.
him $10. It's
Yeah.
true. Maybe I'm naive, but when I gave him $10, there were no strings attached, and it was a small stipend for their time.
Yes.
Yeah, in a perfect world, I wish they'd go and buy a toothbrush. But
Like
I'm not
yeah.
that naive. But I never, if somebody would have died on it, happened to be the $10 I gave him, it wouldn't bother me, because that's not why I gave it to him. It'd be like buying a tricycle for your neighbor kid and they get
Yeah.
run over by an 18-wheeler. Would you never buy a bike for a kid again? I mean, it's fucking stupid.
It's very naive to think that way. And those people that are out there or commenting saying, I cannot believe you just gave that person $20 for talking to them. It's like, well, you know what? this is they need to make money, and they're stopping and giving me their time, and I appreciate their time, and I'm trying to, give them something because they gave me their time, and whatever they decide to do with it, that's not up to you. I mean, even if they give it away, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Like, that's not on you. That's whatever they want to
And
do with it.
do you believe there's any truth to some of the great music that's been played is because of use on heroin when they wrote the lyrics?
100%.
Really?
Look at the music back then when everyone was using it, and now look at the music. It's terrible. There was good music. Look at Jimi Hendrix. I mean, I could just, all the good bands,
Yeah,
man.
but you really believe that?
I do. I believe that.
And with regard to addiction and the chemical reaction, what part is that creating that you couldn't get sober?
What
is
Ask that one
heroin
more time.
doing to your brain to create those lyrics that you couldn't get sober?
Because I feel like some people feel like when they do it, they can get into their creativity. So they feel like every time I do this, I need to be on this substance. Like, there's some people that can't cook a dinner without a glass of wine. They believe, I like to have a glass of wine while I'm cooking. That way I can relax. I can do this. And I believe, like, with music, they could either feel like they could get more into their creativity, or they actually were. And I also believe there's other people that can't use and be creative, but they're using outside of maybe making music.
Yeah, gotcha.
Because you can get, like, so high where you can't play a guitar or sing into a microphone without sounding absolutely ridiculous. But a lot of songs were made by people mumbling just to a
Bob
guitar
Dylan.
riff. Yep.
Bob
And
Dylan.
then all of a sudden you have a huge hit song off of some guy nodding out, just chicken finger, like, what, just making sounds. And it's like, okay, like, it
Yeah.
happens.
Do you think
Ozzy.
drug use in any way through the culture was glorified at one time?
Absolutely, especially like the 90s with the heroin chic models and the movies that were coming out, like Train Spotting, all that stuff, definitely glorified. And then you have the rock stars that are like idolized, and look what they're doing. Look what's cool. I mean, even someone later I think of is like Amy Winehouse and her music. I mean,
Yeah.
she's saying a lot about her struggles and addictions, and yeah,
You would agree then that with Amy Winehouse, there was a point that came in her life where nobody was going to save her.
absolutely. She was so. Oh yeah, I believe that. That's definitely. She was just so far gone, and
And I think maybe Prince too.
absolutely. I mean, look at even Michael Jackson, the top pop star. I mean, known around this globe, and this guy's using doctor medication every single day of his life. I mean, his belly was filled with Vicodin when he was uh, found dead and stuff. And it's like, yeah, these people get crazy with it.
Does it make sense that like stardom could turn you into a drug addict?
Oh yeah, 100%, because you want to fit in. Like I said earlier with the cocaine and rich people, let's say you're a celebrity and you're at some kind of party and all the cool people that you look up to are doing this thing, and you want to feel like you want to fit in. 100%. I could see stardom being a huge gosh, I mean, there's so many people that would just want to be famous for a second, and if doing some drugs got you that fame or got you close to it, yeah.
And I think that that's the same thing that got a bunch of people who otherwise wouldn't have touched it with a 10-foot pole get caught up into that young pussy on that Epstein's island.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You're over there. You got fucking Harvard professors, presidents, and ex-presidents, and all this young pussies around. You're eating king crab legs and fondue, $1,500 a bottle of wine. All of a sudden, nobody's really giving a fuck. I mean, you're not in the United States. Yeah, they look young, but you're not checking their ID.
No, why? I mean, you're so fucked up yourself. You're thinking, I'm having the time of my life. Look at me. I'm on an island. I flew out private.
Yeah,
I'm
and
sitting
you know
next
people
to
that were doing the same thing 15 years ago, and it's going to
Bob
last
just did it
forever.
last week. Yeah, yeah. It's like it's I could see how that could happen, but with that whole Epstein thing, I don't know what to think about it. It's so strange.
Well, I'll tell you what
And
to think about it. I think he got at the
please,
highest level possible. I mean,
I do too.
he was hard. He got that's the opposite end of the lowest level. He had
Yeah.
dignitaries. He was flying private jets and Gulfstreams over there, and had all these people roped in. And I don't think it's any accident that he came up dead.
Oh no, I don't think it's an accident either because he had a mouth and he had a lot of information to give. And
Oh fuck yeah!
I mean, I don't know. I'm surprised the girl's still alive, but then again, I don't know if she. Who knows what kind of threat she's under? But the Ghislaine person.
Exactly right. And that's just the young sex shit over there. I bet there were all sorts of drugs over there too.
I'm sure that there was so many drugs, and they haven't even talked about that because if you're doing human smuggling, who gives a shit if you throw a couple kilos of cocaine or
Yeah,
heroin into the
yeah.
plane? I'll
Well,
make that.
that human trafficking shit didn't, really get popular until like the last decade.
Same
I
with
mean,
like pimping and pandering. I mean,
yeah, even
back,
Christopher Columbus fucking kidnapped women and took them back with him.
I mean,
Nobody gave a fuck. I mean,
think the
now,
cavemen, they
there's,
would, go ahead.
yeah. There's guys sitting in prison that gave rides to escorts and crossed the state lines from Ohio to Michigan as a sex trafficker.
Absolutely. And if that, if that female decides to say that you made her
Yeah,
do that, you're fucked. I mean,
you're
there's
fucked.
nothing you can do about it.
No,
There's nothing you
no,
can do. You
there's
could
no
cry
defense.
to, you can cry to the cows come home. It ain't gonna happen nowadays where, you go try to pick up a girl and the cops just do nothing unless you're like in an insane place like LA or
Yeah,
something like that.
Miami
Because,
Beach.
yeah, and a charge like that is not good to have. I mean, it's a serious offense to have something like that, and all you're doing is just trying to get a little something, something.
Yeah, you get on the sex offenders list for like all sorts of reasons.
Yeah, there's a million reasons that you could end up on there, and even like I think it's sad even when you think about the women that are deep in addiction and how many times they get picked up for prostitution and they're just trying to survive. They're not even like really wanting to do this stuff all the time. It's like they have to do it because they have no other way to survive. And then you get all, like you said, you just gather up all these charges and things that happen. And then, God forbid, they have like a pimp or something. And then it's bad out there. It's really bad.
Yeah.
You talk to
Yeah.
them.
Yeah. Did you ever discuss with your mother or your dad their alcohol addiction and what effect it could have had on you with potential drug addiction? Are you just looking at it from
Not
a
my
genetic?
father because he was he's always been running and gunning. He's still out there running and gunning, and I only like seen him like I saw him when I was like 14. I didn't see him again until I was in my 20s, and it was just very odd. But I just figured that he had what I had, or I had what he had, just the addiction gene that you're just sick and can't be a normal person. Now my mom, um, she didn't start like really drinking until she was way older, like in her late 30s, early 40s. That's like I guess when her alcoholism reared its head, and so it was kind of weird because I was already in addiction when she got started. So, which I think a lot of the stress of life and what was going on with her kids made her drink, and but as far as my like uncles and grandpa, yes, I did talk to my uncle one time about it, and he was telling me stuff that I had no idea that he was into and stuff. And he was trying to tell me. He really was. He was trying, and I respected him, but I didn't. I didn't listen. I didn't listen, and I always thought I have to find out for myself. Dumb.
Yeah.
Dumb.
And did your mom ever get on the wagon?
She's still trying to get back on it. It's a struggle. It's hard to see.
And how old were you when the cat got out of the bag with regard to your addiction?
Oh, let's see. I said I was 17, I think, when I first tried it, or maybe 16. I would say probably either 17 or 18 because my mom went into my room looking for something and opened up my top drawer, and it looked like a junk drawer, but it was a junkie drawer. It had a bunch of supplies and shit, and oh man, she lost it.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, she lost it. She didn't know what to do. She didn't know to cry, to beat me up, to hold me. She was like, I don't know what to do. No.
Do you have brothers or sisters?
I have one sibling. I have a sister.
And did she suffer from addiction?
Yes, from a completely opposite thing, Adderall.
And how'd that turn out?
She got off of it. She quit it, and I was so proud of her because she was so bad. I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe my sister's going down this path, and I was so scared that she was going to switch to the hard stuff, like meth or something, and she never did, and she just got off of it, and she had this terrible boyfriend that he was super addicted, so that, when you're in a relationship, two addicts, oh, it's so bad because you play off each other,
Yeah.
and yeah, she just decided that she was done with it and just stopped doing it. I was proud of her for that.
And do you notice your addiction manifesting itself in any other ways, like collecting baseball cards or golf tees or some shit like that?
Women.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Now, I want to ask you this straight out. Now, are you banging these chicks earlier than you would be normally because of your story?
Man, I had this coworker. She was my boss, and we went out and had a smoke break, and somehow she got me to talk, and after that, it was on. So yeah, I have had situations like that. I don't know if she found me because she was like a straight edge, never really even been around someone like that, and I'm like telling her, yeah, I'm done this, doing this, I'm over here now doing this. It's like she's like, what the hell? And then other times I've just had chicks that I was just friends with and never had even anything physical at all.
Yeah.
So
the boss, you ended up putting the wood to her?
yeah.
Yeah, and how'd that end?
Man.
How did that end?
Actually, it ended kind of fine. Like, if she called me today, I mean, we'd be friends. Like, she actually called me or texted me like years later and was like, hey, and I met up with her, and she actually had a kid and stuff, and it was weird because it's like we just ended on a good term, and now she's like doing something else. She just wanted to have another fling with me, like it was still in her head. Like, I got to get another taste of that. Because she hit me up,
Did you ever lay this on women, your experience, and it turned them off?
Yeah. Especially with, I'm like thinking of diseases, because it comes with like the territory a lot of times. Thankfully, I didn't pick up anything, but yeah, they'll be like, oh, so you got like AIDS, and it's like, no, I don't have AIDS. I'm just
and back
needles.
then, like in a euphoric state when you were on heroin, did you really give them a good dicking in a better level?
Oh God, sometimes it could be impossible to do, but then there's other times you can just go forever. I mean, you can just go, you'll never finish, so to speak. So yeah, you could put some work down.
Yeah.
And then they start asking you, is it me or something? It's like, no, trust me, it ain't you. Stay right there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so is this still a problem, women?
Sorry, one more time?
Is this still a problem, women, in your life?
Not as much, honestly. Like, I'm not as big of a piece of shit, so it's not like And I kind of feel bad for saying women now. I've just had a lot of cool chicks that I've hung out with and stuff, but yeah, I've had other manifestations like I had like model cars when I was a kid, but like after my addiction, I'm trying to think of like some clothes, I guess, or having nice shoes without holes in them. Um, I don't know. I guess I got more obsessed or addicted to being humbled, if that makes sense, and appreciating things.
Yeah.
I don't know. I it's weird. I didn't get like a baseball card collection that I was super addicted to, or video games. It wasn't the same as using drugs or anything like that. It never. I don't know. Yeah, I guess I didn't really have anything like that other than just being grateful for the simple things in life. And yeah,
Yeah. Did religion come into this at all?
no, 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 no. I honestly, when I was like in addiction, it like made me mad. Like I went to my uncle's house for a holiday, and he's very religious, and I was high when I got there, getting high in his bathroom, passing out at the kitchen table, and he's like yelling at my mom, like, "You need to do something for him." And he was like a super, like he would go to mass on Christmas at midnight, one of those kind of guys, and he tried giving me the
Yeah.
God talk, and I was like, dude, I need more help than prayer. Like I'm dying here. Like at that time, like I was like, I don't even want to hear it. Like I can't hear it. But now that I'm sober, I can appreciate people having, not feeling alone with their faith, like having something to be like, there's something bigger than me. There's someone I can pray to, talk to. So
Do you think Buckethead does dope?
maybe. I don't know. He could play the shit out of the guitar though. I
Yeah, he
don't
sure
know.
can.
I don't know, man. It's kind of like he's kind of one of those ones you don't know, but I it wouldn't surprise me. Put it that way.
I don't think you could remember all those fucking riffs so
I
high,
don't think
could you?
so. No. That's why I thought like the way he can play and intricacy. I don't know. But maybe it's possible. I don't know.
I don't blame him for wearing a mask.
I think it's kind of cool to like have that mystique about
Yeah,
yourself
me
and
too.
stuff like
Plus, who
that.
wants to be famous? What a pain in the ass. You know,
But how,
Kentucky Fried Chicken got in his asshole about wearing that bucket.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I
he wears
believe
a
it.
popcorn one now.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, but I bet you there's a million people knows that fucker when he's not playing. You know, people in the business. Yeah, I think there are. You there?
Yeah, I'm sure that there's a ton of people that like know him inside the biz and are like, oh, that's so and so. But like, I think it'd be so cool to be at like a baseball game and you can just be super famous and no one know you.
Yeah, I do too.
You know,
They
or
say that's the last great luxury, privacy.
I mean, I think it drives some celebrities like crazy that
Yeah, I
they
do
can't
too. You know,
go
they're
outside.
worshiping your ass for fucking singing a song.
Literally.
They don't know that you beat your wife every morning when you get up.
Yep.
I know.
Yep. Or the way they treat their
They
children.
say with stardom and the people that you like, the best thing Phil Collins, I think, said this, the best thing you can do for your stars is to never meet them.
I think I've heard that quote.
I believe that.
Because it sounds very, I actually do, because I've heard Michael Jordan stories, and so many people say when they meet him, they're so let down.
Now, right here's one with you. I've played basketball with him twice.
How was he?
Biggest asshole you'll ever meet in your life.
See, I swear to God, I've never heard anyone say, you know, Mike.
No, I've seen that
good...
fucker elbow 45-year-old guys in a pickup basketball game. He's a fucking jerk.
Pickup game? Oh my God.
Yeah, now the guy that was his trainer, Tim Grover, that's written a few books.
Yes.
Great guy.
Okay.
But Michael Jordan's a fucking jerk. I think, I lived in a condo where the health club was attached when I lived in Chicago.
Yes.
I think that motherfucker fucked half the women in my building.
I wouldn't doubt it.
I'm not kidding you. They'd be waiting in line for that motherfucker.
I bet. I mean, I bet there was a line.
No, but he's a real fucking prick. I'll tell you who else is kind of a fucking jack off too, that fucking trip you or something after you said hello, is Larry Bird.
Really?
Fuck yeah. Just a fucking
Wow.
drinking fucking redneck ignorant hillbilly.
Okay. All right. I mean,
He's fucking 65 years old and he's still saying we ain't got none.
wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just this fucking idiot savant, one in a fucking every 100 years brain, where you come out of fucking Nowheresville in Indiana and just, I can't explain it. You ask these motherfuckers, it's like talent. They don't know why they're like that.
Exactly.
Michael Jordan, yeah, he said in that book that he wrote, where he's fucking, you can't stop that motherfucker from talking about himself, how great he is all the time. But it is true. He has, like Michael Phelps, they say you couldn't have designed in a computer a better body to swim. These crazy flexible joints, you're tall, you got fucking hands twice as big as everybody else at 6'5", all this kind of shit. And Jordan was kind of like that with basketball.
Absolutely. One of the greats and built for it.
Yeah, built for it. Just this freaky jumping ability. 6'6" guys are supposed to be clumsy.
Yeah.
This motherfucker's taking off the free throw line and he's got a ball that's sweaty and he's holding it with one hand like he's going to hit you in the face with it, and it doesn't come out of his hand because his hands
cross
are so
over without tripping over himself and being all clumsy.
Yeah.
He's built
and
for
if
it.
you look at like Michael Jordan, that son of a bitch dunking on people is a whole nother level of this freak talent. I love LeBron James. He's managed to not get in any trouble, but he's not dunking on motherfuckers all game long.
Not putting on a spectacle like Michael Jordan was. It was something to see.
Oh yeah, you look at Jordan highlights and LeBron James highlights. It's like apples and oranges.
I agree, and that argument when people go back, I know it'll be forever, but who's better? But
no, and Michael, even like Larry Bird, who I was like the biggest fan in the world of. You better know your X's and O's when you're that motherfucker, because the only reason he was dunking is because he was 6'9".
Okay, that's huge.
Well, you go on YouTube, man. They got these. There is a white guy every once in a while, like this Mac guy, the East Coast. That's all he can do is dunk. You're going to find one here and there. There's Rick Barry had a son like that, but by and large, all you got to do is turn on the Olympics too, man. There's five. I've seen 5'6" black guys dunk in Detroit my whole fucking life.
That's true too.
It's not like the freak that they look at. Spud Webb won the fucking dunk contest.
Yes.
It's just that to me. That's one of the top athletic events I've ever seen in my life. Fucking 5'7" or some shit, and they weren't. If he could have just dunked off a fucking chair, I'd have gave him my vote. This son of a bitch is doing 360s and shit, and he can't even palm a ball.
That's crazy. Yeah,
just this. These people show up like this every once in a while. Hank Aaron, there's a bunch of Muhammad Ali.
Oh yeah, Muhammad Ali. Yeah, Do you think what happened to Michael Jordan's father plays a role in his treatment of people?
Yeah, that's a good question, man. I don't know. Supposedly the dad had it could have been, but probably
doesn't make it right.
Because if you look at the relationship that Michael Jackson had with that dad of his.
Oh gosh, yeah.
No wonder he turned out fucking weird.
I don't think there was any other way he could turn out besides weird with a upbringing like that.
And luckily, the criminal justice system worked in that case. I don't think he was a pedophile. I think he's a fucking weird guy. You're 50 years old with fucking the neighbor kid sleeping on a heart-shaped bed. But if you read through any of those depositions or paid attention to any of those trials, there was no dick sucking, jacking off, none of that shit.
Yeah, and I also think that he really didn't have a childhood, and when he got to an age where he could literally buy anything, he wanted to be a kid.
Yeah. Neverland or whatever they called it.
Yeah, I know it's just weird to talk about because he's a grown man, but this person, no one else grew up like he did. It's hard to say, oh, well, this is what I would have done. It's like you don't know what you would have done when you've never even been able to go to an amusement park. You've never even been able to really go out and do anything. You've been famous since you were.
Yeah. Look what he did to his face.
Yeah, that too. That too. But I think that's I think once people start on that plastic surgery and they go so far, they just turn weird and they get addicted to it.
They
They get
do.
one thing
Actually,
done.
when I was in Chicago, I met the lady having lunch who was, at the time, she had the world record for plastic surgery. I mean,
For
she
like
looks
as
like
many
that.
surgeries.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. I get what you're
Yeah,
saying.
she
She's
looked
had
like
them.
that Ken guy that wanted to look like Ken, the Barbie doll.
I know what you're talking about. I've seen him on that show.
But here's the
You know,
thing. I mean,
Bosch.
that is fucking true. But I mean, when you look at like comparing one to the other, you got to admit, like in Joan Rivers' example,
Yep.
that looking like a freak with fish lips still looks better than 85.
In some cases, it
Yeah. Now it
definitely
doesn't.
does.
I don't. These women that are like fucking with their face at 35, man. I mean,
Yeah.
I can't tell you, man. I could scroll through YouTube for the next 2 days and not find women that I really found legitimately attracted to.
I get what you're saying because the enhanced look is not necessarily attractive at 30
No.
or 20.
Like,
It's like,
no, they all
ugh.
look like Sharon Osbourne.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like, oh, you can't
No, and
move
it's
your
like even
face.
now, there's a lot less of this down here than there was when I was up in Detroit. But you know, this purple hair, this fucking fishing lure through your nose,
Yep.
these ugly ass fucking tattoos, these crazy like 3-inch nails. It's just like they don't even like. I like the old days.
Yeah, I'm definitely on the more of a natural beauty than a enhanced. Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah, but it's just the look of women is. I even like this. It's gotten so bad where, I mean, I see the Dallas cheerleaders and I don't give a fuck.
Isn't that? Yeah, it's like their
Yeah, they look like
faces look like they're
has-been
puffed up.
strippers.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's funny that you're like you go to look at the cheerleaders and you're like, that's not even doing it.
Yeah,
It's like I don't
especially
even
you
care.
be all over that shit at my age.
Yeah,
You want to see some good-looking fucking women back to the good old days? Check out
yeah.
those Polish sprinters.
Oh, I believe it.
God,
Okay, I believe it.
those divers. Holy shit!
Yeah,
I mean, they don't know
definitely.
what cellulite is.
No, they have no idea what the heck that is. They think they have some kind of disease growing on them if it
No, I
happens.
mean, if they're wearing like a 23-inch belt, believe me, that's it. It's not holding their pants up over a 3 inches of fat like I'm used to.
Yeah.
Well, 6 inches now. Have you noticed that as you've aged, like as far as you're out there dating and the type women that you were with when you were 18 compared to the ones you're stuck with now at 39?
Yeah, I mean, even with my age, it's different, and yeah, women are. It's not also easy to meet women anymore
No,
because, like, I feel
no,
like if you go up and talk to one, they're gonna be like, "Why the heck are you approaching me?"
yeah.
Like,
But here's
hit
the
me up
thing
on
too. Here
Instagram.
you're burning the candle at both ends because you're smarter and they've gotten older.
Yep.
And that's just not a good combination for banging out a bunch of ass.
No, it's not. And then like you have like the younger chicks that like are on all into the online dating stuff, and that
Oh,
stuff is
yeah.
just like
Oh,
I find it
I know.
like
You'll
because
be in
I'm
love with like chatting back and forth, and you find out the guy's a 350-pound male cheerleader.
literally, and he is
Yeah,
just
no,
getting off
seriously, man.
on just getting attention from somebody. Like that's how I feel, and then they want you to pay for it and stuff, and it's like there's no guarantees with this stuff.
Yeah, and then you got stepkids.
Yep, that
Oh,
too. Yeah.
oh Christ, man, just baggage.
Yeah, I mean, like that's like when I told you that I saw that my old boss years later, and she had a kid. I was like, "Ooh,
Yeah, you weren't
like
into it like you used to be. I
no,
swear
I
to God.
wasn't." I was like,
No,
"Oh,
I tell my buddies all the time. Like I could take drink and take it or leave it, but I did buy a fifth of Johnny Walker Double Black
oh,
about
nice."
5 days ago, which is almost gone. So that's about 3.5 shots a night.
Yes.
I find that, when I'm doing that I'll sing songs along with YouTube and shit. I'm out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
And then I'll start looking up old girlfriends on fucking, whatever, Facebook, Instagram, whatever.
Yeah.
I tell my buddies now when I look them up, I'm trying to figure out if I'm on a fucking funeral parlor site or a dating app. I tell them all these fucking women that I dated when I was like 20s, You could fucking just I could take a picture of them falling asleep on their couch and you think it'd be a funeral.
Oh my God.
God damn. And I know, I'm sure they think the same fucking thing about me. But that doesn't solve the problem.
No, it doesn't.
No, and fair enough. That's why I think, like, you talk about creativity. I think your brain just sober does shit too that you didn't plan on, like me.
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
me, you know, I find now in the last like year, I'd rather fucking like see if a bald eagle's going to eat this piece of chicken that I threw out rather than watch Pornhub for 2 hours.
Your interests change though, because
they do.
There's only so much scrolling and so much
videos,
and then you're like, you know what?
No,
I don't even get anything out of this.
No,
like,
no,
I'd rather go chop wood.
Yeah, sounds like you're reading my diary. In the last year, I don't even want to go on a porn site anymore because I don't want to be on that motherfucker for 7 hours trying to find something.
I hate the way I feel afterwards because
it's such a fucking. It's actually, believe it or not, I just thought of this. I don't know why, but it is actually one notch worse than being on YouTube all the time.
I agree. It's definitely worse than YouTube because it messes with your brain, and like these young guys that can just do this all day, every day. I'm like, oh, you're so screwed. You're so screwed. In 5 years,
so screwed.
In 5 years, they're gonna have commercials. It was your child affected by Pornhub or by a gambling website. Please make your claim here. I swear that's what it's going to be.
You're exactly right. But there is hope though, because I'll tell you, I think another year from now I'll be fucking jacking off these virtual girlfriends.
There you go.
Right now they still kind of look cartoonish to me and like Clutch Cargo in the face. But motherfucker, at the rate that they're perfecting this fucking shit.
Yeah, it's getting scary.
Oh my God, scary. I don't know if I'd call it that. It's like they got one now where I'll click on there. It's like, hey, one that like looks pretty goddamn fucking good, you know, and I know it's fucking AI and shit.
Yeah.
And you click on it, it's an ad, you know, on a porn site. She comes right up. She says, how about we just skip the bullshit? And I start sucking your cock. I think, yeah, fuck, finally. Yeah, sounds good. But I don't. I'm not into it. I realize it's AI, but I'm telling you, compared to a year ago, I mean, I'm kind of hoping I'm fucking dead before they perfect this shit.
It'll be so addicting.
Heroin addiction look like a walk in the park.
Literally, they're just gonna have
like you'll go on there and you'll pick like you start out like Polish sprinter, 21, blue eyes. I want fucking 9 of them. Then you click play. It's like, holy shit.
Yeah, you're like, I'll do that one again. Okay.
Yeah, and then you can even like for another $5, you can have them fight over you.
And they'll even have wagers on it. Like, if you want to make a bet on this, go ahead. Like, we're going down a bad path.
Give fucking odds,
Yeah.
Holy shit, God. Man. Yeah, for another $5, they can give a fuck about my classical musical collection.
For 10,
or you know what? I'm fucking flat, fucking broke.
Yeah. That's like these young guys, man, that pay for these OnlyFans chicks. They're getting so played. It's like, who does that, man? Like, don't pay for that. There's someone out there.
Like I say, I don't know if you've ever watched, like when I've had Stephanie on there. You know, she's an older woman out and had a great active sex life, and now she's like in her 60s. She knows what the fucking score is, right?
Yeah, she knows.
We joke about it all the time. And I tell her, do not discount yourself. I guarantee you, Stephanie, forget how you feel about this. I guarantee you, if you get on OnlyFans, there's some motherfucker out there. Now, we may need to leave North America. There's some motherfucker out there that'll pay you to jack off to watch you finger bang yourself. And she doesn't believe me.
Oh, she has no idea then.
No, she doesn't.
She has no idea because there is somebody out there that wishes that wishes she would do that. That would tip her to do that. And
they will be fucking they will be scrolling right by the check 18-year-olds with perfect bodies.
Yeah, there. I always have said this. There is somebody for
Yeah, they
anybody. I
really.
mean, like,
Let me tell you what happened to me one time. So I got a fucking nephew that's in dope rehab, and I just got my pilot's license, and I thought I'd take my nephew and my flight instructor out to Las Vegas and buy him some pussy at the chicken ranch.
Jesus, you're nice. Can I be your
Yeah, I
friend?
know. Yeah. Well, I mean, he deserved it. He got off dope. And the pilot guy, I thought I'd never fucking put up with all that goddamn book work and shit. You know, and the minute I started soloing, I like almost didn't even want it. I just wanted to go out and buzz friends' houses and shit.
Yeah.
You know, I thought I'm never going to finish this shit because I'm already doing what I want. He signed me off whenever I wanted to. So I thought to get my fucking dumb ADD fucking ass a pilot's license, he deserves something. And I thought, well, I'm out there. I may get a blowjob myself, right? So we go to this fucking chicken ranch because, you know, prostitution is actually illegal in Las Vegas. And we go out there and there's a security guard there and they bring them out like maybe 60 women. And they say,
oh, wow, that's a lot.
Gentlemen, you guys looking? And you sit down like a fucking couch and they come out there. And I'm in my 30s by that time, right? So they come out there and they stand in front of you and he says, ladies, turn around. They turn around and ladies bend over so you can see their cleavage. They bend over. It's just fucking like that. So they said, well, guys, I'm going to give you 10 minutes to just pick out. And honestly, by that time, even at 30, I was so goddamn, you know, much of a sex addict that I looked up and down that fucking line. And, you know, I like the girl next door type where you're not finding that there.
Yeah.
So I looked through them and I thought, I didn't really see anybody I liked that much. And there were out of the 60, there were probably 15. And I thought, man, I can't believe anybody paid to fuck these bros. I wouldn't.
I was about to ask you how the quality was because that's a lot.
Well, it wasn't that to me. You're asking the wrong guy though, because to me, I was too far down the fucking road of doom by then, but didn't really realize it. Yeah, and, you know, bringing out 60 girls that you can pay to bang, and I'm not interested in any of them. And that all ties into what I know now is porn, escorts, strip clubs, massages, all that fucking shit. I mean, I was too far gone by then, but didn't realize it. You know, I was a little disappointed in myself. You know, it's like, come on, 60 fucking rounds. Anyway, my nephew picks this fucking right away. I mean, these motherfuckers pick these women. Bang. They knew right away who they when they go off for their cost me $1,200 back in the 80s.
Whoa,
so they go
whoa.
They go off. They go off and they're doing their thing. And I'm talking with the fucking security guard. And he's a nice guy. And we're just sitting there bullshitting. And I said, hey man, I gotta fucking ask you. I said, you know, I just, no offense or anything, you know, but, you know, I'm not fucking queer either, by the way, in case you were wondering. But
yeah, I'm not about to ask you.
Yeah. I said, but I just can't believe there's like 10 of these broads. I can't fucking believe anybody's paying to fucking bang them. And he said, you want to know stuff on a monthly average? The ones that would be considered not that great do better than the good looking ones. And the only thing he could come up with in his mind is it made the normal guy feel more comfortable,
less intimidated because
less intimidated. He could take the plain Jane and like he could take he could take the plain Jane and like have no problem throat fucking her like Max Hardcore.
Yeah.
But he doesn't want the Miss America lookalike because he doesn't feel comfortable even getting anywhere near that subject.
Yeah,
and
I mean, I can believe it.
And then as life went on, you realize you figure out more fucking shit, which is why I can say with confidence now, there's somebody out there that would love to see Stephanie masturbate.
Oh, they'd pay for it. They'd
pay for it.
I mean, and
you cannot get her. You cannot get her to understand this.
Well, it's hard for her to I don't know how she feels about herself necessarily, but if they feel like, oh, there's not like no one whatever like me or whatever, it's like it's hard for somebody to think that. And she is very I don't want to call her wrong, but she's not right about people not wanting to see her.
No.
Let
me give you on the same kind of lines of discussion. I'll tell you another thing too. You know, when I was living in Chicago, when I got there, I met this guy. A lot of these motherfuckers that were hanging out there in the summer, that's like a modeling stop. You got Milan, Italy, you got Miami, you got LA, and you got Chicago in the summer.
Yep.
So I met a lot of these goddamn model motherfuckers. Good guys. You know, these fuckers look like they were on the front of goddamn GQ, right?
Okay, yeah.
And they were paying for more. They were paying for more goddamn pussy than I was.
Really?
And the reason is because even though they were good looking, I mean, you had these fucking broads coming up to you all the time. It's like, hey, give your buddy my phone number, this kind of shit. they didn't want to spend the time going through a bunch of fucking bullshit dating.
Oh, no, because,
Does that make sense
some
to
of
you?
them want to, yeah, because some girls, they have to get taken out 3 times.
Oh,
You spend $400 on dinners, and then they're like, you know what? I don't really like you like that. And it's like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
you could have just told me that from the rip.
Yeah, no. And I'll tell you another myth too, is a lot of these young guys, they actually, they're good looking. That's their whole persona is, these women been finding them attractive since they were, prepubescent, cute young guys like Justin Bieber guys.
Yeah.
And there was always like maybe 10% of these guys, they actually thought that they were going to come into Chicago and fuck good old women for money. Wrong.
Wrong.
Yeah. Now you're going to get a freak here, an anomaly once in a while, like Cher.
Yeah.
But that old fucking walking corpse is going to take some Chippendale to her at a wine
Man,
tasting
she was
party.
good looking when she was
Oh,
young.
she was,
oh my
man.
God. I love
know.
watching the Sunny
I know.
and Cher show. I'm like,
Yeah, I'll tell you some more.
Let this infomercial play.
No, she was so damn cute, wasn't she?
Dang, she was, man.
Yeah.
She's like, yeah. And I like Jennifer Aniston. I like chicks like that.
Jennifer Aniston's got the greatest hairline ever.
She does, and she.
Have you noticed in the last
still
30 years, these women, their foreheads are getting bigger?
Well, I think it's the whole Botox/plastic surgery crap a lot of them are doing. It blows your head up.
Yeah, no, you might be. But Jennifer Aniston, when you see her from the side,
yeah,
you can't even see her face because she's got such great hair.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. Now she's looking old now, though.
Yeah, she ain't too old for me.
And I'll tell you, when she first came out, did you ever date girls and you went over to their house and the mom looked better than the girl you were taking out? You ever had that happen?
Yeah. I don't want to say better looking, but like dang good looking, to where I'm like,
well, I'll tell you,
I wouldn't mind either.
What'd you think when Sarah Palin first came out in the campaign trails?
Rocking. I think she was.
Yeah, fuck yeah. But she ain't rocking anymore.
No, she ain't. I like.
No, she's not. And I'll tell you who's real. I'll tell you who's some real jacking off material. Even when I was young, you ought to see that Mary Tyler Moore fucking around on YouTube videos when she was like 30.
Yeah.
You talk about a fucking body, man. God damn.
I believe it. I'll have to go check that out.
Yeah, Mary Tyler Moore.
Isn't it insane though? How like women's image has changed so much over a couple years. I mean, I know it's been
I know, yeah. It's like I just don't like. It's weird. I don't really find that women. I mean, for fucking 25 years, I was jacking off to the Weather Channel.
Oh yeah. Oh my God, are the Girls Gone Wild commercials at the Stars at night?
Yeah, but now you look at the girls on the Weather Channel. It's like, they got a big fucking ass. No, yeah, they're just. I mean, it's just like this sound, but this is just a male's perspective for the sake of discussion, like flight attendants now. I see some of these fucking flight attendants, and I think to myself, they must need a fucking seat for each ass cheek.
Yeah, they have to buy 2 seats, and they work there.
Yeah, but now that's the course. That's going to get you in prison too if it kept on going. If Harris would have got reelected, we'd be going to jail. I mean, legit.
I know. We'd be locked up in the clink.
Yeah. No, fat shaming. It's like, you say it's like. I sent a buddy of mine. You want to laugh your motherfucking ass off, man. Go on TikTok. There's somebody out there is making these black babies doing this AI shit.
Yeah.
Have you watched any of those?
I haven't seen
laugh your motherfucking ass off, man. This lady comes in, she says, Sally, it's a baby, man. It looks real. I mean, it's right up there with the AI porn shit. It's like, you got to eat your breakfast. Say, go fuck yourself, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. You think you're talking to shit like that? And they got another one, like the Snellen eye chart. They show this big fat broad, like 425 pounds. Instead of reading the letters, it's real. Instead of reading the letters, they got an extra big thing to hold over one eye because her face is so big. And she's picking fried chicken, chocolate cake.
Oh God!
You'll laugh your fucking ass off, man. Scroll through fucking TikTok, man. You will laugh your damn ass
I'm
off.
gonna have to do that.
AI
for a good
shit,
laugh.
man. You know, they'll show Putin fucking giving Trump like a baby's body with Trump's face giving.
I know some of the AI
real.
is hilarious. Yeah, I saw this one where like this guy was like helping this grandma walk on her walker and like shoved her into a wall. It looked so real and it was hilarious. Like
they got one where a fucking have you seen these ones where they got like I'll be sitting watching like Sports Center and a fucking big buck deer will jump through the picture. Start fucking them off and the TV falls over and yeah, I mean it's crazy how they're doing. You know, I notice like I'm just doing like videos that don't take a lot of time now. These birds out here eating shit like that, sunrise, moonrise, shit like that. And I notice now there's a special section when you upload a video where you got to check this motherfucker off. Does this depict somebody else other than whatever? I mean, there's a bunch of ways they're asking you now, which is why you see the crazy fucking AI shit on fucking TikTok and not too much of it on YouTube.
Okay, that makes sense. I didn't know that about uploading and them asking you all that stuff,
but
I bet they do.
I mean, TikTok, and I'm sure that's going to change on TikTok too. But right now, it's the fucking Wild West. You will laugh your motherfucking ass off.
Yeah,
they'll
exactly.
go like, it looks so real, man. It looks just like if you turned on the Olympics and you saw like a Olympian female diving. Now they'll show one like 425 pounds. Like you see the pimples on her ass that are coming outside of her tight bathing suit, and she'll jump once and the portal snap. It'll be like the world's biggest cannonball, and everybody's soaked that was judging, and all their papers are wet and shit.
That's hilarious. Yeah, the AI.
I know that shit is just not going to be around long. So go on there and enjoy it while you can. You will laugh your fucking ass off, man.
And another thing is, like you were saying, like fat shaming, but that doesn't mean people don't like fat or into fat people, because there's people that are into heavier people, and it's not even a joke. Like it's actual serious. Like they prefer it.
Yeah, but I will tell you this: sometimes it can be a joke, because when I was going to college, this guy ran this porn fucking thing, who of course I met right away when I moved there. And
you were the first sign up.
No, he managed the fucking place, so I never had to go pay. This like unlimited fucking porn, right? And I was going in the gift shop one day, or not the gift shop. You could rent videos. Back then it was VHS. They haven't even come out with fucking beta then. And you'd see these porn movies, these fat fucking broads in there, and they'd have a whole fucking shelf of these, like fucking 500 of them. I said to the motherfucker one day, I remember this like it just happened like 3 seconds ago, because I'm wondering, as a straight guy that like girls, who in the fuck is watching this goddamn shit? You know what I mean? And you know what? As it turns out, why they were, I'm not saying always, but the majority of the time why they were renting, you know why? That's when I throw a bachelor party for you, and you and I get drunk while we watch them.
Okay.
Yeah. And you know, and he'd fucking had idle conversations with people as they were bringing their selections over to rent for 3 days.
Yeah.
And this is what he came up. It was for bachelor parties to just, go on there and like laugh your, you're watching.
I get it. You're having a party.
It wasn't like what you're thinking, but you're right though. There are people out there that have, I remember when I was first doing PI work down in Detroit, there was a lady that worked, her name was Shirley Kondoff, big fat Polish lady, super cool person. And the good looking bronze were in the fucking, you know how you go in these little cubicles? They were claims examiners, and they'd have like, their boyfriends or their family pinned up on their fucking, cork wall of, significant people in their life. And you go over to this fat broads thing, and she'd have like fucking 10 guys up there that looked like they ought to be on the front of fucking GQ. And she weighs like 300 pounds. And the fucking good looking broads were always bitching once you got to know them about how this fat broad is getting so many good looking guys.
All these dudes. And it's like, first of all, she's just being herself. She's saying what she wants. She's, whatever. And you want to play all these games, and then I don't even know where we're at sometimes with, am I supposed to ask you this?
Well, I'm telling you, though, if you'd have gave me that choice back then, I'd take the playing games.
Yeah, I understand that though, because like you like what you like, and then you can't.
Yeah, I mean,
keep
you
yourself.
know, if you've been around in times you've been available and single, and somebody says that they want to introduce you to fucking so and so, right away, if they start talking about how nice they are.
Yeah, how's she looking?
Yeah, no, you got to listen to about 5 minutes. You know, she volunteers at the soup kitchen, she crochets, you know, and I already know it's fucking coming. Yeah, it fucking matters. You know, my wife had a big fat girlfriend who went to the University of Michigan's Interflex program, which meant it was a super accelerated class on getting accepted out of high school into the medical school undergraduate program. And in 6 years, you would be a full-fledged whatever specialty you took. As hers, she was an orthopedic surgeon. And this broad was just super fucking smart. Could speak like, her dad was a doctor. She could speak like 3 languages going into the 9th grade, was a big Star Trek, went on all the cruises, just super fucking smart. Had all sorts of crazy hobbies while she's going through this accelerated program. And sure enough, she was a full-fledged orthopedic surgeon at like fucking 24 years old. Problem is, I always thought she was trying to eat my wife's pussy. And she said, no, it's not. As a matter of fact, she knew of all sorts of instances because nothing else made sense when you saw her. Well, as it turns out, she had no friends. And she spent her life trying to get laid. And I think she died of a heart attack in bed here about 10 years ago. And I bet you money she died with her cherry.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's some
very cultured, made great money, could talk about fucking anything forever. And she pulled out all the stops. She'd been fucking fleeced by every goddamn dating service within 1,000 miles. And just, it never worked. But you take, you know, a fucking Waffle House waitress with a missing front tooth, with big tits and blue eyes, that's blonde, that's 18.
Can't get them off of her.
That's right.
Yeah.
Can't get them off of her.
No.
And she'll have baggage, man, that you just never fucking dreamed of. And you'll keep going back to the well.
Yep. It's a strange thing. How
it really is.
It's very human.
No, and I've noticed I've crossed paths with some of these jumbos in my life.
Yeah.
They just go to their life and it's a mystery why they can't figure out that, you know, they'll say shit like they'll treat you better than any your better looking girlfriends, and you could give a fuck. Yeah, I'd rather, I'd rather be attracted. No, I think I just, you know, I didn't know all that now, but I know it now. But looking back, even now, going forward, if you just like switched a switch in my brain, I'd rather be fucking the ones that were attracted that were no good for me.
I agree.
All of what I've learned.
Me good. Yeah.
Yeah, but these overweight women, they're going to treat you good and all this. No thanks.
Yeah,
maybe I don't want to be treated good. Fuck, I don't know. But I just know that, you know, they think that you're being. I tell people all the time, right out of the fucking chute, I'm going to take shallow with these fat broads. Yeah, call me shallow. I'll wear that fucking hat. Right away.
What it is. It is what it is. And it's like, you wouldn't like me if I lied to you and told you I did. Like, better to be real.
Yeah. But it's just like, you know, in the real fucking world, like, you know, when's the last time you went to a strip club and it was just 60-year-olds dancing?
Oh, that's probably a specialty one. I was about to say.
Never.
Maybe. Never.
Yeah, it's like you can have, you know, your wife, she can be cultured. I tell guys all the time, you know, these fucking guys, I haven't run into this in a long time. They'll have some cute girl. You can tell they're fucking 13, but you can tell they're going to be good looking as hell. And the dads are already paranoid. They're going to have to go through my gate first. No, I say, John, no, you got this all fucking wrong. You need to be happy that there are men out there in a heterosexual world that are attracted to your daughter, because if they're not, she's going to be living with you until the day you fucking die.
I hate to say it, but it could make it harder on her. Like,
this is how it works.
This is how it works. It's sad to say.
In a non-sexual way, in a philosophical way, like, wouldn't it be just great if the world really worked that way? But it doesn't work that way even in Mother Nature, do you think the fertile doe during deer season is out looking for the fucking buck that can't get a hard on with one of his antlers busted off?
Absolutely. Now she is running as fast as she can, saying, "I want the best one.
Yeah, she
Come
wants the
get me."
one fucking spearing everybody as he walks by him, the big rack, wanting to
Yes,
fuck all the time.
and we are. I know we forget it sometimes, but we
No, we
are
forget
animals.
it sometimes. We
Yeah,
forget
we're
it sometimes.
animals, and
Yeah.
yeah, that's how it works sometimes.
No,
It's like,
like you can imagine like going to these fucking fakers, like going to work for Google or something out there. You know, the way they are about all
oh
this
God,
fucking shit. Oh
yeah,
yeah.
that would be.
No,
I'd
no, you
probably,
just
yeah,
need to
I'd be in
shut the
trouble.
fuck up. I mean, you
Yeah,
need to wire your goddamn jaw shut every morning
duct
before you
tape.
check it out. No, you better just, if you want to get promoted there, you better be better fucking buying dozens of roses and shit for these jumbos and giving them big hugs and shit, just like you would Miss America, or you're never
Sucking
going to
up.
fucking make it there.
No, it's more about sucking up to the people above than working
Yeah.
hard.
Yeah, this fake bullshit culture they've created.
Yeah, I mean, it's the world has changed so
No,
much
yeah.
in just such a short time. I mean,
Oh my
it
God.
feels like if you're in a work environment, it's almost better to like it's almost better to not even have conversations like
No,
this. It's
yeah,
better to
yeah,
just
yeah,
be like,
yeah.
"Hey, Tom, how you
No.
doing?"
No, how would you like to be a famous athlete, man? I'd like to have how would you like to be a famous athlete and just have all these fucking idiot, or how about a famous rock star and just have all these stupid fucking good looking women screaming at you, wanting to
would
hook up after
could
the show?
not wait to just
Yeah.
get with you. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, and you got to be like, "Oh
Well, in the
man," I
old
mean,
days,
one
I'd
gets
say back in the
jealous.
50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, it was probably nothing like it. But now you get sued. Your next
Worry
concert
about it
venue
after. Yeah,
gets
like
ticketed.
is she gonna get mad when she sees me in Columbus with
Yeah.
3
Yeah.
other chicks and
Fuck yeah,
say,
she's gonna get mad.
you know, when we were hanging out, we did
No. But you know
this
what gets these
drug and this
guys in
happened.
trouble most of the time? You know what gets these guys in most of the time?
Degeneracy.
Is the boyfriend that you didn't know about.
Oh, that too, because the girls do that all the time.
No,
They'll
yeah,
be like,
because their only get out of jail free card after being with you is to go along with something that happened against your will.
"Yep,
And that's the only reason it happened, even though that's fucking exactly what didn't happen. And now you got the boyfriend trying to get them to go to the cops. And she knows she wants to keep the boyfriend because she knows she's not going to be with you. The only way to make this fucking thing fly is to maybe file a police report that it wasn't me.
I know someone that happened to, and it was actually during high school. She cheated on her boyfriend. He found out, and she felt like she had to go make a report on
Yeah.
this guy to make it right with him. And
Yeah.
it came out in court that no, she made it. I mean, it was lucky that the truth came out.
Lucky is right.
But wow, he was not even done with high school, and his life was about to be over.
Yeah.
And all he did was go to a party and have a chick jump on him. And
Yeah.
okay, like
Yeah. And you know, another one that comes to mind too. Can you imagine? I mean, when you were a young guy, were there any school teachers you thought were attractive?
oh my God, that was kind of like I liked it. Yeah, there was a
I
couple.
liked it too. But have you seen some of these good-looking broads going away for 30 years for
Yeah, and I
fucking these
can't believe it.
14-year-olds?
I cannot believe it. I'm like, you are near model-ish, and you're out there doing that. And
Yeah.
I
It's
mean,
got to be some control connection. But
it
you know,
is. It is.
yeah, these women, you know, you get some teacher that looks like she was like cheerleader of the century back in the good old days.
Yep.
And they catch you at 14 with her in a 6-pack in a parking lot of a closed mall.
Yep.
And I'm thinking, in a way, like we can joke as males and say that's, you know, oh boy, I wish I was him. It is fucked up though.
It really is, because like what they're doing, and it's really messed up. And you know, that kind of stuff lasts a lifetime when
Yeah, it
people
does.
get messed
If you
up
look at
like
the
that.
studies on that kind of stuff, on what sexual abuse, it doesn't, you know, if we're both 14 and I'm telling you that Mrs. Smith just blew me in the baseball field, we're going to think it's great at the time.
Awesome. We're gonna be high-fiving, laughing
Oh,
it up.
fuck yeah, man. And
snickering.
not only that, we're going to be telling everybody, even though we
Yeah.
said we wouldn't.
We couldn't help it because
No,
we're
couldn't help
kids.
it. You couldn't
Yep.
help it. But
Couldn't
it
help
is a fucked up, serious crime on the teacher's part.
Absolutely, and it's like you said, it's very odd how common it is with these teachers. They're not hags. They
No,
are sometimes like,
no,
wow, I would love to have that teacher at my age right now
no,
talk to
but
me.
yeah,
Like,
no, yeah, no, it's weird. It just doesn't make sense. Like I tell people all the time, you could never catfish me. I'm just too advanced. You could never catfish me. Why? Because the minute I have a good looking young broad get a hold of me, my radar is like at full fucking tilt. If you want to set me up and fuck my life up, send a picture of a 65-year-old woman with about 30 pounds extra cellulite on her ass, varicose veins, and a mustache. I'll believe that.
yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, but none of this good looking fucking you could never fucking catfish me. No fucking way. I'm not that fucking stupid.
Yeah, I hopefully I don't feel like I can be
No, and
catfished
if you're
either,
a
but
college
it's
professor now and you go
yeah.
out party and you bang one of your
Oh,
you might as
yeah.
well go home and kill yourself.
Or actually, yeah, you should. I mean,
Yeah,
I
no.
don't want to get your channel banned, but yeah, it's you are screwed. You are
Yeah,
screwed because not only is she going to take full advantage of that situation,
yeah,
your life is going to be ruled
yeah,
by this young person from
yeah,
now on. And I mean, I know that when those teachers are close to those students' ages and it feels all right, but
yeah. No, I
it's
know.
not good.
No, they feel flattered. It's not good as right. I'll tell you something I was surprised on. You know, I've been really into this classical music for a while.
Yeah.
And I just stumbled upon this site the other night about, you know, a lot of these fuckers are queers, the guys. It's
Yeah.
just the fucking way it is. I mean, I don't give a fuck either. I mean, I don't think I'm a better man or a bigger
Is
man.
Kenny
I don't
G
like
gay?
dick. But there a lot of these fuckers are gays. I just stumbled on this site and it was all the classical music, like performers, composers, whatever. Man, that fucking goddamn sex offender list, you'll run out of time before you run out of names. Even in
That's
Georgia.
not a joke. Well, it's everywhere. It's not like it's like in one area. It is literally everywhere.
Yeah, but I mean, it's got to be like up there with like the mental framework of heroin addiction, minus the physical addiction part of it. Because how can you be doing this shit in that position? What is wrong with you?
I think they get too horned up and just quit thinking and think they're going to get away with it, and they're not thinking. They're just being stupid.
Yeah,
Because
being
like you said,
stupid, man.
you're not even thinking about what you're actually doing, like, and it's not just going to be this one thing. If you're going to be
No.
messing around in the deep water, you're going to get fucked.
Yeah, if I was a college professor, I don't even think I'd want to like have office chats with just me and them in the room.
No, if she wanted to stay after class and have a talk about her assignment,
I want a camera roll or
student.
something.
Yeah, I might ask a student, hey, could you just, I don't know, because like you said, nowadays it's not the same as it used to be back
Hey,
then.
let me tell you, I'm going to tell you this too. I don't know what made me think this. So for in my life, there was about a year and a half where I was really balls out, hardcore, making my own porn.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah. And I had crossed
cool.
paths with this motherfucker that was a producer out in fucking LA. You know who Max Hardcore is, don't you?
I know the name, yes.
You know, he's dead now, but they hated him out there because they just didn't like the way you approach it. And the best advice that motherfucker ever gave me, and I didn't think about it at the time, but it was, and he said, when you're doing that fucking shit and you get, I had him sign consent forms, all this fucking shit. If a fucking boyfriend wanted to sit in the chair, he could. Just dotting every fucking I and crossing every T you could.
Yeah.
He said, you know what he told me, and this makes sense. He said, don't ever shut that fucking camera off.
Never.
That's the best insurance policy you'll ever have. Yeah.
Well, look
talk
at Hulk
about
Hogan.
Words of wisdom.
Yeah, look at the Hulk Hogan situation and that
Yeah.
guy that was banging his wife, and the only reason that he didn't get like in trouble was because it was recorded. And I mean, if it wasn't for that video, like you said, never stop recording, especially when you're doing work like that. Yeah, it's supposed to be all good and everyone's supposed to be professional, but let's just have some insurance for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely right. He said, don't ever shut off that fucking camera.
and it could be it could be such a valuable thing to have, because they could say,
Oh,
oh, this
fuck. I
happened,
mean, and
and
yeah,
you know,
as it turned out, it never was, but I thought that was excellent advice because I probably, why wouldn't you shut the camera off when you were done? And, oh, fuck, that was good advice. Hey, what's your take, too, on that fucking Bill Cosby and dropping those fucking roofies in those girls' drinks?
I think that he has a fetish for that kind of thing. Like,
Yeah.
it's about like literally taking full control and advantage, and that's his kink. He's into that, like how we were talking about the swimmers and the runners. His
Yeah.
thing is doing that, and I have no idea what that comes from. It's a
Oh,
very
yeah.
sick perversion
So
and
you don't
scary.
think that, see, I thought of it is like, I mean, he may be funny, but I thought of it, I would think, this could be way off. Tell me if you think it is, that some of the women took the fucking roofie because they were fucking Bill Cosby. I mean, you needed it.
100%, because like there's people that will, for instance, use GHB, which is the date rape drug,
Yeah.
recreationally. They'll do it like they want to do it and black out and not even know what happens to them. So yeah, I'm sure that's happened. Maybe that's how he got into it. But yeah, I for surely think that some of them were willing to do it and then maybe didn't realize how far it was going to go, or like go like that. But I'm sure there was some that voluntarily took whatever he was giving them
Yeah,
or
that's what I
putting in
think.
their drinks.
But, of
I mean, he's
course,
Bill
there's,
Cosby.
once it comes to money time, though, you're going to have a harder time than ever figuring out who's who.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, at the end of the day, if he's engaging in that activity, you already look like a piece of shit. Like,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean, it's kind of, I mean, even people that use GHB recreationally, you always kind of look at them like, are you using that for what I think you're using? Like, it's one of those weird things. Like, down the line, it's not like heroin, like, oh, someone will just probably use it and whatever. It's like, no, these kind of drugs like are meant to take advantage of people, rob people, a bunch of things. So I don't know, it's a really weird thing, and he's also super famous, so I could see women wanting to do anything around him to
Yeah.
hang. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's really crazy, in the fact that he's a free man.
Yeah, well, but really though, I mean, I get in arguments with a buddy of mine about this. Look, the fucking legal system consented to it. That was an agreement
Oh,
that a
100%.
prosecutor made.
Yep,
And actually, they didn't
they would
recognize
agreed
it at
on.
the beginning. It was later caught through an appeals attorney.
Yep.
But you'd cast your vote for he's a pervert.
It just kind of seems like it, and how he reacted to it. But yeah, I think so. And the amount of times that he was doing it, and I don't even know if everyone that he did it to actually said something about it, because, like I said, it's very traumatizing for people to even come forward. I don't know. I think he was a pervert,
Yeah, I think you're probably right. But I do
but
think
the
there were
justice
some.
system failed.
I would think just by a numbers game, there were times when he wasn't.
Sure, I can
But they're
agree
going
on
to
that.
get the same, $500,000 settlement as if they were.
Yes, I agree. I agree that is 100% possible and very likely.
Do
So
you think in that particular instance, race had anything to do with that?
for Cosby, or the victims, or both?
Cosby.
Ooh, I always think race has a thing to
Yeah, I
play
do
with
too.
into
I
it.
do
I
too.
don't care what anyone says. It's
Yeah, I
a
think it's the
real
human
thing.
factor. It's a
Well, also,
bias.
I had a grandfather who was a Detroit police officer, and I know what a racist is, and they're real. They are
Yeah,
real.
you're right.
And um, I hate to say it, I don't think it's right, but it's just, I do believe that that comes into play.
Yeah, do you think like the society's flipped too much the other way, that people are getting accused of this when they're not being racist?
100%. You can talk about something that has nothing to do with skin color, and somehow you're being racist. I don't understand that stuff. Like, or if you agree with certain people, that makes you a racist. I don't really understand that either. Like, because real racism is not that. It's really bad, and I don't know.
Well,
It's
how
like
about
when
this?
people,
When this Charlie Kirk got capped,
yes,
and you got people losing their jobs because they went on there and said things like "good shot."
yep, or whatever they
Yeah,
had to say.
should that cost you your job?
I hate to say it, but no, because it's not like yelling fire in a movie theater. It's not calling for violence. I mean, it's just being gross. It's just being gross. And you don't, I mean, I could get if like an employer and you're not at work doing it. I think you should be able to say whatever you want. I mean, if that's how you
But
feel, I'm
let's say
glad to know.
but say you're an administrator in a school system, because this
Yep.
is going on down here right now,
Okay.
and you get a screenshot of one of your favorite teachers saying that shit.
Yeah. Ooh.
Would you want her baggage to continue to teach there while you're the
God, that's a
administrator?
toughie.
Because it is a toughie, and this is why I'm asking,
Oh, that's a
because
toughie.
I think
Yeah.
about these things sometimes, and it's like, yeah, I don't
I don't
know.
know. I wouldn't want. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm gonna have to say that.
Do
one's gonna
you
be up
want
for
a
debate.
captain of your 777 airliner wanting to defund police departments everywhere in the United States? You want him as your captain?
Exactly.
I mean, these are just things that come up, and you're trying to get, you're trying to make sense on like where you draw the line. Do you think Jimmy Kimmel's show should have been canceled for a couple of weeks?
No. That was a little ridiculous that happened, that whole thing. But I just believe that I think it's better when people tell you who they are, and listen when people tell you, because like if they are a racist, if they are a not good person and they say that, like listen, and it's good that to know who people really are, and they're not just censoring themselves to please everybody.
Yeah.
I mean,
Would you agree with a comment like that about Kirk was at a minimum inappropriate?
I thought it was very inappropriate and very bad timing. Like I don't think that like it's necessarily like illegal. Like I don't think it should be that, but it's just bad timing, bad taste.
Yeah, and see, the guy that shot him, he thought he was doing a good thing. He couldn't believe it when he called his in-transition boyfriend. He wasn't on board.
I know. And that whole thing is very scary to think about because of the ages of these people being so radicalized. I mean, the world
Yeah, I mean,
is
it's just
going
so.
down the shitter.
But there's an interesting facet to it. It's like he couldn't believe when he called the boyfriend why he was upset.
I know,
He
like I
called
can't
bragging.
believe you're not on my side. It's like, dude, you just did something that is going to affect us for the rest of our lives. You're done. And I mean, it looks to me that kid's in some kind of federal or witness protection or something like that, because he's pretty much disappeared from the situation.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Oh, I don't blame him one bit. I mean,
Because you can't assume as a rational adult that there wasn't a million things in between then and now that this guy should have figured this out. So it's hard to believe that he wasn't on board, but was smart enough to go the other way on a phone conversation or an email or a text.
Yeah, I agree that.
Academically, they were both smart guys.
Yeah, and you'd think being in a relationship, you would talk about doing. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy to think that because
You wouldn't all of a sudden spring the news. Hey, guess what? I did it without knowing something about that ahead of time.
Exactly. What do you think about the people? Like, did you think it was a bad thing that they did that right away? Or did you think?
Well, I'll tell you, I think about this kind of shit a lot, and I think to myself, should they lose their job? No. If I was a school administrator, would I try to get rid of them? Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the conundrum.
I agree.
Yeah, I just fucking would, man. It's like, that's like, finding a note fall out of your coworker's pocket that he'd like to fuck your wife.
Very true.
I mean, I'd be trying to get rid of his ass too down the fucking road. Even though he just won Employee of the Month, fucking,
Doesn't matter.
years
Yeah,
in a row. No,
yeah.
it's always the human factor, which is why when you get charged with a crime, even though you look like the fucking Unabomber, the first thing your defense attorney does is to give you a fucking haircut and put you in a suit.
Yep, exactly.
And give you a fucking Xanax. And, you got the same facial recognitions, whether they give you an electric chair or hand you a birthday cake.
Literally.
Because you are fucked, most likely.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, it's like, one thing that I'm glad of, this coop that shot Kirk, they said that, his attorney argued that he's going to look prejudicial if he's in his striped fucking suit, which I agree with. They got this guy by the fucking balls. So I would agree with that as the judge. I thought it was a great move. Just let this motherfucker come in a fucking tuxedo if you want. It's not going to matter.
Nope.
So why take the chance of being in the Court of Appeals for fucking 2,000 years because some fucking Jew lawyer argued that, they'd already made their decision when they saw him in the striped suit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's just, but you're faced with these kind of, fucking, like I tell people all the time, the gay shit. I don't mind. Doesn't bother me. I'm fine with it. Right. Yeah. But if you and I are going to meet the love of our life and we're both going to have a son and one of the two is going to be gay, I want that one to be your son.
That's understandable because you know what it comes with.
Yeah, exactly. I want my fucking son to shoot me. Yeah. I want my son to be throwing the 3 seconds on the clock touchdown and not fucking crocheting with a nut sack across his forehead on his honeymoon.
And it's not saying there's sort of something wrong with you for being gay. It's just saying you're going to have a different set of speed bumps in your life than a normal person.
Yeah.
Sorry, a straight person, not a normal person.
Yeah,
I want to say that. A straight person. And when it comes to your children, you want the best, no matter what that is for your kid. Doesn't matter what it is. You want your kid to have the best and the easiest time through life. You don't want to set them up for failure. That's why you do the things you do and try to set them straight, but they are who they are. And
parenting is different than being like best friends with your children.
You have to be a parent because when you're best friends with your kids, that's where the lines get blurred.
Yeah, they do. I'm sure you've seen examples of that, haven't you?
Oh God, it's sad when you're sitting there getting high with a son and his mother. It's
just
sad,
like, I don't know how much of those videos the mother brought the daughter.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I remember on your channel.
What do you think of that? I think that's the ultimate failure of a parent.
Well, because they're bringing their kid down there because they're younger, pretty, and tricking them out and getting them strung out on drugs. And then, of course, they're not getting as much business as their younger kid. And now they're both stuck out there. And I think you're right. That is the pinnacle of a parent failure, is bringing your child into something that is that is terrible.
No, and I can't think of a worse example.
I really don't know. I mean, you'd think you would not want to even really have contact with your children, so they're not even tempted to be around any of that crap.
But you also know that's that heroin calling.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. And then I don't know, like in that situation, if the daughter was already using before coming out there with her mom, but there's always that part too. That's like, well, I need a way to make money. I'm going to go out there and just do what my mom does because that's how my mom's done since I was a kid. It's a cycle that's really bad.
Yeah, and I'm sure you witnessed this when you were out there and had a drug issue, and that is that as a straight guy not on heroin, you're always, at the beginning, you're baffled by how these guys are not seeing their woman in their life for 7 hours while she's out walking the streets.
Yep.
How do you get over that hump? It doesn't seem to be a problem at all. They get over that hump just fine.
I think that they get to a breaking point with themselves where this guy realizes that if she's not going to go do this, they're not going to be able to get what they need. And if he can't accept that, then he has to get out of the picture because she's going to go do it anyway.
That's it.
And you can't sit there and beat her up mentally, physically over it because she's surviving. And sorry that there's not guys out there willing to suck your women out there willing to suck your dick and pay you. Just not how the world works.
No, it's not.
You know, you can't go to the mall and be like, everybody in Victoria's Secret, you know, if you need a BJ special, you suck me off for $10. Ain't gonna happen.
Yeah. Now I do believe there's an element of truth to this, but I don't know how much. And that is like they refer it to black males being the down low. And if you listen to a lot of the old rap, there's a lot of inferences on straight black males sucking dick for money.
Yep.
You believe that? Disproportionate to white guys.
Yeah, and this is gonna sound bad, but when you look into the prison systems and you look at the guys that like to take it, and usually they're really buff, straight-looking black guys that like to do that stuff. I don't know why, and in rap music, I think it was, like you said, like subliminally talked about. So like it's out there for you know, but we ain't gonna talk about it or get down like that or act like it. It's weird.
Well, as it turns out, P. Diddy likes dick.
Oh, and he is proud. He likes it and he's proud. I mean, I don't know what kind of guy flies out another guy to fuck your wife, and then
that's popular.
Has come on you. I guess it is. I just haven't hung with the right circles. I'm just kidding.
Me neither. Now that's one hump I never got over. Now I don't bring in a fucking another girl and no problem. But that's that fucked up goddamn male thinking.
Yeah,
and I'd say to my wife or girlfriend, it's like, hey, do you think you could ever get Janie? Well, you knew who to bring this shit up with and who not.
Oh,
you know,
there's certain ones.
It's like gay guys. They're experts at finding out if you like girls or guys. They'll know in 30 fucking seconds if it's a go or not.
Yep.
And women, you know, as a guy, you throw something out there with like, girl, you're really attracted. It's like that. It's like, yeah, women, she'll say, was that like you? It's like, yeah, I think it's kind of, it's like, well, I'm going to let you know right now, motherfucker. Yep. That is never happening. Will you shut the fuck up about it?
Yeah.
And then you get another one that talks, well, yeah, I'm all into exploring, you know. And then you get one with no self-esteem. She's on board for anything you want her to do.
Yep.
Because her dumbass worships you.
Yep. And she's willing to do anything to satisfy your dumbass for your needs, but not even worrying about her own.
My type of girl. Yeah, it's fucking terrible, man.
Yeah. And I don't know. I don't know, like, if P. Diddy's, like, all... Because he's been in the rap game forever, like you said. I mean, he's from back in the day when Biggie and Tupac and all that.
Coolio, DMX, some of those guys, they talk about that as, like, a thing that this is no surprise. Where if you told me, like, in white neighborhoods, yeah, it's a, like, major fucking surprise. But the gist that I got out of it was this is more accepted as a stream of income living in the hood, and nobody thought bad about you because of it.
Yeah, and that's another culture thing is in the hood, with women taking care of men instead of the men taking care of the women. It's a very common thing that you see that these women are going out and taking care of these men, and it's just a messed up, racially cultured thing that somehow, I guess I don't want to say put themselves in, but like got themselves into with guys gang banging and doing all this stuff. Then you have the women out there prostitute. It's bad. And it can happen in a white neighborhood too. I mean, there's parts of Michigan that are trash. Look at Taylor. I'm just trying to think of some white area.
Taylor's nice now.
Is it nice now?
Yeah.
See, it used to be trash.
You know where else is nice now? Believe it or not, you know where else is nice now? Belleville.
Where? Oh, Belleville? Okay, I believe
that. I say nice now. I mean, maybe.
Not what it used to
be. But it's loaded with $600,000 houses.
Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Got $2-3 million houses all over in it now.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean,
but, you know, that's basically been sprawl and nowhere else to go if you don't want to live in Detroit.
Yeah, definitely. And living in Detroit is a whole different animal. I
No,
mean,
yeah. When I grew up, they referred to Taylor as Taylor Tucky.
I was about to call it Taylor Tucky on the call just now, and yeah, that's funny. That's what I refer to it as, or
How
did.
old were you before you how old were you when you left Detroit?
Oh, I never actually lived in the city.
Okay.
No, I never lived in the city, thankfully, or downtown, or yeah, I didn't live in Detroit.
Suburb?
So, yes, more of a suburb, and then once my mom got divorced and stuff, we kind of lived in townhomes and
Yeah.
mobile homes and stuff like that. But yeah, I never lived in downtown Detroit, thankfully. I mean,
Yeah, I'm
it's
from
crazy
Flat Rock.
down there. Yeah, I've been to Flat Rock. I've been to the racetrack out there.
Yeah, I never went to that racetrack.
It was kind of fun, honestly. I'm not gonna lie, like it was kind of fun when I went, but I don't know how it is now.
Yeah, there was a famous guy, Joey something, that used to win the races all the time. I remember them talking about him at a place where I worked, Joey something. It was like a
Okay.
hero to them.
Are you
Now
in
they have
Georgia
big
now?
like antique meets and stuff at that racetrack.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know if they still race or not, to tell you the truth.
I don't even know. I don't know. Are you in Georgia now?
Yeah.
Do you like
Crawfordville,
it better?
between Augusta. Yeah, I like it. Between Augusta and Atlanta.
Okay. And
I
like
live
it
out
better?
like, yeah, I'm not a guy that like really picked anywhere that I've lived for weather. I don't give a fuck. I mean, actually, I miss blizzards, to tell you the truth. I lived in
Yeah.
Florida, and I lived here before, actually, a long time ago. I mean, I guess I'm getting older now, and I'm here, and it's like, usually by noon it's 72, and I'm finding that, yeah, maybe it just worked out good that I'm doing this fucking shit here
Yeah.
now at this age, because everybody my age that used to like blizzards too don't like them anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. A lot of people grow out of that. Like they don't want to deal with the weather anymore.
Yeah, but yeah, it's nice. I mean, I live like in the third Brocas County from the bottom, but I don't depend on anything here. I don't. It's just like out in the middle of fucking nowhere. I mean, nothing.
That's
And
cool.
at this stage of my life, I'm fine with it. But if I'd have got introduced to this much sooner, like even in my, even like 15 years ago, I'd have said, "Fuck this place."
Okay.
Yeah, and
Too
I've got to
slow?
go to an hour away to do anything. I don't want to say good, but a bookstore, a nice restaurant, and a movie theater. So that's the other side of it. Now, like I just, when I decided to quit fucking around YouTube too much, I've only left my house 3 times, and that was to go to Walmart to shop in the last 6 weeks.
Oh,
And it's
wow.
like a lot of stuff that you think you like, but until you go there, you don't know if you like it or not. Like I know a priest, guy was a priest. He's a state trooper now. And I thought that, you think you're going to like things and you don't know until you experience it, whether you do or not, till you actually experience it. And like at this time in my life, I like this.
Okay.
But I know at other times in my life, I did not. You want to be around where it's happening.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, if you're younger and stuff, and you live out in the boonies, like you're like, oh, I wish I lived in a place like downtown Plymouth where I could just walk around the bars.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
Or you know what I'm trying to say.
But the
Ferndale
middle
area.
class, the middle class is disappearing, and now
Disappeared. It's basically
disappeared.
disappeared.
Even to live in, I don't know how you even live in a new house in Flat Rock anymore, unless you and your wife are making about $125 each, and even then, you don't have any extra money.
I was about to say, and you're just paying for like, yeah. You
Yeah.
don't have, and you think about time. I mean, there not so long ago, there could be a milkman with a wife and 3 kids, and they
Yeah.
go on vacation twice
Yeah.
a year and have
Yeah.
2 cars and
Yeah.
and maybe even a cottage.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. It's so bad. The middle class is completely disappeared, and if you're not making, I don't know, 300 plus grand
Yeah,
a
it's
year,
true.
it's like
True.
you're
Yeah.
pretty much
Or even coming out of school with a degree and like these crazy ass school loans.
that is insane. I mean,
Yeah.
and the fact that they
And then
will
you
not
to
go
work.
away.
Yeah, and if it's a job that you need to get for licensing, like you want to be an attorney or a nurse or some shit, okay, that's one thing, right? There's no way
That's a
around it.
completely different
like
thing than just
history-
going to go.
Art, you're fucking wasting your time.
Absolutely. I mean, how many people get out of college and are like, why isn't anyone hiring me? It's like,
Yeah, you go to work at
well,
Starbucks.
yeah, it's like because that, yeah, it's messed up. And yeah, unless you're going for like a lawyer degree, doctorate, something like that,
And let me tell you, being
I
a
don't know if I
doctor sucks
recommend it.
now too.
Oh yeah, it does, especially like the stuff they're forced to do slash
Yeah.
uh
No, fit 20,
can't do.
15, 20% of their charting is to not get sued.
I was about to say it. I feel like whenever I go to a doctor now, that's like what they're more concerned about. They're not concerned about the patient. They're like, I'm not trying to
No,
get
the
in
last
trouble.
thing they want is a test that they didn't recommend. And then
Exactly.
if they do recommend it, you're going to need to fail on two other things that they suggested before the insurance company approved what they wanted you to do to begin with. It's all fucked up, man. I
It's
can
all a
remember when I
scam.
was 18, 19, used my buddy's Blue Cross Blue Shield card. He worked at McLeod Steel.
Yep.
They didn't even go in there, they didn't ask your name, nothing.
No, no, no. There's
Now,
no, no.
good insurance is $800 a month and a $5,000 deductible.
Yeah, that's like that, and that's like a basic. That's like standard. Because I just talked to someone the other day, and they were telling me about it, and I was like, oh my, and they have kids and stuff, and I'm just like,
I can't imagine
Jesus.
kids. I mean, this country now, if you're rich, you don't have a problem, and if you're flat broke, you don't have a problem. Anywhere
You're right,
in
but if you're in the
between,
middle, you are struggling because
you're struggling.
yeah.
Struggling. I can't imagine. I never see like young couples out on dinner dates and shit anymore.
Well, because it costs so much money to just go out to a dinner date that
Yeah,
it's not
100
like
a
it
quarter
used to
probably.
be. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not like back in the day where you could go out and I don't know, get like a 2 for 25 or whatever they have at Applebee's.
No.
You know,
Back in the day, like in the 70s, you could get two pizzas the size of a garbage can lid for like $7. And now
yeah,
one pizza, half that size, is $31.
literally. And
Yeah.
yeah, and I'm not trying to say this in a bad way, but like then you have the women that have expectations of, oh, you're not taking me to Applebee's.
I
I
tell
want to
them to
go
get,
to
yeah, fuck
Fleming's.
them.
And
Fuck them.
I say, fuck that, because if you don't
Yeah.
like me, I don't want to take you to Fleming's.
Yeah.
I want you to like me when we're at Taco Bell dates. I want you to like me when I'm cooking at the home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like,
That ought to be your first clue to get rid of their fucking ass. If I'm
yeah,
taking them to what'd you say the name of the good place is?
I said Fleming's. Like I
Yeah, if
couldn't
it's
think of a
Fleming's, if
good
I'm taking
steak.
them to Fleming's, yeah, they
Yeah,
can plan on blowing me on the way home.
you ban at the restaurant. Used to
God
be an
damn.
earthquake.
At this stage, I'm glad that the timing worked out the way it did.
Yeah.
Because when I was like, 50 fucking years ago, man, I'd have done any of this goddamn shit. They could have ordered fucking a fucking 3 lobsters and only ate one. I wouldn't have gave a fuck. But not anymore.
Yeah, who cares? It was
No.
affordable. Now it's like,
Yeah,
you're gonna
fuck that,
eat all
man.
that, right?
No, everything just seems too daunting.
I mean,
It's
hard
just
to get
like
a cheeseburger for under $20 at a restaurant. That's
No,
ridiculous.
they say the average bill at a Five Guys
Yeah, Five
is
Guys.
$21.50. That's fucking crazy.
That's ridiculous. And then what if you have kids? How do they afford it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, and like these, I think it's gotten so bad. I mean, the last 10 years, you got kids like killing people for Michael Jordan sneakers.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
fucked
And then
up
look in
it is.
Detroit with Cartier glasses. The Cartier glass people used to kill people for those sunglasses, and for Jordans, it's insane.
It's insane. No, I just and you can't like insulate your kids from this fucking shit. I just think when I see people with babies like in like little carriages and they're fucking around shopping in Walmart like I am.
Yep.
I look at that baby and I think, motherfucker, I think I'd rather go to prison. That is so much crazy responsibility.
I agree, and I honestly, like, when I was like in my active addiction and everything, like I always made it a point, because my dad left. I was like, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna be a piece of shit parent. I'm already a piece of shit person at this point in my life. I'm not gonna bring children into this world. I'm glad I didn't.
Yeah, no, so You said you're in your late 30s, right?
Yes, yes.
So how's the future looking for you? Like, what do you think about during the course of a day? Like, is there a pot of gold at the end of
I
the
worry.
rainbow?
I worry about, well, like just in life in general,
Yeah.
or
Yeah, life in
uh,
general. Like, how do you look at your future? Like, if 10 was the top and 1 was the lowest, where are you at most of the time as far as, yeah, I'm glad I'm alive and healthy?
I would say around maybe like a 6 or 7 because I feel like I'm just gonna have to work harder and harder the older I get.
Yeah, I think that's right.
And I'm not saying I have a problem with work, but I wish it was like back in the day where you could work and retire and have a decent life. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And I worry about that kind of stuff.
yeah,
Um, and then I worry about like the global craziness and stuff like
yeah.
that. But I just think we're in a really bad
Yeah, I think we are too. Well,
corner.
I'll tell you too, man. I think about this like, I'm not as quiet. I'm not exactly getting on the soapbox over capitalism like I used to.
Uh,
Before this globalization, I was all fucking for it. I mean, yeah, you work hard, you do the right thing, and yeah, isn't this great?
yeah,
Look at all these factory workers where I grew up in Flat Rock. Everybody's got nice shit. And they're paying their kids tuition. It worked. You worked a
it
fucking
worked.
part-time job and you bought a $10,000 bass boat. This is all great, but now this fucking world economy is opened up, and all this fucking junk's coming from someplace where they pay $1 a day, and there are no jobs over here, sustainable jobs. I'm not like thinking this is like the greatest.
And I mean,
It's
I
fucked
don't know
up
if it is
thinking,
the
man. I hate
greatest. It
thinking that
is.
goddamn way because I came from a product of the old days, but I think, you know, God damn, man. I mean, this is not good.
It's not good.
Do you see
It's
how
not
much
good.
like concert tickets and shit cost?
Yes, I actually just checked some because I thought it would be fun to go do something. And I looked at the tickets and I didn't realize they were asking for your firstborn child
Yeah,
and your
no,
left
yeah,
leg. I didn't
yeah.
realize that.
No, I don't even think the good tickets, you're not going up to the box office and get those. All the good ones are sold through these third party sites.
Yeah, and then you get taxed through the
Yeah,
third
where they've
party.
tripled the fucking thing.
Yep.
If you don't, and even the day of the old, I mean, I don't give a fuck about baseball. There were probably 2 or 3 times in my life I went down to the old Tiger Stadium for $4, got to
I
sit
did
out
it
there.
many times, and I don't
Yeah,
give a
just
crap
fuck
about
around.
baseball. It's something to do.
Yeah, and look at how much like tickets are to go to like a Lakers game or something.
You better think about keeping your lights on or going to that Lakers game.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
just nuts. No, that's what it's like. There's families paying like, I don't know, $30,000 for their kid to meet Taylor Swift before or after a concert.
it's ridiculous. I mean,
Have you followed
I
that Taylor?
believe it.
You follow that Taylor Swift shit at all?
Well, I mean, only because like if you do turn on a TV or the
Yeah.
internet, it's hard not to see
I
it.
think
But
that I
I'm not
think
a Swiftie.
I think
or
it's
anything.
another one of those sham goddamn
Oh,
relationships.
he's screwed. He's screwed. He's
Yeah, but I
screwed.
don't
If he
think.
ever
Look,
leaves her-
this guy fucked every goddamn good-looking cheerleader for 15 years, and now all of a sudden you're gonna go with Taylor. So I don't buy it.
I mean, I just think that if he ever has a problem with her, everybody's gonna hate him because you know how her fans are. They're
I
insane.
bet you that. I bet knowing his background, I bet that guy's not even into this shit at all.
I just. Do you
I
think
think
she's good looking?
she's giving that motherfucker $100 million a year cash in a shoebox to play along. Because
Yeah,
if you
do you know what
notice,
I
she's
imagine
never
with her?
really kept a boyfriend.
You know what I imagine with her? She's like the Paris Hilton tape. It's like you're
Yeah.
not doing it right.
No.
Come on.
Oh yeah, exactly right. No,
That's
she
what I
just I
imagine
don't
she
find her
looks
really
like.
attractive at all.
She's not ugly, but
No, she's not ugly, but she's like your last hope to keeping your daughter from stripping the rest of her life.
oh my god.
So you encourage it, you buy the CDs,
Yep.
you just, I mean,
You
she's
hope they
not,
start praying.
ganging at a freak off at P. Diddy's.
Yeah, you hope they
And
start
to these
praying
parents
and-
coming up that are like older, they're just got their fucking fingers crossed.
Oh yeah, I'm to be a parent right now. I
Oh, my
cannot
God.
even imagine. Like, I know we brought it up earlier, but like, if you are a father with a daughter nowadays, oh my gosh, like,
No, I know.
And I know, like you said, it's better to be attractive and
It
everything,
is.
but I'm just talking about the
No, I
quality
know.
of men are terrible.
No,
I mean,
no.
half of them don't even know if they're fully straight. And I'm like, how don't you know?
Yeah, no, I know. No. Well, that's these, you got these crazy fucking schools now introduced into this damn shit.
I
How
think
you
they're
gonna take a
pushing it.
fucking 12-year-old boy that doesn't have cock hair one yet and give him a fucking class about maybe he should consider being a woman?
I mean, I have someone around that age in my family, and the other day he says that he likes boys and girls, and I'm like, you are way too young and have had no experiences to
No,
know
yeah,
either.
yeah.
Like,
No,
don't
but he
worry
saw
about that
somebody.
shit, bro.
He saw somebody that was really cool.
At the cool kids table, all LGBT'd out, and
Yeah,
wants
no,
to be a
exactly
part of
right.
the circle. Because you know
It's
what it
like
was
that
like in
bullshit.
school.
It's like that bullshit when you're younger. You're in your 20s. You got a cute girlfriend. You're at a bar. You're fucking drunk, and her and her girlfriend are kissing each other on the cheek.
Yep.
Yeah, you
Yep.
don't. You're back then. Your dumbass doesn't know any shit. You realize. Then fast forward, like a guy like me.
Yep.
I think to myself, I look at my watch, like you guys better be eating each other pussy by midnight.
Let's get the show on the road.
Bullshit on this stuff. But you see like young people that don't know fucking what's what.
No.
And they're
And
actually
so
buying into this goddamn stupid fake shit.
Actually buying it and confusing themselves by
They're
buying
confusing themselves.
into, they're like, I don't know about this, I don't know about, and then you have the people that are men haters, and it's like,
Oh yeah.
well, unfortunately you need us.
Yeah. No, exactly right. Yeah, begrudgingly.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah, exactly right. You think there's anything to these? I mean, maybe there is. I don't fucking know. This is something I'm never going to know. These people in trans, like, I don't give a fuck what they do, really. I just don't think the taxpayers should pay for it. But do you believe it's possible, like, to a male to be trapped in a female body and vice versa, mentally?
I don't put limits on mental
No, that's a good
issues.
rule of thumb.
I
Yeah.
do not, because I've seen people with so many varying mental things. There's people that they are 90 pounds and they look in the mirror and they see a 200-pound woman.
Yeah, you're right.
And you can't get through to them that
Karen
they are
Carpenter.
fine. So I 100% believe that there are people that feel that way. And there was people that were trans before it was even a thing to say.
Yeah.
But like, there was people, way back then. I remember being at the mall, 12 Oaks Mall, and I remember my mom saying that's a transgender person, and she said a transvestite at the time.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know what she was talking about until she explained that was a man in the perfume section selling perfumes, and I was like, oh, that never occurred to me. And I think of kids now, and they're worried about that shit. I'm like, why? You're so young.
Yeah.
Let's
say, like, for an example, you quit jacking off for a week, your sperm goes high, you meet the love of your life, and you get a girl pregnant, and you're going to have a kid.
Yep.
And you just got, like, on a heroin high, you're looking at a computer screen, and there's a chance you're going to have a kid. You're knowing that for sure. Everything's going to come out. But you're going to see on the screen flash, and this is all going to happen, your kid's going to be trans. Would you be disappointed?
Yes.
Yeah, I would too.
Yes, I would be.
You can't even say that fucking shit a lot of places now.
Honestly, it's like, I don't know if the chat's going right now, but I'm sure there's someone judging our statement. I mean, I like I said earlier, those things are just different challenges. And also, for instance, let's say I have a son, I don't want him to be babied. I want him to be a man. I want him to, or a woman, I want them to be a strong woman. Like, I don't want them to be babied by all this, oh, it's okay, all that kind of stuff, like they do to these kids with giving everyone awards and stuff like that. But being trans is, I feel, very difficult. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong because I've never been trans, but it seems to me that a lot of them have a lot of problems.
I'll tell you another thing. I think another thing too. I think these young kids that get molested by these school teachers and shit, males, as an example.
Yep.
I think they're young gay kids. Because I'm telling you, man, you weren't fucking sucking our dicks where I grew up, no matter what you did.
Yeah, no, I know what you're trying to say. I mean, I remember like being very young, and I asked this girl, I was like, "Oh, can I grab your boobs?" And she's like, "Only if you let me make out with you." And I was like, "I don't know about that." Like that's how young I was, and I was just like still like so innocent, and like I just didn't know about all that crap, but or was like sexually active like at these kids' ages, and like you said, it could be that they are gay slash
That's what I think.
exposed or
I'm not
exposed.
saying always, but I think the
No, not
majority
always.
of the time.
They're exposed
No, I mean
to
when we were teens, if we go over to the guy's house and this motherfucker's showing gay porn movies, I mean, he'd be taking his fucking life into his own hands.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, literally.
Yeah, but like I said, these older gays, they're fucking experts at figuring out in like no time.
Yep.
He picked up on the fucking cues. Now, like these famous composers, these gay piano teachers, I don't think this motherfucker is reaching over there grabbing a young cock if somewhere along the line he didn't get a green light.
Right.
I mean, fucked up what he's doing. I know that, right? But aside from the kid being underage, this motherfucker isn't just doing this out of the blue.
No.
That's what I think too.
Yeah, I agree. To a certain point, and then of course there's always circumstantial situations where like force or something like that. But if you're willingly going to meet your teacher, something's up. I don't know.
You know, you look at you ever go on the sex offender website too, and you look it up, and you look at you know, a lot of these motherfuckers. They look like, you know, when you're on a sex offender website, everybody looks like a pervert.
That's your mind. Crawling with the
you're fucking mind. You're on a sex offender website. I mean, you're scrolling down through this fucking shit, and you're thinking, yep. He definitely looks like a pervert. Oh yeah, he looks like pervert of the year. You know, all these motherfuckers. That's your brain talking to you. You know. But I'm telling you, man, when I see adult motherfuckers, ugly motherfuckers in their 50s, and they've been busted for having sex with people, the way they categorize it in Michigan is sexual conduct 1, 2, and 3. When I see you've been convicted, sometimes multiple times, on having sex with people under 13, I really look at you in a different kind of way.
Absolutely, because they do not care. They don't care about getting in trouble, being caught, being on a list. They're still up to their shenanigans.
Yeah, it's just like, you just cannot believe that all these, I mean, anywhere you go, man, just type in Michigan, you can I just type in places where I live, even a little place like West Branch, man. It's like, you know, that fucking place. I mean, you'd think, you know, in the 50s, you'd have been fucking murdered. And now you click on, there's fucking 3 pages of sex offenders in little old West Branch.
Yeah, and then you know, depending on where you're living, they're all around your house. And like you said, back in the day, the whole neighborhood would have been like, you're either gonna die or move out. Like, you better pick your.
You look at like quasi third world countries like Mexico.
Oh yeah,
they have a very long sex offenders list. Yeah. Fuck no, they seem to like just got a way of taking care of that themselves.
They might as well just go right out into the street and just hold court.
Get
right
run
there.
over. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, and I hate to say it, but it's like, I sometimes feel like they're way too lenient on these people for the things that they do to these victims. And
I think when you're into that shit, nothing's gonna replace it.
I don't think anything can, because if it could be replaced, I feel like they would replace it. But their brain is just like how me and you were talking about the runners and the swimmers. Their brain goes, ooh, I like whatever sick thing you want to come up with. And it's like, that's where I like believe in like the chemical castration and like making it so they can't even have those thoughts or do those acts. But you know as well as I know, it's not like you have to get your dick hard to abuse somebody.
Right.
So,
But I also think sometimes, man, I think to myself, man, I'm glad I'm not like that, because if I
thank
was,
God.
no, because there wasn't anything I wasn't going to do anything about it different than they did.
And these people are, I don't know what to call it. They just have that
Yeah.
gene
I
or
mean, yeah, you
whatever.
just look on there, the careers that are thrown away. I mean, to me, I remember my dad telling me as a kid, he said, when you're driving at night and you see headlights behind you, always think that's a cop. And yeah, okay, I get it. And now, I mean, I can't imagine going on these fucking where they bust these motherfuckers on these chat sites and
Yep.
expected to just not seeing a fucking cop car pull up the minute you hung up.
I think it's there. Like I said, they're so horned up and delusional, and they're actually
Yeah, I think
getting
it's got to
attention.
be. It's
And
got
they're
to be.
actually getting attention from a female. I'm just going to use this example. And they're like,
Yeah.
oh my God, her parents are gone for the weekend. We're going to go have pizza and fuck. And it's like, you are retarded. Like, you are actually like not even thinking. They're thinking with their dick. Like, and they're perverted.
Did you think that show To Catch a Predator was
That's what
good
I
or
was
bad?
like basically referencing when I
Do
brought
you
up
think
that
that's
point.
good or bad?
Good as in like, I think it's a good thing, and I understand like you're innocent until proven guilty. A majority of those guys are bad people and should be exposed.
Yeah, I think so too.
I
I got a
know the one
little
guy killed
problem.
himself.
Yeah, I got a little problem with lay people being involved in law enforcement proceedings,
Yeah,
like Chris
I
Hansen.
understand. Yeah, he's kind of a funny one to be in the legal. He's like, yeah, I kind of follow the law, just the ones I want.
I mean, and on the other hand, like I noticed, like I did kind of like get like feel good when I see him do that shit.
Yes, it brings you like a.
And
Oh,
for
you're
some
getting
reason
them.
on YouTube, I like to see cops get caught drunk driving.
Oh, that's so great when they're like, turn off the camera. It's like,
Excuse,
no.
excuse me 1 second. Hang on 1 second.
Yep. Sounds like a cat.
Sorry about that. That was Marty coming back. He had a kidney stone taken out, man. It went south. Had to go to
Oh man, I've
emergency.
had them.
He's been gone the whole time. He just stopped by and
Is he
dropped off
okay?
some. Yeah, he's good now, but man, I'll tell you, he had a hell of a time. Hope I never
I've
get a
had 'em.
kidney stone. They say that's one of the top 5 painful things you can have happen to you.
Tom, it is so painful to the point where you contemplate terrible things just to get rid of that pain. I'm not kidding you, man. It is terrible. It feels like your testicles are in a vice and someone's just tapping it tighter every second.
Now I've got one that's way up high that they say should never descend.
Yeah, because that can also happen. They can form inside the kidney and never fall into the tube, basically.
Did you get a stent?
I got a stent, and then it didn't pass through the stent, so I had to get it surgery, and they had to go in and break it up and
That's what happened to Marty.
Yeah,
For
man.
some reason, that stupid doctor, I got a buddy of mine's a family practitioner up in West Branch.
Yeah.
He said in the last 15 years, he hasn't had one patient that didn't get a stent.
Yeah.
And Marty, this fucking clown he went to who had perfect ratings, said he didn't think he needed one, and it was a huge stone. Well, you know what? He spent 2 weeks of pure hell.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, it's almost better to just put one in because it can help you pass. I mean, passing one is already so, I mean, just having it inside you is so painful, let alone passing it.
Yeah.
It's the stent, at least you're trying and to get it out of you because if he had like multiple ones, like maybe it could give him some
Oh, he had
relief
one
of
big
getting
one.
it out. Okay. But yeah, if that doesn't work, like what happened to us, they have to do surgery, and it's surgery, man. I mean, afterwards, you're not feeling 100%. You just got work done on your thing, and it don't feel too good.
No, he's really like, he's a guy that, like, I don't like any of that shit either, right? And I'm a total pussy when it comes to pain.
Yeah, I'm kind of on the same level
And he's
a little bit.
not so much with pain, but he's got like real, like these deep-seated, you probably never know the origin, fears of getting put to sleep. Like he's never had a colonoscopy.
Okay, does he
And to
think
me,
he's
I
gonna
think
be
getting
awake?
put to sleep. Yeah, no, he just fucking doesn't get one. I said, you got to get that, man. Like to me, honestly, in a fucked up, crazy way, human behavior once again.
Yeah.
I think getting knocked out for a colon, I think that's exactly what death is like.
I hope it is. I hope
Yeah,
that's
I'm
what
pretty
being
sure it
put
is.
under.
Yeah,
I
that's
hope
where
it is.
I'm placing all my eggs in that basket. And actually, I look forward to getting put to sleep on a colonoscopy because I think to myself, this is just like none of these, I have struggled with depression my whole life. And I think, man, I'm getting about a 45 minutes off.
Oh, the best
Because
sleep
even
of
on a
your life.
good day, yeah. Even on a good day, I'm thinking fucked up, crazy shit.
I know how that is with a brain like that.
Yeah, you know what I
how
mean?
it
It's
is,
like,
man.
yeah. It's
Kind of
like,
living
fuck.
at a 6 level. You're thinking. You're a thinker. I understand.
Oh yeah, man.
what
It's
that's
like I sit around here and I was thinking this morning, I got up and I think like I haven't seen anybody for like 6 weeks. I'm really into this classical music and shit and fucking, just like
You're turning
reading.
into a
I've been
serial
reading and I
killer.
don't really
I'm
like
kidding.
reading. I force myself to fucking do it, and I think to myself today, and it's like there are not too many people could do what I'm doing. I'm not saying it's any sense of accomplishment, but I do know that I'm fucking out there in like a lot of ways. And this is a perfect manifestation of this. That I'm actually fucking like as happy as I could get, which is a fucking low bar.
Yeah.
This is as good as it's going to get for me. And it's
But
better
that's
than
good
it
that you
was.
found it. That's good that you found
Yeah, tell me
something,
about it, man.
'cause,
Yeah, I just can't fucking believe it. Like, you believe it or not, I mean, I haven't seen anybody really for like 6 weeks, and like, I run out of time every day, and you think, fucking doing what? Yeah, well,
you
I
wonder
fuck around.
sometimes with these people. You're like, what the
Yeah,
fuck
I
are you
practice
doing?
my piano. I've listened to about 150, 200 hours of fucking classical music. I fuck around with my cameras, see if I can get the vultures to eat some shit. I run out of time every fucking day.
Yeah.
And I don't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like some people have more hours in their day. I do have to agree. I'm like, how the heck do you like? I get that what you're saying. I do. I understand.
Yeah, I think to myself, and I know this is like, this is the way I look at it. I look like if I don't fuck this up, which I don't think I can. I think I should die here, hopefully. Because, I mean, I'll be 70 in January.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And I figure maybe like, to me, the magic number is, and what I read is 82.
Okay.
That's only 12 years, which, as you get older, the years fly by.
Absolutely, they do.
And I just hope that I don't know you're not going to fucking tempt me with pussy.
I was about to say.
You're not going to fucking get me to take a job. You're not going to get me to come back to Michigan and live the old days. I mean, I don't want anything from anybody. So I'm thinking this should be home free, but you never know.
That's life. That's
life.
Never.
That's exactly right.
You
could say like, I haven't had one visitor since I've lived here.
Wow, I'm actually shocked by that. Only because you're such a personable guy. I mean,
People think
you're
that,
very
it's
friendly.
so weird. It's like people think that, like you can't believe it. It's like they think that, like sometimes, like I mentioned, I don't know if you were on earlier, but I'll like go to Valdelia Festival, or like an example, a week ago Friday, I had catfish dinners at a gas station. So I got one from my neighbor, and I tell my neighbors if I go place, there aren't many, and there's just one really. Well, every time I give them something, I say, which is like, you can take it however you want. I said,
Yep.
here, he said, what'd you do this for? I said, this is for never visiting.
Hey,
And they look at me like, never visiting. It's like, yeah, you never drop by, and I appreciate it. I follow right the fuck up.
it's
Because I do
annoying when
not
people
want,
do that.
I don't want people drop. I think it's a sign of ignorance.
I think it's a sign of rudeness as well. When
It is
people just
rudeness.
drop
And I don't
by.
want fucking people dropping fucking by.
I hate
And
it.
I've noticed in my life, I've been this way my whole life, even since like young.
Yep.
It's a 130-second conversation with the postal lady, maybe a minute buying a couple lottery tickets. Going through I don't like driving through drive-throughs for some reason. Maybe going in and getting the Starbucks, which I hardly do any of anymore.
Yeah.
That's it for me. And if I don't have that, like COVID, it like went fucking insane.
Yeah.
But I don't want to like be getting together. When I go to I go everywhere by myself, and I'm thinking I'm lucky, but I also am not too far gone. And it's not like I don't realize. I mean, if I was like the most picture perfect example of mental health,
yeah,
you could safely say, well, I'm doing as good as I can being me.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's like, I just hope that I'm glad it like worked out this good.
Yeah. And my grandma and even me, like, I don't have a problem being alone. And my grandma was alive. Like, she lived a little further away, and I was always like worried about her being lonely, but she actually enjoyed when we left that night and stuff. Like, I was like, okay, like, and now that like I'm older and stuff, sometimes I'm just like, I actually don't mind just being alone. And then with my experience and my old group of buddies, it's nothing but bad news and trouble. So I'm kind of a loner, but not like in a bad way. Like you said, like I'm aware, but I'm happy. I'm content with it. It's not like I'm out here being
it's
like,
not like
I need someone to stop by.
Yeah, it's not like you're like lacking anything. At least in my case, I at least realize that it probably isn't like a great blueprint to be.
Probably not. It's probably healthier to like put yourself out there more. But if I'm happy with this, I'm content with myself.
Yeah, and I found like every year that gets by, I get more critical of small talk.
Well, I think as you get older, you have less time for BS and less time to even want to listen to someone else's shit or small talk.
Yeah,
or
no, you don't.
Bullshit
You don't give a fuck.
You really don't. It's like when they're trying to be like, "Oh, how you doing? How you been?" It's like, I haven't seen you in forever. Like, you don't got to worry about asking.
Yeah, I mean, and I noticed it's been a linear progression for like the last 30 years of my life, where I've just like cut more and more people off. I don't want to fucking hear from them.
Yeah,
I don't.
It's okay.
I don't return their phone calls. I don't return their emails. And I found lately, since I've really backed off from this YouTube, I mean, I've met some really nice people out there, and I'm grateful for it. If anybody's
you got a good group of friends that like pop up on your panel.
Yeah,
like,
cool
like
people
Mark
that I appreciate. It's not like, but by and large, like I don't leave it where you can comment on videos I upload anymore. And I find it just such a relief, because I don't know whether they feel like they should thank me for if they like watching a vulture eat a piece of meat. So they do something they don't want. And then I go on there, and I don't want to be rude because you left. Thank you. I liked watching this. I don't want to not reply. And it's just right back into the same bucket of shit of wasting a bunch of time on this like needless communication.
Yeah.
So now I've noticed in the last 6 weeks that like I upload these videos and you can't do anything, which is the plan.
Yep. It's the plan. And it's almost like you're like, that's okay. And I have a question for you, Tom, since you said you dealt with depression a lot of your life. I did watch your videos about, like, I don't mean to bring up bad things.
No, bring it up.
You and your ex-wife,
let me have it.
Like you and your ex-wife and
Yeah.
things you've dealt with, like how you were put in the psych ward and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, did you ever contemplate or did you ever use drugs?
No.
Okay.
Never even smoked
Do you
marijuana.
feel
I've taken a couple. It's weird too because, if you consider the whole gamut of like addiction, it's definitely a fucking sex addict for sure, 100%. I mean, you'd be hard pressed to find a better example.
very hard pressed? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I mean, no, I really am. But as far as like, I don't even think I had any alcohol till I was like 25 or something. I never felt like trying smoking for some reason.
Okay.
And I never fucked with goddamn drugs. I always I can remember thinking young, this is just a bunch of fucking long-haired, like fucking rock. I remember I gave away my Pink Floyd tickets because I didn't want to be associated with dope.
Okay, because you knew the crowd.
Or
that
now
loved
I'm
Pink
wished I
Floyd.
would have seen Pink Floyd. But
Roger
that was
Waters.
my thinking at the time. And to me, it was just the real truth of the matter is like, I want to know the truth about things, not why you're doing it. What's the truth behind it? It's different.
Yes.
And I don't fuck with alcohol and drugs because I know better and this is what my parents, none of that fucking shit. It just doesn't interest me that much.
Okay, I was just curious because it's like I just know sometimes when you're depressed, you look for avenues to get out of it, and unfortunately, some people find drugs. Do you think it might have been because you weren't around people actively using drugs?
I kind of wasn't, but there were, like marijuana was starting to get popular then.
Yep.
I didn't know even when I went to college and shit, if I'd have found out, if somebody would have said to me, like, come on over, we'll smoke some marijuana, I'd probably quit fucking with them right then and there.
Yeah.
I never liked the smell of it. I didn't like the fucking incense burning and the tie-dyed shirts. Anything that
whole
seemed to be,
Yeah.
the fucking Grateful Dead playing in the background. I just hated it all.
Yeah. You got to walk through 20 sets of beads to get to the kitchen.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Fucking shit. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like half burnt, like marijuana paraphernalia. And
You walk
all
up to
these,
a hot hippie chick, she smells like patchouli. You're like, oh,
exactly like that fucking shit. I just wasn't fucking into it. But it wasn't because any restraint or discipline or knowing better. It's just for whatever goddamn reason, it just didn't interest me. And even now, like, I bought a fifth the other day, but I can take it or leave it. I mean, believe me, those 4 days or 5 days, I think I got enough for about 3 shots left in a roll. Sipping that, listening to my music, fucking around, looking at my science books. It enhances the fucks out of shit. I mean, from a logical, emotional standpoint, I could say I should be fucking just replacing this motherfucker and so what? I'm not driving, but I don't want to do that either. But I can tell you this, I appreciated the fuck out of the last 4 days of sipping that good scotch, listening to music. It enhanced it. It made like fun shit I like doing.
Yep.
Doubly fun.
Yeah. It can definitely do that.
But I guess I've been luckily blessed is what Christians would describe it as being, is that I got a shut off fucking switch, man. And if I get a little too overweight or I think I'm drinking too much, I knock it the fuck off for who knows how long.
You got one of those power. You have a control switch. That's
the difference between and it isn't any discipline or any of that fucking shit. I mean, you could come over here Sundays and I'll have fucking 2 weeks of dishes, fucking goddamn fruit flies landing on the top of shit. So I know it's not discipline. It's just it doesn't. Got lucky. We're out of fucking nowhere. This fucking logic rears its ugly head and tells you, look, fucker, you had 2 weeks of drinking scotch every night. You need to knock it the fuck off. And I do. Where that comes from, I don't know, because I feel better when I'm drinking it when I don't. But when I don't, it's not enough to drink it when I don't think I should. It's so, it's all this complicated fucking shit. It's just like, have you ever seen like attractive women, good looking women that you weren't attracted to?
Yeah. Of course. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's like and have you ever met like women that weren't that good looking? Like, fuck, this is like it, man. This is where it's fucking at.
Oh,
just something to fucking bound.
I've seen like a Persian chick with unibrow, and she is looking
Yeah.
really. Oh, I
Yeah,
don't get it,
no,
but
really.
it's doing something.
And everybody else with the unibrow up until then, you wouldn't have had touch with a 10-foot pole.
Yep.
But there's one that all of a sudden comes along that you give a free pass to.
And you're like, I don't mind this at all. I like this actually.
See, that's one thing I know. I'm still. I don't like fucking hairy. It could be false too. Like I don't like those big Brooke Shields eyebrows.
I get what I know what you're trying.
And when I see like a
nowadays.
Persian chick, when I see a good-looking Persian chick or a fucking Indian,
Pakistan,
look long
Middle
hair,
Eastern,
good-looking one of those.
Yeah.
When I see them and they're attractive, the first thing that comes to my mind, they must spend all their discretionary income on electrolysis.
I think that, and I mean, beauty products are very expensive as well.
I don't give a fuck how much they cost, man. I don't want to be seeing like, like you'll see.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying.
No, you'll see like a blonde. And let's say you got a blonde, and she's got great legs, and you see where a part she missed when she was shaving her legs or using that Nair or whatever to get rid of it. But you don't give a fuck because you could just go down there and blow them off like a fucking dandelion. They don't look like
nothing.
Quarter-inch Italian women stalks that look like a branch coming out of a fucking tree hair.
Yeah, it's hanging onto your beard.
Yeah,
like, let me go.
Like a fucking bird ought to be fucking perched on the motherfucker. Yeah. When I sense that, even though it may be true, I know it sounds terrible and fucked up, but I just think to myself, I just can't admit it's got to look like this is fucked up thinking, man.
Oh God!
I said it's got to look like the fucking goddamn national park forest between them. I think of this shit, and it could not even be fucking true.
Did that change over time? Like, because you're a little bit older and come from a different
No, I was kind of always on that fucking hair shit. But I'm telling you, man, if you're once you get past like women wearing these little dinky fucking bikinis, now if there was ever a time for Photoshop, it's after they turn 20. Because I see they'll take like one of these 45-year-old attractive looking Hollywood actresses. And when I see them, like, they're, first of all, I get turned off when I see older women like on TikTok and shit. I mean, now you go on there, half of them are dying, a third of them don't have legs. And now it's like they want to show you at 60 how good they look in a bikini. You don't. I mean, you look good in a bikini for 60, but you don't look good in a bikini.
I'm scrolling up to the next one because I know there's about to be another hot chick in her bikini on.
When I see these, when I see like a 45-year-old woman in a bikini, it's like that from TV or something, and I think to myself, God damn, she must have just spent like a fucking week being able to get into this motherfucker without leaving a clue of some hair somewhere. And it just turns me off on them. And I've met women it seems like the blonde-haired women can get away with it better. Asian women don't have much hair.
Yeah, it's a lot like I want to say like not as coarse or as thick as.
Yeah, no.
I don't know how to say it better.
I've seen good-looking women with like a lot hairy forearms.
Oh yeah, I had this chick in high school that had hairier forearms than me, and she was, oh my gosh, I was like,
but like you said, like we acknowledged earlier, there's somebody beating off to that.
There's people that are typing in hair on arms, hair
like a Robin Williams guy.
Yeah,
I mean, it just strikes me as like super gross. Yeah, but I just and things like that, like just like. I probably think about him too much. I don't know. They'll say, let's say you're picky. Well, okay. I'm going to be picky. Like I said, I don the fucking the jumbos right out of the fucking chute, man. I don't even waste any time defending that anymore. I tell them, I'm going to tell you right out of the fucking chute. I'm not into fat women at all. Call me shallow. I'll own it.
I think it's better.
And I tell people, in the last year, I pulled over for a couple jumbos on the side of the road that ran out of gas. I knew what they looked like before I pulled over, but they needed gas. I was doing a good deed. I didn't mind doing it.
And that's good that, like, yeah, you're doing it.
Yeah, and I
You're
tell
not
people
just
all the
doing it
time.
because they're hot
No,
chicks.
it's not.
Like,
I tell people I don't hate fat women.
yeah,
I
it's not
just
like you're out here
no,
hating them. It's just
no.
they're not
I,
your cup of tea
but I
when it
do
comes
hate.
to.
I would hate seeing them nude.
I don't know what kind of sites they're forcing you to watch.
No, but getting a gas and
Sounds
helping
like-
a fat broad that ran out
Yeah.
of gas is a world away from seeing one nude. Thank God.
Definitely.
I can't emphasize this enough.
I hear you, Tom. You're on a campaign.
I mean, and I got fucking great textbooks examples that I'm willing to discuss over and over and over again, like my wife's genius orthopedic surgeon, 54-year-old girlfriend that died with her cherry. I mean, she couldn't even get finger fucked. Sounds terrible.
Couldn't even find a gay guy to help her.
I
out with
guarantee
that.
you, she'd have traded in any of that shit for some dick.
I bet she would have. Like,
I
God
know.
damn it.
That shows
Why
you
am I
what a
so
strong.
smart?
No, that shows you what a strong, drive sex is.
Oh, it's very strong. And earlier, before I hopped on, we were talking about you were talking about like buying and paying for prostitutes / sex,
Yeah.
and I was like,
And
I think some of these people are just so lonely that they're willing
they
to
say
do
that.
anything
Well, it's
for
funny you should say
companion.
that because I can remember one time they did a big prostitution fucking sting somewhere, right? And it
Okay.
was some fucking place. Liberals aren't all bad. And whoever was
No.
the editor of the fucking newspaper decided to print the rebuttals of the people that had been caught, that sent in their rebuttal anonymously. Now, maybe it was them, maybe it wasn't. But even if it wasn't, somebody wrote the most eloquent, professional rebuttal on getting caught with a prostitute that I'd ever read. I mean, it make you fucking brings tears to your eyes. And he said he was fat and not very smart. He probably had somebody write it for him, and that women were never attracted to him. And this was the only way he was ever going to have sex. And unfortunately, he got caught doing it. So now this was prior to, the internet and a lot of porn available to rent and shit like that.
Yeah.
My first 15 years addicted to fucking porn was like taking my life in my own hands, going to some dumpy part of a fucking town where they allowed him to show this shit.
Correct.
And I can actually remember when fucking VHS tapes came out.
Yeah.
I remember thinking to myself, I bet my dating days are coming to an end. Because, of course, dating was a means to an end on having sex. And once I thought I could get out of that shit, I was all fucking for it. I'm not kidding. When I got married, I was thinking as he's talking his shit about, death do us part and shit. I'm thinking to myself, I'm trying to, it's like I was fucking nodding. I was so fucking like in another fucking, I'm thinking, man, I gotta be like, I gotta be like, if this Christian shit's real, I know where I'm going. Because I'm already knowing this shit isn't going to work and the fucking ceremony's not over.
Oh, see, I wonder how common that is, Tom. When
I think it's common. I know in my case,
it's very.
No, I think in my there's always going to be anomalies. There are going to be people that just everything works out for great.
Peaches,
like a Tom Brady motherfucker.
Yeah. Yes.
Just some guy. But there's going to be other people. Like I know in my case, it was a type thing where it wasn't like I had women that good looking that liked me. My thinking was so fucked up that I kind of specialized in women that liked me a lot more than I liked them because I knew I'd never be able to get away with this fucking shit otherwise. And there were some women that I'd have loved to have long-term relationships, and they saw trouble early on. It's like, this motherfucker's going to have me trying to eat pussy all the time with my girlfriend. They had enough fucking sense to, even though they liked
the forest floor.
Yeah, no, they had enough fucking sense, in these blowjob demands all the time to like, do you want to, a couple of really smart ones said it. There's no fucking way I'd even consider a fucking lifetime with this motherfucker. You're supposed to be thinking the opposite, that nothing's going to come between you. I finally met my match. Yeah. These goddamn fucking women knew early on. Only thing I could guarantee them was about 10 years straight of the sore crotch.
What vows?
Yeah, and the ones smart enough to realize it, I'm sure they're, fucking hugging their kids, graduated them from fucking Yale or Harvard. I give them fucking hats off.
Thank God I got away from Tom.
They had enough fucking sense to get rid of my goddamn ass. But like a young guy that's like caught up in this shit, and for some fucking reason, and I can't figure this out either, even at a young age, I had really smart fucking girlfriends, man. I mean, 3 of them were valedictorians, and they're fucking, and all 3 valedictorians' parents hated my motherfucking guts.
Usually the good ones.
Yeah, why? Because they knew
what you were up to.
Bad for my daughter. Yeah, there's no future here at all. No, they were right.
Yeah,
but at the time, I was young. You know, their daughter wasn't going to tell mom that he makes my pussy wetter. The last guy did. So yeah, you just go through this silence period until they get the good news someday. And I decided to break up with Tom.
And then it's, oh, honey, we're so glad that you're.
Yeah, no, it's like, well, yeah, they just like fucking. They had more fucking endorphins released than if they'd won the Powerball.
Literally, they're over there like, oh,
holy
my God.
Shit. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to be having Tom arrested for being behind on his child support for the next 30 years. Oh,
too bad.
No, yeah, and I was always fucking. I cheated my whole way through college. You know, these girls are valedictorians, legit. You know, they're saying, "What's that?" It's like, well, that's this term paper I just paid for to get written. It's just, you know, there was a fucking chemical attraction, but as far as like long-term fucking like shit. No, they knew somehow, some way that I better get rid of this motherfucker.
And some of them are smart enough to know, like, this is not going to
turn this is
out
not
well.
Good.
Yeah.
No. You just
kind of like my old boss. She was like wanting to have, even like when I first met her, she like was wanting to have kids and stuff, and I was like, yeah, I'm not the person for that. Trust me.
No, and you know, for some reason, just like, you know, the same shit you went through on deciding to try heroin, for some fucking reason, I don't know whether it was just like a, you know, like they say that like mothers abandon their baby birds when they realize they're fucked up, like they have pseudomonas. There's no way out of it. So yeah, they realize it and they just fucking leave their ass there. Yeah, they just fucking for some reason. I had that kind of fucking like lucky, quirky fucking genetic thing that caused thinking like, there's no fucking way I want kids. I mean, the way I verbalized it to you was I didn't want to be tied in that much. I didn't want to be stuck.
Me either. I was scared, actually.
Yeah, I didn't want to be stuck with this fucking broad for like fucking till the day I die with these fucking kids.
Because when you have kids, it's forever.
It was actually much bigger than that. And if they kept pressing me on it, I'd give them some more reasons. Both my parents were pill popping alcoholics, and you know, I think it's a bad gene pool. But the real reason was just for the same reason why I wasn't interested in dope. It just didn't interest me. I never wanted but I know fucking people, man. They just want to have kids so fucking bad, and that's something that I didn't. I bet I didn't my whole life. You fucking added up all the thoughts. It doesn't equal fucking 3 minutes.
I have to agree, and there's so many people. I hate to say this, but that have kids and then are mad about having kids. I'm like, well, you chose it.
No, I see them. I see them when I go to Walmart's. You know, I see these fucking kids and I think to myself, my God, you know, here you gotta you look at all the bullshit you need to go through to prove your interest, like a career, a degree, a skill, whatever, playing the piano, whatever. But yet in this, despite, you know, considering building subdivisions on Mars now and fucking having 10,000 Elon Musk satellites up in the sky, you can still fucking have as many kids as you want. Nobody can do shit.
Literally, I mean,
which is just fucking insane.
You can have negative $1 million, no house, no car, no job, no nothing, and you are entitled to pop out as many children, and this is for males and females, as you want. Yeah. And also, guess what? You get more help for acting reckless.
I know.
You get more help for. I want to get a check every year for staying kid free. That was harder to keep my.
See, but here's the thing. I realized this a long time ago. You're never rewarded for good judgment in the things that you didn't do.
That is the truth, and it's part of growing up and realizing,
there's no one really. I should go back to Flat Rock, Michigan, and just have fucking people coming out of the work, giving me a big hug and tears running down their face, and
you couldn't even pay for a beer at the bar. You should just
that's like Tom Reed. Hey, tabs on me. You didn't have kids. Thank you.
Thank you for.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
But it does not work that way. You never get rewarded for using good judgment and being responsible in certain facets of life.
Yeah, and it's not like on Christmas, like, oh, I got you this gift for not
No.
having me babysit all year. No, that's not how it works.
No, and everybody's knows somebody in their neighborhood or a relative that just never got married, never dated, and they're just looked at like the biggest fucking weirdo that ever lived. It's like, how does Sally, they never had any men in her life, like these women that died with their cherry that willed $4 million to the local library.
Yes.
Yeah, those kind of people. They weren't fucking buying every goddamn Hummel they saw on QVC. They weren't addicted to Amazon yet.
Yep.
They didn't give a fuck about sex. Society wants you to, you're 18, you're not getting fucked. Let's take you to a gynecologist. Let's have 4 fucking kids by accident.
Literally.
No, the old maid just gets castigated into this fucking weirdo that just didn't succumb to all the weaknesses you other losers did.
Yeah, and I'm okay with my decisions of
me too.
Child free.
They tell people, but they come up with the flimsiest fucking reasons in the world.
There's always something.
Yeah,
they have to
like
say about
I'm going to die alone. Yeah, you promise?
You're not going to be there, right? Okay, good.
Yeah, no. My ultimate goal on my last breath, I'm hoping that I'm going to get the candy striper to blow me for 30 grand on my deathbed.
Well, stay hopeful.
Thank you. Yeah, man, I came in like that, and I'd like to go out like that. It's like, I'll just keep up in the fucking ante. I'll have Marty go fucking cash in my shit. I'll have 50 grand in the fucking shoebox. It's like, hey, Sam, it's like, oh, Tom, you dirty old man. It's like, how about 10 grand? Nope. How about 15? Nope. How about 20? She said, you don't even have that kind of money. It's like, the fuck I don't. How about 30? She said, is that real? Thumbs through it. It's like goes and locks the door. That's how I want to go out, not on a ventilator.
Oh, that seems like one of the worst ways to go, because I've seen people on ventilators and
well, there's a formula.
Oh my God.
There's a formula where there comes to a point where you've been on it so long that the math is there with as far as the statistics. You're not getting off that fucker. Your shit gets weaker the longer you're on it.
And so fast, it gets you get so weak so fast from not walking for a week, for not.
Yeah, no, you do.
I know it sounds ridiculous, but not even moving your arm, everything, your neck.
No, atrophy, it does.
And it happens so fast. And like you said, you get to a point where like this isn't.
No, that's why if you go to if they decide they have some government sponsored program for like older people to have functional strength. You're 20, you're lifting weights, you're measuring your fucking biceps every other hour, see if they're getting bigger from your protein drinks. That's the shit you're into. And then you're looking at these old fucking people and they're fucking balancing on a fucking half fucking blown up rubber ball and shit. And you're thinking, what are these stupid motherfuckers doing? 2 bounces on a Richard Simmons trampoline. You've met your fucking goal of the day. I'm thinking, you loser motherfucker. Then I find out now that I'm heading into that thing. Now they're trying to keep your fucking ass healthy enough to be able to grab a can of fucking soup out of the cover without being a quadriplegic.
Yep.
Yeah. Functional fucking strength. Yeah. You want to be able to bend down and tie your fucking shoelaces without having the fucking ER called.
Right.
No. And now all this stupid shit that I made fun of when I was young is making fucking sense. My buddy that's a doctor, he tells every fucking patient religiously, over 50, don't get on a ladder no matter how tall that motherfucker is.
That kind of makes sense though.
Yeah, do not get on a ladder. And people, if you go up in the age ranges and you read like case histories of studies, that when you get up into your 70s and the ladder, you know why 40 of the motherfuckers fall off the ladder post 70? This is no shit. You know why?
Dizziness? I don't know.
They forgot they were on one.
I was about to almost say that they forgot what they were doing, but
they were fucking phone rings, and they go to answer the phone like they're on the floor.
And they step backwards, and it's
Yeah.
hello.
Let me tell you, when you're 16, you could be fucking your goddamn girlfriend and fall off the goddamn Empire State Building and grab a ledge. Or a
You hop right up,
thing.
dust it off, and you're
Yeah,
like,
fuck yeah. Yeah. But that's why a lot of older people get fucking killed going up on their roof or something. I mean, these weird ass fucking stabilizing muscles like that keep your ass upright in a 45-degree angle.
Your hips.
You got those up the ass when you're 16. You're swinging around like a fucking chimpanzee, right?
Oh,
But when
your
you're
hips and
65,
everything, and your core and everything.
your
is
core.
ripped.
You're 65. You stand up on a roof with a 45-degree pitch, and you ain't fucking doing it for long.
No, and also when you're that high up in the air and you start to get weak,
That's it.
you can't move fast.
They can't. They're asking the guy in the fucking ER on the way to the emergency room what happened. They don't even know what fucking happened.
No, they're
It's like your
completely
stupid fucking ass got on a roof at 65 and stood up.
over leaves.
Over leaves. Yeah, this isn't anything like it's hard to believe.
I think it's easier to believe like that because it makes sense.
No, I mean I know like when I first started doing those interviews, I was down there fucking around Belle Isle. And I would have been like probably 58, something like that, 57 down there. I'm down there, Belle Isle, and it's like I got my camera and I go fuck around. It was foggy over there, and I jumped from like the land to this boulder, and I knew right then, man, I fucking almost another inch, and I'd have bottomed my goddamn ass bone on that fucking rock. But there was about an inch left, but it stretched out every motherfucking goddamn ligament I had.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you were.
No, and lucky, it's amazing that I didn't like break something or sprain something or what. But I was sore the next day, and I thought, right then, motherfucker, you need to get that half inflated fucking rubber ball and start stepping up and down from that son of a bitch, or you're not even going to be able to get a fucking Campbell soup out of the second shelf.
You're gonna have to get off a Pornhub and buy a shake weight.
Goddamn right, yeah, exactly right. No, you'll need one of those motherfuckers.
Your wife's buying one of those, and you're like, you're cheating on me.
No, you'll need one of those motherfuckers to put the clothes in the dryer.
Exactly.
No, yeah, it does, man. All that natural cock fucking strength and shit, you can fucking forget it, man. And it basically, a lot of it, particularly with injuries, comes down to cell division. Your cell division slows down. That's why it takes longer to I'm going through that right now. I was going out fucking around my garage for 2.5 hours. Then I go on a 4.2 mile walk. Well, it fucking caught up to me, man. I haven't done any of that shit for on my 10th day. And both my knees felt like I just fucking jumped off a 3-story building.
Oh, yeah. I mean.
And what's really scary to me is, I'm eating these goddamn fucking ibuprofens and shit like jelly beans, and it's not mattering.
Ooh.
I guarantee you that if and they probably will, but it's being older. If these motherfuckers quit aching, I'm going to really cut down that. I can't fuck around on a concrete floor for 3 hours and go on a 4.2 mile walk every fucking day of the week.
No.
Fucking that time has come.
Yeah, and it's just getting older and realizing, like you said, if you do that, you're going to be screwed for days after. Oh my gosh,
no, exactly
I
right.
would have never.
And this is another thing I know this too. I know this from my buddy, but I experienced myself. With pain comes weakness, which means if you get pain, your brain will start telling your muscles you'll be not stable and shit, off stairs and stuff, because you're getting that pain receptor is telling that brain you don't have that strength there anymore. Things have atrophied.
Yeah, your knee can't hold as much weight as it used to.
Exactly.
So you're not stepping the thing. You're atrophying your muscles.
That's exactly right. And before you know it, and once you get really older, all this stable, because a big reason for it is your testosterone levels drop. You're not producing muscle mass anymore. You're fucking getting weak.
Yep.
Yeah, you just don't have any natural young fucking strength, which is why when you see an old folks exercise class, it's this fucking bullshit to try and head that stuff off at the pass.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and these older
Tom-
bodybuilders, you see these guys in their 50s and shit, all jacked up, and you're thinking, wow, how do they do it? I'll tell you how they do it. Tons of testosterone.
And I
Those
love the guys
motherfuckers-
that deny it. I
Yeah,
love the
no,
guys that deny
yeah,
it.
no, those
like-
guys couldn't get a fucking hard on if you held a shotgun to their head.
No, and their balls are little peas.
Yeah, exactly right.
And it's those guys that are absolutely roided to the freaking
Yeah.
gills, and they're sitting there. Their
Yeah.
head is 6 times too big. They're sweating red, and they're like,
Yeah.
"I'm all natural," and it's like,
Yeah.
you're
Like
you're
Rich
a
Piana.
natural-born liar.
Rich Piana.
Oh, Rich Piana. At least he admitted it. I mean, that guy.
Yeah, he did later on, but
Yeah.
you know, yeah,
He
those
was a
guys.
freak.
And even now, bodybuilding is in no way healthy.
Absolutely not. If you don't want to live a full life but want to live a short, self-centered
Yeah.
life, it's for
Yeah.
you.
Yeah,
Because how
absolutely
many
right.
of those guys are in? Look at their bodies, and you think, "Wow, that guy's really healthy," and then
Yeah.
he dies from a heart attack. He dies from a stroke. He dies, and you're like, "This dude was
That's it.
only like in his maybe 30." It happens to a bunch of guys though, and I think that the gym right now, if you get in the gym culture, I feel like it's so pushed, like everyone's doing it. So it's
Yeah.
like, what's there to worry about? But no one
Yeah.
knows how this is going to turn out 10
That's
years
it.
down the road. Because, like you said, these guys are having problems at 20 years old getting an erection.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? You
Yep.
couldn't.
Well, I'll
blow
tell you
the
another.
money.
I'll tell you another link they don't talk about too much either, and that is dementia and Alzheimer's with regard to cocaine use when you were young. I can give you some perfect examples. The hockey player from Detroit, Bob Probert, Kirk
Yes.
Gibson, the baseball player, Michael J. Fox, Robin Williams,
Yes. Yes.
all
yes.
huge coke users.
I never actually thought about that with Robin Williams because
Huge
that
coke
dude.
user.
That dude was a very troubled man.
Yeah,
and,
big time. Big time.
I know, like, I know that he used drugs and everything, but that was
Yeah.
very sad, that
Yeah.
situation. And
But you know
so
what?
many-
In a fucked up way, I give the guy credit for realizing what the score was and ending his life because it wasn't going to get better.
he was going to go out on his way.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
He's another one that had another cunt gold digging wife.
who was it? I can't think of her.
I
name
don't
off
know
the
her
top
name
of the
now,
head.
but I mean, she fucking's in
Oh,
court now.
Cunt
with-
Gold Digger. She was a Jewish lawyer.
Yeah, probably. Yeah. No, it's just like you have these a lot of these guys end up with wives like that.
I think
Casey
a lot of them-
Kasem, the DJ, Glenn Campbell.
Yeah.
You know, these fucking women for 20 years lick your balls every morning when they get up. And then you die and you find out the real them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look
There's
at
women that'll
Hillary
lay
Clinton.
low. There's women that'll lay low. Yeah, there's women that'll lay low for fucking 20 years for a lifestyle.
That is true.
They will. You can't fucking tell. Yeah, can't
They
tell.
have that
can't,
ability.
You can't imagine. Like, I mean, I don't find her attractive, but Donald Trump's wife, to me, she looks
Oh,
like
Melania.
to me, she looks like she ought to have a big dick.
Yeah, she almost looks like she just stepped off the space station.
Yeah,
I don't know.
they say, I've read this and I believe this, that when you marry for money, you'll never have a harder job in your life.
Well, because you don't have that actual,
Yeah.
friendship. Because I think
Yeah.
that's a big part of it is you got to
Yeah.
be friends to like
Yeah.
get along. And
You know who's going to
I'm
get
sure-
it broke? You know who's going to get it broke off in his ass big time?
Who's
Jeff
it?
Bezos.
Oh yeah, yes. His wife's playing him for a fool right
Oh,
now.
absolutely right.
She's
and that-
over there just like, I'm gonna suck you off as long as
Yeah.
you sign
Oh,
these
absolutely.
papers, baby.
When they raided Bezos's yacht, that ex fucking husband of hers, Tony Gonzalez, was on it.
No way.
Yeah. And you
Oh,
know
see,
he's
me, I would be
dri-
done with
yeah.
you so
No,
fast.
you know damn well that she misses those days of getting drilled with that 8-inch Mexican cock.
And-
She's
and
not getting
now-
that from Jeff Bezos, but now the football jock, she also wasn't on a fucking 300-foot fucking boat that doesn't need to come back to Earth for 20 years.
Yeah, that
So,
is true.
And that's why I kind of give it to Jeff Bezos, his ex-wife. I mean, she's doing with that money what guilt brings along. Once they got
Absolutely.
up and, this fucking nerd. I mean, is there any amount of money in the world could make a woman's pussy wet for Jeff Bezos?
I don't know. Maybe if you're into Doctor Evil, I don't know.
I mean, what's going on there? I mean, and this guy now, it looks like he's taking some testosterone himself.
He is. So he's probably having
$200 billion in the bank, and you're still cross-eyed.
Literally, I mean,
what the fuck is with this? But
look
all
at
these
Zuckerberg.
guys,
Zuckerberg. Yeah, that guy is freaking.
She's an MD.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that. Okay, I didn't know.
Well, all these guys. Leah Iacocca got fleeced by that Peggy, whatever her name was. You know who got fucked? You want to laugh your ass off. Listen to those rants from that crazy Russian cunt that Mel Gibson got hooked up with.
Oh, I love
once
those
he
voices.
realized,
I love those.
Once he realized when that light bulb came on, and he realized what the score was, that was his reaction. Drunk.
And
Makes sense.
He was being real. Well, he was being 100% himself, and now not holding back a bit.
No, that fucking light bulb came on.
It's some of the best celebrity voicemails I've ever heard. Is those Mel Gibson?
They're the best ones. You got to go on the long ones though, like the 21.
Absolutely, you have to watch the whole thing and listen to it all because he is just on a rant.
This bitch probably had 50 recorders hooked up just in case the first 49 quit working. I mean, she laid the groundwork for this fucking shit. I mean, he was actually going broke for that fucking scammer. And it by all accounts, could be false, but his wife stuck by that motherfucker even after she broke it off in his ass.
That is true. That is true. I mean,
but I'll tell you, man, you gotta be. I'd love to be a fly on the wall when fucking Jeff Bezos' ex-wife, is talking to her psychiatrist. I mean, this broad's mind's got to be so scrambled.
Can you imagine what kind of?
Oh yeah, and she realized, like a lot of other people do, that once all this money was made and she stuck by him and bore his kids and all this shit, he told her to hit the fucking road.
Hit the road, Jack.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, you remember the Anna Nicole situation with that old man? I mean, she didn't get any of that money. Remember that?
She did in the end, though, didn't she?
Did you? I thought she. See, I always thought she got like a little bit, but
no, I thought in the end she beat them in court.
Okay, because I
may be wrong, and the only reason I think that is because actually the white guy that she was fucking before she got involved with him, he actually seemed to turn out to be a pretty good dad.
Oh, okay.
But it doesn't look like he's living a great lifestyle. So you would assume that if Anna Nicole got any money when she died, that kid would have got it.
I would assume.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that, but I thought she eventually prevailed.
Okay, maybe I was wrong about that. I just thought of that situation because I remember growing up. And
no, but I had an old Jewish lady tell me one time that's as honest as a relationship ever gets.
Oh, I didn't blame that old man for a second, and I didn't blame her. I was like, if the deal is this is what it is, and it's both parties saying okay, go right ahead.
But you know what though? You sell your soul for that shit. You know who's a perfect example of that? And she got nothing for it. Monica Lewinsky.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
That ruined her fucking life.
And she got the brunt end of this of that whole situation.
Yeah.
I mean, her life was kind of, I hate to say it, but like ruined after that. And I mean, Bill Clinton looked like the man.
Yeah.
I mean,
no, he made a mistake. She was a low down 2-bit whore.
Well, and also, I mean, he was the president, and I can't believe that that's what he chose to.
I can tell you why too.
I'm a man.
No,
and
I know why he did. I can explain that away to you.
Please.
Pretty face, subservient, and you didn't have to fuck her.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, and BJ never hurt anybody.
Yeah. That's why.
Okay.
And there's something about that subservient shit. I mean, the last thing I want to be involved is one of these goddamn independent fucking broads. It's read me fucking Miranda rights.
Well, it's a little weird when you're like in bed and they're like, flip over. It's like,
that kind of shit. No, I like the kind my way or the highway. I like that. But it's just, that's like talking about the fucking dinosaurs now.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, a guy like me now, if I went out there in the fucking public and just was my real self, I'd probably get like fucking hung at some square somewhere. Fuck.
Being dragged behind a pickup truck or
Jesus
something.
fucking Christ, man. I mean, that's why, and sure enough, the system works like it's supposed to, because look where I am, out in the middle of fucking nowhere, and I'm fine with it.
Hey, and, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, no,
Tom, I'll
yeah,
be back
for
in
real.
2 seconds. Okay.
Okay, yeah, no,
Okay.
I'm fucking fine with it. So, I mean, you got levels of like this idea you think of where, and I think this is as good as it could have ended up for me, believe it or not. I mean, I'm not, French kissing some fucking 75-year-old ex-taxi cab driver while I'm fucking eating a handful of Viagra like M&Ms. But that's good too. So, I mean, fuck, who knows? I probably do got a warped fucking sense of everything, but I'm sticking to it. I'm going to go with it. It's also fortified my ability to not get catfished. I mean, there's nothing I want from anybody out there. So with that in mind, like, you're not fucking tricking me. And thank God, like, once again, going back to Christian lingo, I don't get lonely for some reason, thank God. And I think that it really gets you back into the shit bucket if you're a person that gets lonely. That's really what traps you into getting involved with people that you otherwise wouldn't have. And because I don't, Stephanie doesn't either. She says the same thing. Doesn't get lonely. Yeah, so, she had a good life, good sexual life. Saw a lot of dick. Isn't embarrassed about it. Realizes that ship sailed, and now a good fucking ramen noodle dish with her favorite spices on top. Pack of cigarettes, and
oh my God, Tom, you're making me die laughing. She's seen enough dick.
Yeah, she did, but she's cool about it though. She's 65, and she doesn't want anything from anybody either, which is the only way you get the truth out of people in her situation.
She seems to be one of those people that will just tell you what it is.
Yeah, she does. Tell you what it is. No, and she talks like, she doesn't want a 65-year-old guy either.
She wants younger, or
no, she doesn't even want that anymore. I mean,
oh, okay, I get what you're saying.
She's honest about it. She said she still appreciates seeing like, a young, good-looking guy, but like she knows what the fucking deal is.
Yeah.
I mean, she's at the point in her life where, I mean, if she could get a Chippendale to come over and eat her pussy for $1 million, she wouldn't want that either. That's how far she's dropped off the radar.
Okay, I get why you're trying to get her on OnlyFans.
And that's the funny thing. There's always going to be this huge, giant disparity between the way women look at it and the way men look at it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you're gonna run into I thank God, I'm putting on my Christian head again. I've run into probably 3 in my life, just women that just love giving head. God bless them.
Well, there's some that are just completely open and love to do that.
Yeah, God,
it's weird. I know it's not many. It's not
not many. No, not many. No, they're far and few between. But they are out there. I've had them before. And believe it or not, this is where the story really goes south. This is where it's really fucked up. Is I got tired of it.
It kind of throws you off too, because you're like, wait a minute.
No, I got fucking tired of it, man.
Yeah.
I got some fucking porn that I made, that I beat off to like fucking 150 million times. When I watch those fucking porn movies sometimes, I think, why weren't you making 3 of these a day? Why weren't you just?
Was that feasible for you to? I'm not trying to say.
No, I would have made it feasible. I would have, but I
Okay.
think to myself, when you had this fucking hookup going, you should have just been making this fucking shit till you drop. Just carrying around an IV with a backpack like these fucking protein drinks, and just fucking burn one camera out after another, and you'd have had. Because I think to myself, I've got fucking 5 of this girl. I should have 5,000, and I could have had. Why didn't I? But that just goes to show. I actually, in my life, got tired of women that just wanted to blow me all the time. I'm thinking, what the fuck are you thinking?
Yeah, it's like I want to chase. I want the.
It's just like, but this is really, if you reel back, there's nothing wrong with it. You take this Jesse James, this fucking guy that builds motorcycles. He was fucking Sandra Bullock.
And he fucked that up like a retard.
Well, he didn't though, because once again, the strong drive. Sandra Bullock, he didn't do shit. He could get a different Corvette every day of the week, and he liked that. And he got tired of all that fucking shit. He wanted some good, wild, young pussy.
You're right. You are right, because like that's I think how also.
No,
This is
he
gonna
wanted
sound
one that he
insane.
was going to catch taking checks out of his books and having an outstanding warrant when they get in an argument in front of the fucking Olive Garden.
Right. But look at like Mick Jagger. Like
No, he
said,
didn't
like,
want fucking, he thought, chauffeur and all that shit was cool for a while. But I got an idea. Once you took an hour and a half to bang Sandra Bullock, those were some long nights.
yeah. You ain't got time for all that.
Yeah, no, it's like, holy fucking shit. We're going to watch, goddamn Bridge over River Kwai. Oh, wow. How about some cocaine and butt fucking for 45 minutes?
No, yeah, I can go give my credit card to the front
so of
desk.
course he runs into this girl who knows fucking where, and he knew right then when he laid eyes on her big natural tits, fucking crazy tattoos. Yeah, and I guarantee you, I'd put my odds on. I bet these tattoo artists, these women that do it, the good-looking ones, I bet they fuck like minks.
I know some of them do. No. I know some of them do.
Oh yeah, I bet they do. But no, I bet they just strike me as that sex positions is never going to be an issue in your relationship.
No,
don't worry about the orange, red, and yellow dyes causing cancer 50 years ago. No, but it's like some fucking unbelievable pussy.
Yeah. Some of them are, like you said, some minks out there.
Yeah, no, it's like, fuck no, man. It's like the greatest great could be. The problem is everything other than that ain't worth a fuck. I mean, you come home.
I know what you're trying to say.
No, you're swatting. You come home to the great pussy and you're killing 3 cockroaches running across the half-eaten banquet TV dinner.
It literally, exactly.
No, but all is forgiven when she gets on top.
All is forgiven.
Yeah. No, so you're always got these balls in the air of like half horror, half Sunday school teacher. And for the average guy, it's a fucking problem.
For sure.
Yeah, it's just you're always and you don't age at the same rate. He's
no, not at all.
You want different fucking things.
Different.
And there are anomalies on women that reach menopause. They call it a reverse menopause. There's a term for it. I can't think of it offhand, but there are women that actually
get more menopause. Horny, like as they get
more
older.
horny. It reverses itself.
Yeah,
it's weird to do with this like testosterone crossover. Now that's all good and all that fucking shit, and that might sound good on paper, but they're also growing beards and mustaches.
Well, I guess they got to
drop $5 fucking grand on a goddamn Brazilian wax. You ever get them in a bikini and not be embarrassed?
Oh yeah,
it's the same shit.
One of my first girlfriends I had, and we were at her lake, and she was wearing a bikini, and I was like, man, you need to shave like.
No, that would turn me off so bad.
Dude, it was like embarrassing. Like I was. Yeah, like, oh my God, we're with our friends and stuff, and I know every other guy. It's giving me the eye.
Look like a fucking squirrel was hibernating between her legs.
Yeah, my buddy goes and grabs a machete. He's like, here, use that later.
When you're thinking of a guy and you're glancing over here thinking chainsaw or weed whacker.
Oh my God.
It's not good.
No,
but you also got to give them credit, because if they put enough nair on, put a dent in that, it would eat their skin off their leg.
Literally, yeah.
Yeah. No, but this Brazilian fucking wax thing, whoever, and I guess that fucking shit's expensive.
Tom, you should go get one. You should.
No, I'm telling you. I'm fucking telling you, man. If I was in a relationship, I'm probably never have another one. I know this. I'm fine with it, right? But if I had I would consent to being late on a mortgage if it came to between that and her Brazilian wax. But I just can't believe there's any motherfucker out there anywhere under any circumstances that's eating that pussy for 5 decades like he did when he first met it.
Yeah, I mean, and like,
do you believe that's possible?
I don't know, Tom. Like, I don't know, because like, I'm not gonna lie. Like it's just like, I've been in a long-term relationship. Yeah. And things just change. Like, and your eyes are still wide open. Like, oh, that looks interesting. That looks good, like other girls or whatever. I mean, but I feel like it is.
But
That's
here, how
why
about
they say
this?
it's
You,
work. They say
yeah,
it's
do you
work.
agree with this? If you plotted a course of your experience with how relationships ended, and you plotted a course with when the sex started going south, you're going to see a very definitive break.
Absolutely, and I think that's a huge reason for cheating as
It
well.
is. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it is. It's fucked up. We're not saying that this is a way to like handle these things.
I'm
It's
just
the
saying
way
that's
that
what
it
it
works
is.
out in the real fucking world.
Well, Tom, you know what it's like to deal with depression, and you know what it's like to be like in your mind about stuff, and sometimes you're not even interested in things like that at all, and it's like,
Oh, fuck.
and they're like, you know,
if you're in your late 30s, you haven't seen anything yet.
see, and that's what I'm saying. Like,
No,
it's
let me
like,
give you an example. There's nothing,
go
you
ahead.
know, Mark Twain said in a heated argument, there's nothing worse than a good example. But
Yeah.
I've had women, not many, thank God, again, my Christian hat. I've had women in their 50s tell me that they really like having a guy go down on them. And I'm thinking to myself, this has got to be, if you take a panic attack, which they say are uncontrollable, this sends a jolt of some kind of fucking response through my fucking brain. Like, I don't know whether to just pull out a 9mm and kill myself in front of them. But I'm thinking to myself, I wouldn't eat this goddamn fucking pussy
Oh my God.
for a brand new fucking Lamborghini with a half mile on the odometer, let alone for free. I mean, there's nothing that could, like, you know, maybe there is. Fuck. I mean, could
Yeah, what is it, Tom?
No, I want to ask you this. Do you think
Yeah.
Do you think, if this is just for the sake of argument, do you think like you could just give me my first big dose of heroin and I want to eat some old pussy?
Oh no, it does. No, but then again, maybe if you were like strung out and needed some, and there was the granny at the corner, you might be like, "Fuck,
That's different.
Dick, better than Dick." I haven't got that sick yet. Where I'm like, "Where's their dick?"
Holy shit, man.
Yeah.
God damn, because if you'd have said fucking yes to that, I got a new campaign slogan. How this takes over your life.
Oh my God.
Forget about that criminal record and no fucking job. Being
Yeah.
home, that's nothing compared to this.
Beware, young ones. You'll be eating 50-year-old Arby's.
It's like, well, Tom, you know, we know you were a heroin addict for 25 years. Could you say anything that'll make me try that? I'll say, yeah, you'd be loving the hell out of eating 75-year-old pussy. Fuck that dare shit and those stupid ass bumper stickers. That's what I'm going to start doing. I have young people saying they're thinking about trying heroin. If they're guys, that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, you know, you just go crazy to eat 75-year-old pussy.
Dare to eat 70-year-old pussy.
I said, you just can't get enough of it.
No. Just laughing it up.
Yeah, I just hope you got enough fucking. They'll say, is there anything I could do for you? God, I was really thinking of trying. I said, yeah, just bring this shit up when you fucking witness at your church. That's how you can thank me. Tell the whole congregation what I did for you and why.
You have a bunch of old ladies wanting to bring you some pies and have you eat their pie. Oh, man.
Oh, shit, yeah. See, these are practical fucking solutions. Not this
I
fucking...
agree.
Yeah.
This is practical. I don't even know.
Oh, they are. I mean, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I'll put my goddamn record up against traditional rehab any day.
There you go.
Oh, fuck me, man. God. Well, I think I'm gonna sign off this motherfucker, man. I didn't even fucking think I was gonna do this today, and it has been great having you on here, man. I hope when you see me on again, you come on. It's been super fun, man. I needed this.
Ditto. Same for you, man. I just was like, fuck it, I'll come up if you asked me to come up, and there was no one else.
It's really a lot of fun, man.
No,
I
it
think
was
it's like my best chat ever. This is great.
Oh, hey, I'm glad.
And
to be a
congratulations,
part of
by the
it.
way, for slaying the
thanks.
dragon.
I'm trying every day too, so I'm on the good path and I'm doing good, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Good.
Thanks for having me on and everything, and I will come back up.
Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun. I really had a good time. Thank you, and thanks everybody else too for hanging in
thanks,
there and
everybody.
listening to this bullshit.
Yeah, for sure. All right, Tom,
Well, have
I'll
a good
talk to you
night.
later.
You guys too,
Yeah.
man. Thanks a lot. It was really a lot of fun. Appreciate it.
All right, you too, man. Thank you.
All right, good night.
Bye.